Hello guys, welcome back to my channel. As you can see in the picture today, let's start the story of what if Naruto was married Ino and Hinata. Before I start, please support for more amazing content, and do consider subscribing to my channel and share this video with your friends. This is written by Psycho G and link in description and support writer. Let's start the video. Chapter 1, An Unexpected Sealing. A long time ago, a demon fox with 9 tails existed. When these tails were swung, they could destroy a mountain and cause a tsunami. To counter it, the villagers gathered some ninjas on the battlefield. The Anbu, Jounin, and Chunin of Kanehigaka no Sato were going all out in their fight against the great Kyubi no Yoko. The forest in which they were fighting was littered with the heavily beaten dead bodies of ninjas. Many of these bodies were torn apart, others were crushed into the ground from being stepped on by the great fox or partially eaten. Among the many casualties were men, women and children who weren't shinobis, and this was to continue if Kyubi wasn't stopped. "We have to hold it off until Yandame arrives," yelled on the injured Jounin before he charged back into fighting Kyubi. "Don't let it get closer to the village," yelled another injured Jounin kneeling down to catch his breath before he also charged back into action. Moments later, a giant reddish-brown toad known as Gamabunta was seen making its way through the forest toward the great red nine-tailed fox, with a most familiar blonde-haired shinobi dressed and geared like a Jounin standing on its head wearing a white trench coat with flame designs on the bottom of the coat. This shinobi's presence was a sight for sore eyes to everyone who saw him, except Kyubi. This shinobi was Namake's Minato, also known as Yandame Hokage. The great nine-tailed fox growled viciously as he stared straight at Yandame. Seeing the fox in range, Yandame began performing a series of complex hand seals, beginning the process of sealing the fox away. The Kyubi, however, dashed at Gamabunta in the attempt to kill Yandame. Seconds before the Kyubi reached Yandame, however, a brilliant flash of white light blanketed the forest, blinding all who were there. After several moments, the great light died out, returning sight to everyone. Kyubi no Kitsune, Gamabunta, and Yandame were nowhere to be seen. The fighting was over and Kyubi was finally defeated, but at a great cost. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen, also known as Sandame Hokage, was in an undisclosed chamber with a crying newborn infant boy resting on a cushion on the ground with candles ceremonially arranged around him. 3 Umbu were also present with Sarutobi. Hiruzen suddenly sensed a very strong chakra making its way toward the baby. He sighed sadly to himself, knowing that Yandame successfully performed the forbidden sealing jutsu, which cost him his life. The chakra suddenly burst into the chamber and made its way into the baby's stomach. Seeing this chakra, however, alarmed Hiruzen. The chakra being infused into the baby wasn't red as anticipated. Instead, this very strong chakra was blue, and it gave off a most familiar aura. With a flash, the blue chakra was completely infused into the baby boy, thus completing the sealing. The baby was still crying with a seal on his belly glowing in a majestic blue glow. Hiruzen hurried over to the baby and saw that a most unexpected event had just taken place. "Oh my," the shocked Hiruzen spoke quietly. "This was most unexpected. How could this have happened?" One of the Anbu stormed into the chamber and went over to Hiruzen. "Sandame-sama, Kyubi is gone and so is Yandame Hokage. The sealing was a success, yes?" Hiruzen sighed to himself and spoke. "Yes, it was a success. However, the Kyubi wasn't the one that was sealed into Naruto." This revelation greatly alarmed the Umbu who were present. "Sandame-sama? You mean the Kyubi is still out there?" "I don't know what became of Kyubi, however, I know what became of Yandame." The Anbu wanted anxiously for Sarutobi's answer. "He was sealed away into his own son." Chapter 2, Addressing the Council. A week later, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the reinstated Sandame Hokage, was sitting in his office with reports from all of the Anbu, Jounin, and Chunin, who gave their detailed reports about the event of Kyubi's attack. The casualties of the attack were catastrophic, and the body count and searches for missing people were still in progress. Many lost their lives that night, from men, women and children, and many of Konoha's best shinobis. Many were left as orphans, widows or widowers. The physical, mental, and emotional damages done to Konoha left countless traumatized, some homeless because their homes were destroyed, others without families, and everyone grief-stricken for the horrific event that befell them for reasons unknown. Still, they had to move on with their lives, or what was left of it, and look to a hopefully better future. As Hiruzen continued with his paperwork, he turned his attention to the now sleeping Naruto, who was resting peacefully in his crib. He sighed in wonder about how Yandame Hokage ended up being sealed into his own son with a jutsu that was meant to seal and imprison the Kyuubi no Yoko into Naruto. He had no idea what could have transpired seconds before the Kinjutsu went into effect. But if anything was certain, Kyuubi was gone and there have been no reports about the Great Fox's presence anywhere, much to everyone's relief. Getting off his chair, Sandaime went over to the sleeping baby, looking down at the blonde-haired child in wonder, as he wondered to himself, "Yandaime, exactly what happened during your fight with Kyuubi? How did it end up that you were sealed away? And what became of that nine-tailed monstrosity?" Sarutobi continued to look down at the child in wonder, as he recalled what happened a few hours after Kyuubi's defeat. Flashback, a week ago. It's been 2 hours since Kyuubi's defeat, and the aftermath was taking its effect on the people. Meanwhile, Sandaime was in a meeting chamber with all of the advisors and clan leaders. The Umbu who were in the undisclosed chamber earlier with Hiruzen were also present and standing guard. Naruto was currently sleeping quietly in Sandaime's arms. They were discussing the issues concerning Yandaime's only living son and heir, and what they must do with him. Sarutobi had just finished explaining in detail what happened to Yandaime, and how he was sealed into his newborn son's body. Needless to say, they were left speechless. After a long moment of silence, Hayashi broke the silence. "Are you truly serious, Sandaime-sama?" "I'm very serious," Hiruzen replied. The Kenjutsu Yandaime performed was meant to seal Kyuubi into Naruto, and ultimately claim Yandaime's life for performing the Kenjutsu. However, for reasons yet to be known, Yandaime himself ironically fell victim to his own jutsu, and was sealed away into his own son. There are numerous possibilities of the effects the sealing of Yandaime into Naruto will have on the young boy as he grows up. For what it's worth, Naruto is practically a born Hokage. Sarutobi looked around as the advisors and clan leaders murmured with each other about what they were just told. The thought of a newborn infant being infused with everything that made Yandaime Hokage a most powerful and feared shinobi in the shinobi world was unreal. But it was said clear by the Sandaime Hokage himself. The possibilities and potentials for this child of Yandaime-sama are almost limitless, Hayashi acknowledged. In some respects, Namake's Naruto is Yandaime-sama's reincarnation. You might see it that way, Sandaime said. However, Naruto is Minato's son, not Minato reborn in spite of the situation the child is in. The child possesses great powers passed down from father to son in a strange twist, spoke Koharu. Nodding, Hiruzen stated, which is also why he's in grave danger should enemy nations and villages learn of Minato being sealed within his own son. One of two extremes could happen. Enemy nations and villages would seek to either kill the child or most likely kidnap him in order to raise and train him to be part of their nation and turn him against us. The results would prove disastrous to Konohagakure should they corrupt Minato's legacy. Naruto will need protection of the highest level. Hiruzen looked at all of the clan leaders and advisors conversing with each other about what could be done for Naruto. A couple of minutes later, Hayashi spoke. Sandaime-sama, with all due respects, I request permission to adopt and raise Minato's heir, establishing him as part of the main house of the Hyuga family. On hearing those words, Sarutobi contemplated what could happen should he entrust the tutelage and upbringing of Naruto to one of the clan leaders. Seeing their faces, he noted that each of them, even Hamura and Koharu, were more than willing to adopt and raise Yandaime's only son without question. From what he was visualizing about Naruto's possible upbringing under their wings, however, the results looked anything but appealing. When he visualized what could happen if Naruto was raised by Hayashi as part of the main branch, he saw Naruto learning a lot from the Hyuga clan as a whole. It was true that Naruto would have been trained in the best arts. However, Hayashi's harsh and cold demeanor was no secret to Sarutobi, and he also saw Naruto adopting and mirroring such a demeanor. Combining that with being trained in the arts of the Hyugas and Minato's arts of combat, Naruto would turn out ruthless and look at everyone else being inferior to him. Not good qualities for a Hokage. Looking at the clan leader of the Uchihas, Sarutobi also saw Naruto learning a great deal from them. Like the Hyuga clan, however, the Uchiha clan was a proud clan because of the power behind their bloodline limit, and because of their arrogance. He saw Naruto having fierce rivalries with Uchiha prodigies and seeking to prove who'd come out as the dominant figure, especially since Naruto didn't possess their bloodline limit, or anyone else's for that matter. With the Nara clan, he saw Naruto becoming a more strategic and deadlier killer since the Nara clan was known for being very skilled in efficient tactics and battle strategies, especially with their ability to manipulate their shadows. After a long mental deliberation, Hiruzen said, "I honestly appreciate your open-minded thoughtfulness in being willing to adopt the child, Hayashi. However, I must respectfully decline the offer." Hayashi's eyes widened upon hearing this and spoke, "Sandaime-sama, Naruto possesses great potentials to become one of Konoha's strongest shinobis, and with him under my tutelage, he would become one of the greatest prodigies and Hokages ever produced by Konoha. I acknowledge your good intentions for the child, Hayashi, and for anyone else here who's willing to take the responsibilities of taking Naruto under their wings." Sandaime sighed and continued, "However, Naruto needs balance in his life. He's already been infused with a powerful Hokage whose knowledge, wisdom, stamina, and abilities will possibly be absorbed into the child in a gradual process as he grows up, no doubt. Because of this, he'll need someone to balance him. For the best intentions of the child, I'll dispatch one of the ANBU here to locate someone of my choosing to raise and teach Minato's heir." Hayashi reluctantly remained silent. Now wasn't the time to argue with the reinstated Hokage, especially after everything that transpired before and after Kyuubi's attack. "Are we to inform the villagers about Yandaime's surviving heir?" asked Hamura. "No," Hiruzen replied firmly with no hint of hesitation in his voice. "Should the people learn that Namikaze Naruto is Minato's only son, chances of Naruto being spoiled and pampered by the villagers would be unquestionably high. The child would grow up to be ungrateful and show little appreciation for the things given to him. The results, however, would be the opposite should he learn to earn what's rightfully his than to simply hand his inheritance over to him. Plus, you have to remember that Minato has made a lot of enemies in many lands, villages, and possibly other continents. And as I mentioned before, should enemy villages learn of Yandaime having an heir infused with Minato himself, the results would prove disastrous for both the child and the entire village of Konoha." Everyone in the chamber allowed Sandaime's wisely chosen words to be absorbed as they thought about what he said. For this reason, Hiruzen continued, "The child's name will be changed. He will adopt the maiden name of his mother as Minato instructed before his battle with Kyuubi. His new name will be Uzumaki Naruto. Everyone will be told that Minato and his entire family have died as a result of Kyuubi's attack. When Naruto grows up and reach a level of maturity that I see appropriate with the ability to look after himself, he will be given everything that belongs to his family, and with the truth about his heritage being publicly explained to the people." Everyone present nodded their heads in understanding. Hiruzen remained silent momentarily as he allowed everyone to let his words sink into their minds. With a more serious and firm tone, Hiruzen continued, "Until that time, no one here is make any mention to anyone outside the council regarding the truth about Naruto's true heritage without my or Naruto's consent. If these words of mine are not honored, the act will be regarded as treason, and the punishment will be severe. This is my law as the reinstated Hokage." The ANBU clan leaders and advisors knew not to take Sandaime's words lightly, especially if they didn't want to incur his wrath. And flashback. Sarutobi sighed again as he thought about what happened after the meeting. Flashback. A week ago, Hiruzen, 3 hours after the meeting with the advisors and clan leaders, had called the grand assembly of everyone in Konoha. Many in attendance could only wonder what Hiruzen had to tell them in regards to Kyuubi no Yoko's attack and defeat. Many murmurings were circulating around the assembly until Sandaime appeared on the roof of Hokage Tower calling everyone to attention. The people immediately quieted after seeing Sandaime Hokage take the stage. "People of Kano Higoku no Sato." Sandaime addressed everyone. "As you all are well aware, a great monster known as Kyuubi no Yoko have attacked our village for reasons unknown to us. Sadly, many of our people and shinobis have lost their lives in battling the Kyuubi, and many parts of our village have been left in ruins. It grieves me deeply that such a terrible event of such evil have befell us." Hiruzen paused for a moment as he looked over at everyone in the audience. Taking a breath, he continued, Kyubi would have continued its rampage had it not been for the sacrifice made by Yandame Hokage, who vanished and died moments after defeating Kyubi no Yoko. It also grieves me to inform all of you that Yandame's honorable wife, Namikaze Kushina, also died during the attack. Again Sandane paused and looked at the faces of everyone who was there. He knew how everyone loved his successor Yandame, and his wife Kushina, and Sandane was no exception. The villagers knew his wife was pregnant, and were really looking forward to the birth of Yandame's child with high expectations. Although it was true that Minato's wife died, however, it grieved him that he had to make everyone believe that both Minato and his child were dead, but it was for Naruto's own protection. Hiruzen continued, yes, the loss of Minato and his family is indeed a great loss, and with all those who lost their lives on this tragic night. But their deaths were not in vain. Minato and all of the brave shinobis and citizens of Konohigakure who died gave their lives to protect the village and everyone they held dear to them. Their deaths therefore were honorable and ought to be commemorated. In spite of all that has happened here on this night, the fact that the village is still in existence testifies to the shining will of fire that burns in all of us, a fire that will not go out into the shadows of the night by enemies' forces. Tonight's events have proven this truth to all of us. Although we can never bring back the lives of those who were lost in the battle, however, we can honor their sacrifices and losses by rebuilding Konohigakure no Sato for a brighter tomorrow. In this way, the next generation of Konoha and all future generations to follow will learn of the great things that their people and ancestors have done for them and their village and proudly carry their spirits and fiery will of the village. The villagers all burst into applause after hearing Sandame's words to them. Needless to say, the people took all that he said to heart, and flashed back. Sarutobi snapped out his thoughts when a knock came from the door. Yes? You can come in. The door opened, revealing a masked Anbu standing at the door. Sandame-sama, the Anbu spoke as he bowed in respects, the one whom you have sent for has arrived. Hisozen nodded his head to the Anbu, giving him permission to allow the visitor to enter his office. The visitor stepped into the office with the Anbu stepping out and leaving the office, giving privacy to both Sandame and his guests, who didn't have a happy facial expression. Sandame knew that this meeting wasn't going to be a smooth sailing one. Chapter 3: A Reluctant Return. Sandame and his guests looked at each other momentarily with no words being exchanged between them. After a brief moment of silence between the two of them, Sandame spoke. Senju Tsunade, it's been a long while. Yes, it has, Sarutobi-sensei, Tsunade replied to her former sensei. She was currently in her late 30s and was known by many as the Sucker, one of the legendary Sannin. Tsunade remarked, the Umbu you sent to find me told me that a terrible event happened in here a week ago. Judging from the damages and the looks on the people's faces, I'd say a lot more has happened than what the Umbu was willing to let on. Hiruzen. He also told me that there was another major issue at hand here that was a matter of the utmost importance that requires my presence before you. He wouldn't tell me what it was, saying that only you alone could tell me since it was highly confidential for only my ears to hear. Momentarily paused. In truth, I truly didn't want to return to this village again, although I reluctantly did so since you personally requested my audience. Hiruzen sighed. I understand that a great deal has happened in your life which caused you to grow bitter towards your home village, and I won't make any excuses about it. Before Tsunade said another word, her eyes caught sight of a baby's crib that was at the side of Hiruzen's office. Curiously, she went over to the crib and looked inside of it, seeing a week-old baby boy sleeping peacefully inside. Her mood started to lighten up upon seeing the child. Smiling at the newborn, she asked her former sensei, who's the cute blonde-haired infant? Certainly he can't be your grandchild, yes? You're right. He's not my grandchild, Hiruzen replied. His name is Naruto, and he's Yandame's son and heir. The Sannin's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing those words. Minato had a kid, Tsunade said in surprise and happily. Speaking of Minato, where is he and his wife Kushina? Is Yandame out on some diplomatic business trip in another village with you covering for him here? Especially after everything that's happened? And where's the boy's mother? Tsunade saw a certain look on Sarutobi's face, which was a bad omen. Tsunade, Hiruzen started, I humbly ask for you to adopt Minato's child. That was when she looked at her former sensei as if he lost his mind. You want me to do what? Tsunade shouted, causing Naruto to wake up and start crying. Hiruzen sighed again as he went over to Naruto, lifting him out of his crib and into his arms, eventually calming the child. Adopt Minato's son? Tsunade asked in disbelief. Have you lost your mind? Exactly where is Minato and his wife, Tsunade? Hiruzen replied, quickly cutting Tsunade off. Please calm yourself down, Tsunade. In a calmer tone he suggested, take a seat, Tsunade. There's something that I have to tell you. Sad to say you're not going to like what you're going to hear. Having no other option, Tsunade pulled up a seat and sat down as her former sensei advised. Hiruzen pulled his office seat over towards his former student and sat down on it with Naruto still cradled in his arms. Hiruzen began explaining, a week ago, the great monster known as Kyuubi no Yoko came and attacked the village. Days before the monster's attack, however, Minato received word from one of his top shinobi about Kyuubi's eventual arrival to Konoha. As you're well aware, Tsunade, Kyuubi's existence was no myth to Konohagakure even before its attack. The people knew what the monster was capable of doing after hearing many stories about the beast's power. Many, however, couldn't understand why Kyuubi was coming to attack Konoha, killing and destroying everything in its path as it made its way to our village. Minato worked night and day trying to find ways of stopping the creature, but had little success. It was a profound burden for him, and the fact that his wife was about to go into premature labor because of the heavy stress and frustration both of them were in wasn't helping. In truth, the villagers knew that Minato was married to a most skilled kunoichi who was pregnant with their child. What they don't know is that she went into labor prematurely because of the intense stress both her and her husband were in on the night of Kyuubi's attack. She was secretly rushed to a private medical tent during the attack where to gave birth to their son. Sadly though, because of his wife's severe emotional distress and weakened condition, Kushina died shortly after giving birth to Naruto, and the news of his wife's death devastated Minato. Tsunade was already feeling her tears building up in her eyes before they started falling free down her face. Sarutobi continued, and what severely added more pain to Minato was the ancient Kenjutsu Uji he finally found to seal away and imprison the Kyuubi no Yoko. The beast, however, was too powerful to be contained in any inorganic vessel or animal. This Kenjutsu Uji required a newborn human child whose umbilical cord was freshly cut, and there was no other child born that night except his own. In performing the Kenjutsu, the sealer would have to surrender his or her life for the Kenjutsu Uji to take its effects. Sadly, I could still remember the demolished look on Minato's face when he saw that his whole life's work and the family he so eagerly wanted to have with his wife and son were destroyed within such a short time and reduced to nothing. Even if there was another child born that night, Minato wouldn't have asked any parent to sacrifice their child or even a child born on that same night who became an orphan simultaneously after losing both his or her parents as a result of Kyuubi's attack into such a harsh burden, especially if he himself wasn't willing to do it with his own child. Therefore, he used and sacrificed his own newly born child and his own life for the ritual to seal away the Kyuubi. It was a tragic and cruel burden that broke Yandame's heart, knowing that he lost everything he held dear all in one night. For the preservation of Konohagakure and preventing Kyuubi from doing more destruction and slaughtering than what it already had done. Tsunade started sobbing as more tears came down her face. Hearing this story made her hate the position of Hokage all the more since she lost loved ones who were in some ways connected with the title of Hokage. Hiruzen himself couldn't help but let a few of his own tears fall from his face while retelling the horrific event in detail. He wiped away the tears that fell upon Naruto's face before he continued. Before Minato went to battle the Kyuubi, he asked for one private moment alone with Naruto. I respected his wish, although I stayed close enough to the tent to hear what Yendero was saying. While alone with his son in the tent, Minato allowed some of his tears he held back to fall freely while cradling Naruto in his arms, apologizing and telling Naruto that this wasn't what he wanted for him. I remember him telling that he wanted him to grow up in a village where he could have grown and matured into a great shinobi and inherit the village's will of fire with both himself and his mother, and be loved by everyone in the village not only as his honorable son but also as Namake's Naruto. But Yandane knew that wasn't to be because of the monster that attacked and ruined all of his dreams. Yandane knew that he had to do something since it was both his duty as the Hokage and as a father to protect Konohagakure, to make sure his son had a future in the village he loved so much. Namake's Naruto, my son, you'll be the hero who defeated Kyuubi no Yoko and saved Konohagakure no Sato, Minato whispered to Naruto before calling me back to explain what he wanted me to do. Yandere made it very clear that he didn't want the villagers to know of his son's existence, at least not yet. Originally, his intention was for Naruto to be regarded as the great hero who saved Konoha by sealing and imprisoning Kyuubi into him. The child's name was changed from Namake's Naruto to Uzumaki Naruto. He was giving his mother's maiden last name in order to protect his true identity and heritage. Although I wish there was another way to bring down Kyuubi, however, I knew that a severe price had to be paid to stop the creature. Naruto was to be made into a living sacrifice, with his father giving up his life in order to save Konoha and all who live here. Tsunade didn't want to hear the story any further. Her heart was breaking. It was too tragic and horrible to bear. Before she could interject and tell her former sensei to stop telling her the story, Hiruzen added, however, the situation had taken an unexpected twist after the Kenjutsu was performed. Tsunade's head shot up upon hearing what her former sensei said. He continued, a very strong chakra made its way towards Naruto and infused itself into the boy's belly. However, this chakra wasn't red as we had anticipated. Rather, it was blue. No one knows what happened to Kyuubi after the Kenjutsu was initiated, but one thing is certain: Yandane was sealed into Naruto. The Sanin's eyes widened in shock and absolute disbelief. She remained silent as her former sensei allowed her to process everything he told her up to now. Now. A moment later, Sandaime went on, no one else outside the village council besides you and a few ANBU who's been sworn to secrecy knows this. As far as the rest of the villagers know, Yandane, his wife and child are dead, along with many others who lost their lives during the attack. Tsunade was left speechless at everything she was hearing. It was so overwhelming both mentally and emotionally. She didn't know how much more she could handle, and she knew that Hiruzen wasn't finished. As a result of this unexpected turn of events, the council and I realize that the situation concerning Naruto has drastically changed. With the boy having Minato sealed into his being, there's no doubt that he'll undergo certain physical and psychological changes in his development and acquire all, if not most, of everything that made Yandame Hokage the man and shinobi he became known to be in Konoha and the rest of the shinobi world. You mean to say that Minato will take over his own son's body? Tsunade asked in disbelief. No, Hiruzen quickly replied reassuringly. Rather, Naruto will inherit and absorb his father's knowledge, wisdom, stamina, abilities and chakra in a gradual process as he grows up, basically becoming a born Hokage. The child will still be his own individual person, not Yandame incarnate. Because of this, Naruto is in more danger than before. It would have been hard enough should we have let everyone know that Minato had a surviving child, with countless people seeking to spoil, pamper or adopt the young boy for their own intentions and possibly to get a hold on Naruto's huge inheritance. It's worse now with Yandame sealed inside him, and if enemy villages and nations discover this secret, one of two worst-case scenarios could happen. 1. They could either attempt to murder the child, or 2, which is most likely, they'll try to kidnap the child and raise him to be part of their nation, thus corrupting the child and making him our enemy. Either scenarios would prove disastrous for Konoha and Naruto, and perhaps other villages and nations should they cross his path. Sandaime took a moment to look at Naruto, who was now fully awake and looking around the environment he wasn't so familiar with. Sighing, Sandaime continued, the truth is, I would have gladly took it upon myself to raise the child and guide his upbringing. However, my reinstatement as the Hokage heavily limits the amount of time I can spend with the boy, and I can't entrust him with just anyone in the village, not even with any of the clan leaders or village elders. And the last thing we need is Naruto turning out like Orochimaru. I don't want history to repeat itself with Naruto causing him to become something perhaps worse than Orochimaru himself. Tsunade remained silent. The memory and hurt of Orochimaru's betrayal was still fresh in her mind. Jiraiya isn't the raising little children type, and his role as the author of those books you hate so passionately wouldn't help in the child's development. For once I agree with you, Tsunade remarked, although you're being a bit hypocritical since you also read those books like some closet perverts I know." Annoyed by her comment, Sarutobi cleared his throat and continued on with a more serious demeanor. "The fact that I'm asking you to adopt and raise Yandame's son shows the amount of conviction and belief I have in your ability to raise, control, and balance the child since he's been infused with a powerful Hokage. But still, Naruto is an innocent child who's been forced to shoulder this heavy burden without his consent. He needs someone who can properly raise and ensure his tutelage, and show him motherly affections on top of that. I'm more than certain you can also teach him in the advanced arts of medical and healing jutsus." Tsunade heard a lot more than she was bargaining for. It was too overwhelming for her at the moment. Sandaime knew that she already went through a lot in Konoha, and the fact that she lost most those she loved dearly, among them being her grandfather and granduncle, the Shodame and Nidaime, her lover and her little brother, both of whom wanted to become Hokage, left her with bitterness about her home village. After learning what became of Yandaime and his family, and the village as a whole, it was too much. And now she's being asked by her former sensei to adopt and raise Yandaime Hokage's child as her own. "I need some time to think about this," Tsunade honestly admitted with a most calm demeanor with mixed emotions in her voice. Hiruzen didn't argue with her and replied understandably, "I understand, Tsunade. Take as much time as you need." Tsunade reached out to Sarutobi, signaling to him that she wanted to hold the child. Complying, he handed Naruto over to her. She cradled the fully awakened child in her arms, who seemed to be looking at her in wonder. He yawned and closed his eyes for a moment before looking at her again. "Only a week old and already you have to carry such heavy burden," Tsunade said softly to Naruto as a few tears slid down her face as he gurgled. Hiruzen smiled and watched the scene quietly. Mother and child, seeing his former pupil smiling brightly down at what he hopes will be her soon-to-be adopted son, made Hiruzen suddenly overcome with an overwhelming sense of hope for the future. It was odd how, even in the aftermath of the bleakest days, he had found such a glowing sight. He didn't know what the future had in store for these two, but he was grateful that Tsunade was at least willing to consider adopting the child. Chapter 4: Worst Case Scenario. Later that night, Tsunade was staying at a hotel for the night, at least one that wasn't demolished or damaged during Kyuubi's attack. She got little rest that night as she thought about everything that happened early that afternoon in Sandaime's office. She spent the rest of the day thinking about all that was explained to her in detail from her former sensei, and what he was asking of her. In truth, she felt she didn't owe the village any favors, especially after all that she suffered and been through in the village. However, Naruto was a whole other story. He was an innocent child who's been overwhelmingly burdened with so much at a most tender and fragile age. "He's only a week old," Tsunade thought to herself as she sat on her bed in her sleeping kimono. It was true that many other children of Konoha besides Naruto have been plagued with a great loss because of that bastard. However, Naruto was a very special case. In spite of what happened with all the other children who may have lost their parents, families and friends during the attack, they still had the opportunity to rebuild their lives from scratch and start life anew in the village with the help of their fellow villagers and Sandaime. Naruto, on the other hand, couldn't just go about like that, especially since he was infused with Yandaime Hokage. Two of her relatives were the first two Hokages who built Kanohigoku no Sato, and they died young. Her little brother and lover Dan both wanted to become Hokage because of their intense love for the village and strong desire to protect it, and they both died young before they could live out their desires. Now she's being asked to adopt and raise a newborn child only a week old who'll inevitably grow and mature into a strong Hokage at an unknown young age. That is if the child lives long enough for that to happen. "Life is so cruel to me with its ironies," she thought to herself as she meditated on Naruto's present situation while fiddling with the necklace around her neck, the one that once belonged to her grandfather, Senju Hashirama, Shodame Hokage. Naruto most likely wouldn't get to live a normal life as a result of the changes he'll undergo. On top of that, all of his father's enemies will now become his enemies, and his father has made a lot of enemies before and after becoming Yandaime Hokage. In some ways, the child was going to become the new Yandaime Hokage, she figured, and it was unknown how Naruto was going to turn out since he would develop his own personality that will undoubtedly be influenced with some of his father's characteristics. Naruto is an innocent child who's been forced to shoulder this heavy burden without his consent. He needs someone who can properly raise and ensure his tutelage, and show him motherly affections on top of that. Those were Hisuzan's exact words to her. Tsunade wondered if she was even fit for the role as a mother sickney. She never had children of her own. Sure, she helped out midwives and nursing mothers with their children in the hospitals and observed how they nurtured their babies. But actually playing the role of nurturing a baby is a whole different story, she acknowledged, and she never nurtured children before. After the death of her lover Dan, before they had the chance to marry, she lost most of her interests and desires to get married and have children. And now she's being asked by Hiruzen to adopt and raise a child who's inescapably going to develop into a new Yandame Hokage. Tsunade snapped out of her thoughts as she thought when she heard a knock come from the door. Turning to the door, she said, "Yes?" "Tsunade-sensei," replied a young feminine voice from the other side of the door. "May I come in?" Sighing, Tsunade answered, "You can come in, Shizen." The young 15-year-old girl entered her sensei's room. Shina's entered her sensei's room and went over to her. "Are you alright, Tsunade-sensei?" Shizen asked, unconcerned. Tsunade looked at the young girl and said, "I'm fine." "Why are you awake?" "I can ask the same of you," Shizen remarked. Tsunade said nothing as she looked away from the young girl. Seeing the expression on the older woman's face, Shizen asked, "Is there something on your mind?" "Beside what Sandian told me," Tsunade remarked. "Not much." "What did he tell you?" Shizen inquired. "Do you want to talk about it?" Tsunade turned to face the young teen girl. After what felt like an eternity, Tsunade spoke with a serious tone. "Before I tell you, you must swear to never repeat what I'm going to tell you to anyone outside this room." Shizen felt the firmness of her sensei's voice and realized that what was on her mind was no laughing matter, nor something to take lightly. Shizen answered sincerely, "I swear it. I give you my sincere word." After taking a breath, Tsunade began relating everything to Shizen in full detail about everything she was told from Hizuan. Shizen listened intently as her sensei told her the story uninterrupted. What the young girl heard shocked her to no end, and there was more Tsunade had to tell her. Shizen already had tears falling down her face with some sobbing upon hearing the harsh and tragic account about Yandame and his son Naruto. This heartbreaking revelation was beyond anything she was expecting to hear. Tsunade herself let a few tears fall down from her face before wiping them away. After Tsunade was done telling Shizen the full account regarding Yandame and Naruto, she gave the young teen girl some time to absorb everything she was told. A few moments later, Shizen regained her composure as she wiped away the tears from her face. She turned to her sensei and asked, "So no one knows what happened to Kyubi no Kitsune?" Tsunade shook her head. "Not that anyone is complaining. However, it does raise some concern, at least to the Hokage and myself." "But will you adopt baby Naruto?" "I have been thinking about that since I left the office," Tsunade admitted. "I haven't exactly decided on whether or not I should." "Why not?" Shizen asked. "It's not like you'll be handling him on your own. You'll have me here to help you take care of the child. Besides, I always wanted a baby brother. And who wouldn't want a little brother who's a Hokage?" Tsunade looked at her young apprentice with a blank expression. Upon realizing her words, Shizen immediately apologized. "Tsunade-sensei, I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings and reopen old wounds. I mean, what I meant to Sai's." "It's all right, Shirzuen," Tsunade assured, knowing fully well that the Shirzuen was referring to her late kid brother. "I know you weren't trying to offend me. You just got caught up in the moment, that's all. But still, adopting this particular child will be no walk in the park. Hell, adopting and raising any child is no walk in the park and will require a great deal of sacrifices to be made." Tsunade saw the irony with the word sacrifice, especially since Naruto was originally made into a living sacrifice to protect all of the future generations of Konoha and everyone else, Shizen. However, Tsunade continued, "Naruto is not just any child who can be adopted and raised by just anyone. I'm amazed that Sarutobi-sensei went so far as to send one of his Anbu to find me in order to ask me to raise the child as my own son. Sighed, I'm not even sure if I'm even mother material." "Don't say such things, Tsunade-sensei," Shirzuen retorted with conviction. "Sure. You're not perfect and have some bad habits, but hey, no one's perfect, and we all have our share of problems. But I've been with you long enough to know that you'd make a terrific mother to that child, and so does Sandaime-sama. After all, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to find you if he thought you were inadequate or unfit to raise Naruto, or any other child for that matter. The Hokage chose you, Tsunade-sensei, out of all people, shinobi, clan leaders and village elders to raise this child who possesses untold potentials. Of course, he could have chosen any other mother in the village to adopt Naruto. However, he saw something very special in you, Tsunade-sensei, that you might have not seen in yourself to move him to believe so strongly that you were fit to become Naruto's new mother. I strongly believe that you'd make a terrific mother to any child, blood-related or not. And I know your little brother and Uncle Dan would have felt the same way about you. Tsunade stood there in awe at Shizen. Her heartfelt words were filled with wisdom beyond her age. It amazed the older woman that her young apprentice could make her see and acknowledge something like this. Thank you, Shizuin, Tsunade said appreciatively as she wiped away the new tears that fell from her eyes before smiling. I really needed to hear that, and those words coming from you really mean a lot to me. Shizen smiled, knowing that she managed to heal and restore her sensei's self-confidence. Unknown to the two women was that there was someone listening to the entire conversation from behind the door. The revelation about baby Naruto possessing Yandaime Hokage inside him and eventually acquiring Yandaime's attributes greatly intrigued the interloper. The possibilities with this new Yandaime Hokage are truly unique, the interloper thought before exiting quietly before being detected. Hours later that night, elsewhere, at an undisclosed location, Naruto was sleeping peacefully in a room guarded outside with Toei and Bu. No one without authorization from the Hokage himself was allowed into the room. 15 minutes later, the ANBU saw Sandaime making his way towards them. Sandaime-sama, the ANBU said as the two of them bowed in respects to the elderly Hokage, who nodded and greeted them. Is everything all right here? Inquired Sandaime. The first ANBU answered, Uzumaki Naruto is resting quietly, sir. No troubles have arisen, Sandaime-sama. That's good to hear, Sandaime replied. I would like to check up on the child now. The ANBU nodded and stepped to the side as Sandaime entered the room before closing the door behind him. Sandaime afterwards quietly walked over to Naruto's crib and looked down at the young boy before forming a sinister smile on his face. A while later, the two ANBU waited outside the room for Sandaime to exit. As they waited, a voice from behind them asked, Is everything all right here? The two ANBU turned speedily in surprise to see Sandaime approaching them with two other ANBU following him to relieve their fellow ANBU from their watch. As Sandaime-sama, the second ANBU exclaimed in confusion, Didn't you just enter inside the room a while ago? In seconds Sarutobi registered what just happened as his eyes widened in horror and shock. What? Sandaime exclaimed before running to the door, finding it locked. Shit, Sandaime cursed before breaking the door down, storming into the room with the four ANBU following. They came to see an empty crib and an opened window. Whoever came into the room had posed as him using a Henji no Jutsu, and kidnapped Naruto. But the question was who and how did he or she find out about Naruto? This was exactly the situation that Sandaime feared would occur, and to his horror it didn't take long for this secret to somehow get out. Turning to the four ANBU, Sandaime ordered with full authority, Lock the village down and station as many jounins and chunins at all exit ports to the village as you can. Gather all of the ANBU, and explain to them that Naruto has been kidnapped. Search the village. Search everywhere. I want Naruto found and the kidnapper brought in alive for questioning. We need to find out if he or she is working alone or with an accomplice. HAI, the four ANBU complied, disappearing in a puff of smoke. Turning to the empty crib, Sandaime thought, This is exactly what I feared, enemy forces coming against us during our weakest and most vulnerable moments right after a most catastrophic event, Yandaime, for your son's sake and the sake of the entire village. I hope Naruto will be found and brought back safely and fast. Meanwhile, Tsunade was finding it hard to sleep with all the commotion going on outside. She put the pillow over her head to try to drown out the noise, but it was to no avail. Frustrated, she got up and walked over to her bedroom door and opened it. Upon stepping out, though, she stepped on something with her barefoot-looking door. She saw something that wasn't in the apartment before, which didn't belong to either her or Shizen. It was a note paper that had names of clans and organizations written down on it. Someone was here, Tsunade realized. A moment later, Shizen ran into the apartment and went over to her sensei. "Tsunade-sensei," Shizen called out. Turning to the young girl, Tsunade asked, "What is it?" "All of the exit ports have been sealed off," Shizen explained. "The village is under complete lockdown by order of the Hokage. From what I've heard, there's been a kidnapping of some sort." It hit Tsunade like a ton of rocks as she looked at the notepaper in her hands. Clenching the paper tightly until it was crumbled in her fist angrily, Tsunade said, "Wait here." Not waiting for a reply, Tsunade stormed out of the apartment. "Tsunade-sensei," Shizen cried out, but her cries fell on deaf ears as Tsunade speedily ran out to pursue and apprehend the kidnapper. She didn't care about the fact that she was barefooted and still in her sleeping kimono. All that mattered to her was getting to and rescuing Naruto in time. From breaking an entry into her private lodging to kidnapping the newborn that was meant for her to adopt, for what it's worth, the culprit behind these crimes have just incurred her wrath. Chapter 5: A Maternal Shinobi. That night, the ANBU were dispatched to rescue and bring back Naruto by whatever means necessary. The villagers had no idea what was going on as the ANBU made thorough all-out searches of everyone's homes, restaurants, shops, clubs, taverns, wherever they could think of. Among the ANBU on the search was a teenager named Hatake Kakashi, who lost his sensei and master Yandame Hokage a week ago to Kyubi no Yoko. He was still affected by the event and loss of his master, although he tried not to show it. Kakashi already knew who Naruto truly was and why he was kidnapped. He wasted no time or energy in searching for the son of his master, determined to locate and return Naruto and protect him. Kakashi, with all of the ANBU, had to take an oath of secrecy not to reveal Naruto's true identity and heritage to anyone under severe penalty from the Hokage himself. The Jounin and Chunin in the meantime were under direct orders of the Hokage that no one was allowed in nor out of Konoha until the search was over. It was no secret to anyone that something very big had happened, seeing that Sandaime Hokage ordered a massive lockdown and search of this magnitude. If anything, it was the last thing they needed, especially since Kyubi's attack was merely a week ago, and practically no one healed from it. Meanwhile, a very beautiful woman with brown eyes, long blonde hair and a most slender and nicely built figure and large breasts was running and leaping from roof to roof at top speed like a true athletic shinobi. Although it already dawned on her that she was barefooted and only in her sleeping kimono, which was flying with the wind and movements of her body, however, right now that was of little importance to her. All that mattered to her was getting to Naruto and fast. After seeing the names written down on that sheet of paper she found in her hotel apartment, to say that the kidnapper was up to no good was understatement. Taking a break on top one of the buildings to catch her breath momentarily, Tsunade scanned the area to see if there was anything that seemed out of place. So far, all she saw were the ANBU making searches of every building they were going into and the Jounin and Chunin remaining at their posts. The search for Naruto had gone for almost an hour, and the kidnapper was still at large. She decided to head to where Naruto was last seen elsewhere. A few of the other ANBU were searching around the room Naruto was in earlier to see if the culprit left any clues behind that might provide a lead as to where he may have ran off to after kidnapping Naruto. Tsunade jumped down from one of the roofs of the building and gracefully landed down on the surface, running over to the small house that once housed Naruto. Stealthily she searched around the outside section of the small house, searching for anything she could find that would serve as a lead from her. So far she found nothing, which served to frustrate her. She knew that the kidnapper couldn't have gotten too far with all the ANBU in pursuit of him in an all-out manhunt. Harriers soon picked up on a conversation between two ANBU. They were conversing with each other on how the kidnapper used the Henge no Jutsu to deceive their two ANBU comrades into thinking he or she was Sandian. That was when it dawned on her that the kidnapper wouldn't have so foolishly attempt to make an all-out escape from the village so quickly with every ANBU after him or her. Most likely, he or she was hiding somewhere in the village. Leaving the scene, Tsunade went to search for anything that seemed out of place in the village. The ANBU were still searching everywhere, with no success. It's been 3 hours and no one has seen either the criminal or the child anywhere. The Jounins reported that no one at the stations attempted to leave or enter the village. Sandaime was growing frustrated as he was angry, but managed to maintain a calm demeanor. Tsunade decided to redo her search all over as she ran and leaped from roof to roof. As she was on the move, her eyes fell on a particular young ANBU whose name was Kakashi. She recalled whose student Kakashi was and his status among the ANBU. She was about to take off when something caught her attention. Some of the other ANBU approached him asking why he strayed from where he was assigned to search. He made a quick excuse before taking off to perform his job as the other ANBU went on their way. Tsunade decided to secretly follow Kakashi and see where he was going. As she continued following after Kakashi, she noticed how he was heading in the wrong direction, completely off course from where they said what was supposed to go. Something unprofessional of an ANBU who was supposed to know the routes of Konoha inside and out. Something was up, she realized as she continued secretly following after him. She soon noticed that he went into a small hut of some sort for a few moments, and came out with what looked like a backpack filled with additional searching gear. Kakashi then took off towards the main exit port where he met up with two jounin stationed at the port. Acknowledging his higher rank and explanation for him to begin his search on the outer skirts of the village, the two jounins stepped aside as Kakashi hurried out from the exit port. Tsunade saw this and gave way to chase speedily before the jounins noticed her presence and departure. A while later, the same two ANBU went to regroup with four other ANBU when they ran into a most familiar ANBU who was heading towards them with Sandaime. Kakashi, as the first ANBU, what are you doing here? Didn't we just meet up with you a while ago? What do you mean? Kakashi asked. I was with Sandaime-sama for the last hour. That was when it dawned on Kakashi, Sandaime, and the other ANBU. Which direction did you see the other me ran to? Kakashi asked as he, Sandaime, and the other ANBU gave way to chase after the phony. It was clear that this kidnapper was a clever and elusive deceiver, whoever he or she was. Meanwhile, Kakashi was running through the forest with the backpack leaping from tree to tree at top speed. Tsunade was in hot pursuit of Kakashi but kept a safe distance until she knew where he was going. As of now, they were a good distance from the village, and Tsunade didn't like where this was going. Soon she saw him touch down into clear open field, but she kept herself hidden in the trees as she looked on. After making sure he was in the clear, Kakashi placed the backpack down on the grass and dispelled the henge that was around him. Kai, he said as the henge collapsed, revealing his true appearance. The man was geared in a standard Konoha jounin uniform. He had brown hair and a Konoha forehead protector that had a slash across it. Clearly the shinobi is a missing nin of Konoha, Tsunade realized. This helps to explain how he was able to deceive and elude the ANBU, jounin, and chunin. He might even be a former ANBU himself. Tsunade soon saw that the henge on the backpack also dispelled, revealing none other than baby Naruto sleeping in a carrying baby basket with two straps to place over your shoulders. The missing nin looked over at Naruto and said, Yondaime Hokage reduced to an inescapable captivity inside your own child. A fitting undoing for the likes of you. I'm sure I can get a hefty price from any village or clan who'd love to buy your child. That's not going to happen, declared a feminine voice. Realizing he wasn't alone, the missing nin looked around and shouted, Who's there? Show yourself. As if on cue, Tsunade leaped from the tree she was on and landed down on the ground facing her enemy. Her beauty and current appearance, however, was anything but what the kidnapper was expecting. Seeing that she was barefooted and barely had anything on besides her sleeping kimono, and what little fabric was underneath it with the wind blowing the kimono, the missing nin fought hard to maintain his composure and not suffer from a massive nosebleed. Upon seeing her face, the kidnapper recognized who the blonde beauty was. Senju Tsunade, he said, one of the legendary Sanins. Didn't expect to find you out here on this night barely dressed. I didn't know you were that type of kunoichi. Shut up, Tsunade retorted angrily. You're the one who broke into my hotel room. I did, he admitted. Tell me though, how did you know I broke into your apartment? You left traces of your intrusion, she replied, showing him a crumbled piece of paper, a list of clans, villages, and organizations. The missing nin cursed under his breath and answered, Originally, after I found out about you returning to Konoha, I was going to attack and kidnap you while you slept, and sell your body to the highest bidder. However, after overhearing the conversation between you and that little girl concerning Yondaime and his son, I saw that kidnapping and selling the child instead would bring me more money than any Sanin's body could. Bastard, Tsunade retorted as she got in her fighting stance, you will not leave this land with the child. Oh, replied the missing Nin, and you intend to stop me, I presume. All right then, I'll take you out and sell both you and the child. Performing some hand seals, the missing Nin said, Karen no D'Souza no Jutsu. Tsunade at that moment felt as though something was torn out of her, as she fell to the ground on her knees and left hand while holding on to her chest with her right hand. She was breathing hard and felt unexplainably weak throughout her body. What did you do to me? Tsunade growled as she forced herself up with the remaining strength she had left. Smiling sinisterly, the missing Nin relied, I took away your super strength. I'd be a fool to think I could directly engage you in combat, and think I would come out as the victor while you're in your prime. All I had to do was spike your tea earlier with an elixir of my own creation and wait for the elixir to saturate into your body. It also neutralizes your chakra, preventing you from performing ninjutsu and genjutsu. Like I said earlier, my original intentions was to attack and kidnap you while you slept after I activated the poison. Damn you, Tsunade cursed, no matter. I'll protect Naruto. You want to get this fight started or should I go first? The missing Nin smirked at her, pulled out, and placed on a claw gauntlet with long razor-sharp steel blades over his right hand. The missing Nin stated, since you insist on fighting. The missing Nin charged at Tsunade, thrusting his right hand at her. Tsunade dodged the attack swiftly as he continued slashing at her. After a couple of minutes, Tsunade soon took the initiative and went after him. Before the icing Nin took to flight, Tsunade struck him, sending him pummeling across the ground. He ain't so tough, Tsunade thought confidently. The missing Nin got up off the ground and looked over at his opponent, seeing that she was in a ready-to-fight stance with her fists out ready to pummel him all over. Charging forward, the missing Nin yelled and rushed over to Tsunade, who was awaiting his arrival. Upon arriving, Tsunade jumped to the air and flipped behind the criminal shinobi. The missing Nin turned in time to see Tsunade punch him square in the face, knocking him down and away from her again. Did you really thought you had a chance against a Sannin like me? The missing Nin gave a sinister laugh as he stood back up again and said, well, if you want the answer that badly, I'm afraid that your only way to get it is to try to beat it out of me, if you can have it your way. The Tsunade charged at missing Nin as he stood there waiting for her. Tsunade geared her fist out to strike the kidnapper. The missing Nin, however, stepped to the side as Tsunade's fist missed its target. The criminal shinobi jumped to the side as Tsunade turned to face him. She was clearly able to feel her remaining strength leaving her body as a result of the elixir absorbed into her body. Still, she had to fight on, not for her sake, but for Naruto's. Resorting to taijutsu, Tsunade charged at the missing Nin, ready to throw her hurricane of punches and kicks. The missing Nin, however, dodged and evaded every last one of her attacks as she just kept coming. The female Sannin pressed on as she tried to land a blow on him, but he just was too fast for her, a result of the poison and jutsu he used on her. The kidnapper leaped from her, then dashed speedily past her before her eyes could catch sight of him. What the? Here I am, shouted the missing Nin. Charging like an uncontrollable bull, the missing Nin rushed at Tsunade and rammed right into her, thrusting her off the ground and flying some distance away till she collided straight into a tree, hard, with a solid thud. Tsunade struggled to get back up after feeling the brute impact from the last attack. Her body was in pain all over. Tsunade said weakly, what the hell was that? It felt like I was punched by a summoning beast. The missing Nin was standing where he was, looking at the female shinobi struggling to regain some of her strength. What's the matter? He taunted. Did I slap you that badly? Tsunade hissed at him. But who, you still have some fight left in you. I'll remedy that. Tsunade charged up to him again. Punch after punch, kick after kick, Tsunade kept trying to land a blow on him, but she was unsuccessful as the jutsu as still depleting her stamina. Missing Nin blocked and evaded all her attacks. Pulling away, Tsunade took a moment to catch her breath as the missing Nin stood where he was, looking at her with a mocking expression. Is that all you got? He sneered. If you're through catching your breath, I think it's now my turn to come for you. The missing Nin rushed at Tsunade and started his assault on her. Tsunade did all she could to block and evade as many of his attacks as she could. However, It was hard for her to keep up as a number of his punches and kicks found their way to strike her. Tsunade was now on the receiving end of all his swift and highly fast punches and slashes with his claw gauntlet, as he just kept coming. She screamed every time from the tremendous pain and damages the steel claws inflicted on her. The missing Nin then delivered a round kick at her, sending her off the ground away from him. Tsunade stumbled and rolled on the ground, still she eventually stopped. She was now in more pain than she was earlier. Her slender and silky body was covered in dirt and dry mud, and she had multiple bruises and slashes around her face and body. She was bleeding all over, and her sleeping kimono was torn all over and stained in her blood. "It's a pity that I had to tear apart and desecrate such beauty," the missing Nin remarked. Tsunade, although in a great deal of pain, struggled to get back up to face her enemy. It was a while, but she managed to stand back up again. "Ready for more?" the missing Nin mocked. "You're dead," Tsunade snarled. "You first." With the remaining strength she had left, Tsunade ran to the missing Nin and started fighting with him again, trying to throw as many punches at him as she could. But to no avail, she was unable to hit him once, as he kept dodging all her punches. The missing Nin then punched her away as she fell to the ground. He then yelled and dashed toward her with intent on hurting her more. Tsunade saw him leap and flip to the air before suddenly he cast his feet down in a landing position to land on top of her feet first. Seeing this, Tsunade quickly rolled away as he landed down on the ground, only to see him jump back up again and land on one of the tree branches. Finding where he was, Tsunade ran to one of the tree and ran up it to reach the same height as him. Afterwards, she pushed herself off the tree and threw herself towards him on the tree he was standing on with her fist out. The missing Nin was knocked off the tree and was sent falling straight down to the ground on his back as Tsunade landed where he was previously standing. Seeing where he was lying, Tsunade jumped off the branch with her feet in a land position to land on his chest. Missing Nin, however, saw this, and curved his legs back and placed his feet up. Tsunade gasped when she saw this, but was unable to get away as she landed down on his feet. After making contact, the missing Nin thrust her away back high into the air. Tsunade flipped in the air as she now started to descend down from the air. The missing Nin flipped back up and saw Tsunade making her way toward him. Before she could land, he rushed and speedily jumped toward her and delivered a solid kick to her chest, sending her flying straight into a nearby tree that she crashed into before hitting the ground and lying there motionlessly. Seeing that she wasn't getting back up, the missing Nin took it that he came out the victor and said, "I must say, Tsunade, taking you down even when you're weakened was no easy feat. No bitch like yourself has ever caused me so much trouble." Upon hearing that, Tsunade tapped into a newfound strength. If there was one thing Tsunade never took kindly to, it was being called a bitch. The missing Nin turned and started off towards Naruto, failing to take notice of what was happening behind him. With a newfound strength, she stood back up, no longer feeling any pain through her already battered and cut-up body. The missing Nin felt a very strong killer intent from behind him. He turned around and saw Tsunade standing there with a facial expression that sent a cold chill down his back. With eye-popping speed, Tsunade dashed to the missing Nin and delivered a rock-hard punch to his face, sending him flying off the ground before beating on him with excessive brutality and speed. The missing Nin had neither the time, strength, speed nor ability to evade this new and brutal attack as he was being clobbered, punched, and kicked all over from head to toe at pure speed with devastating efficiency. Tsunade then jumped and thrust both of her feet straight into his chest, sending him flying fast off the ground into the air before crashing hard into a tree, forming a body-shaped dent into the tree. His body was heavily battered and he also had a blood coming down his mouth. The missing Nin had no strength left in him to move or fight anymore. During the assault, Tsunade, being an expert in human anatomy, inflicted severe damages to certain parts of his body, organs and nervous system, making him completely vulnerable and defenseless to any attack. Tsunade slowly walked over to the battered kidnapper as he looked at her coming towards him. Reaching him, she looked down at him with a cold, unsympathetic expression on her face. Tsunade was able to see the expression of anger on his face, but she was able to see that his eyes revealed the actual truth to her. She saw the fear radiating through his eyes. He was very afraid. Even though he was trying not to show it. He wanted to move and fight, but found himself incapable of doing anything. Tsunade soon heard Naruto wake up and begin crying for attention. Seeing that the kidnapper was no longer a threat, Tsunade went over to tend to Naruto's needs. Reaching the baby, Tsunade knelt down and picked up Naruto from the carrying backpack while keeping him wrapped in his blanket. Sitting down on the grass while leaning up against a tree nearby, Tsunade cradled and rocked Naruto in her arms, calming him down. Despite the fact that her body was going numb, she smiled brightly at Naruto as he gurgled. She moved closer to him and planted a soft kiss on his forehead. "My little Naruto-chan," Tsunade said affectionately, "I risked my life to save and protect you. And I'll happily do it again for you, my little Naruto-chan." Moments later, Sarutobi, Kakashi and the ANBU arrived on the scene and saw a heavily battered and weakened Tsunade singing and cradling the now sleeping Naruto in her arms affectionately in spite of her horrid condition. Not too far away was the culprit lying motionless on the ground and in a great deal of pain. "Tsunade," Sandaime called out worriedly as he and the others ran over to her. She smiled brightly as her eyes grew heavier and heavier before being sent into a world of total darkness. Tsunade's eyes opened up to a new environment as bright lights hit her eyes. She strained a little before her eyes readjusted themselves to the environment. She found herself in patient's clothes and lying on a medical bed with bandages around some parts of her body and face, but the pain she had before was gone. There was an 4 needle inserted into her right arm and a few wire attached to her upper chest area where her heart and lungs were monitoring her vitals. She realized that she was at Konoha Hospital. Looking around her room, she saw that it was nicely decorated and had bouquets of various flowers with Yamanaka florist shop's compliments. There were wrapped gifts, baby accessories, congratulation and get well cards seated on 2 tables. Sitting up, she then turned and found Naruto resting peacefully in a medical baby crib station next to her bed. She smiled bright upon seeing that Naruto was safe and without so much of a scratch on him. Several minutes later, the door opened revealing Shizune, Kakashi, in his ANBU gear and dog mask, and Sandaime entering the room before closing the door behind them. "Tsunade-sensei," Shizune said happily, "you're finally awake. I was so worried." "How long was I out?" Tsunade inquired. "Nearly 4 days," Sandaime answered. "That missing nin contaminated you with a massive overdose of chakra poisoning. If you were an ordinary woman, you'd have certainly died within mere minutes. But because you're one of the Sannin, the poison didn't kill you, rather it served to severely weaken and eventually paralyze you. You fell into a coma after the poison took full effects on you. Needless to say, I'm happy we found you when we did after your battle. The crippled and disabled missing nin has been handed over to Ibiki for interrogations after we found that note paper of his. Aside that, the doctors were able to fully heal you and completely remove the poison from out your body. Since then you've made a full recovery and will be able to leave this hospital very soon." "How did you explain the whole village lockdown and search incident?" Tsunade asked. Smiling, Sandaime explained, "I explained to everyone that your newborn son was kidnapped by a traitorous shinobi who was intending on selling away your child to one of our enemy villages and that you went after the kidnapper yourself in spite the fact that the ANBU was on the job. If anything, kidnapping the son of one of the loyal legendary Sannin is an S-class crime. That explains all of the gifts and other valuables found here in my room," Tsunade acknowledged. "Everyone believes Naruto to be my son." Officially, Sandaime interjected and smiled, "He is your son. Senju Uzumaki Naruto is now his new official name. I already took care of all of the documentations and paperwork. You're officially his new mother." Tsunade smiled brightly on hearing that. Looking over at the still sleeping Naruto, she lifted him off his bed and cradled him in her arms affectionately. Looking at her, Sandaime said, "You doubted whether you'd make a good mother to the child, Tsunade. But after what Shizune explained to me and what I saw for myself after your battle with the kidnapper, I knew I made the best choice." Sighed, "It grieves me though to think that all this time I was so worried about enemies from the outside kidnapping Naruto when also I should have been worried about potential traitors from inside these village walls. And it nearly cost us greatly." "We live and learn, Sarutobi-sensei," Tsunade remarked. "We can't always predict what'll happen next." Kakashi removed his ANBU dog mask and went over to the Naruto who was still resting in Tsunade's arms. He looked at the child with interest and said, "I'm still trying to accept the fact that my master is trapped inside his own child. The irony of the situation is rather unique. It's a shame I won't be able to take care of the born Hokage child myself. After all, Naruto is the son of my master, and as his father's former student." Kakashi, Sandaime interjected, causing the ANBU to turn to him and stand at attention. "We already discussed that you'll be too busy as an ANBU to raise and look after Naruto, and I made it very clear that the boy will need balance in his life." Kakashi, however, Sandaime continued, "After what happened a few days ago, it's clear that the boy will be facing dangerous enemies from both in and outside these village walls, especially since that notepaper we found had names of a few of Yandaime's enemies. Personally, I'd hate to imagine what would happen if Yandaime's enemies were to get a hold of Naruto. Therefore, I would like for you to keep an eye on Naruto from time to time." Kakashi nodded worthlessly, willing to accept the task if that much. Sandaime returned his gaze back at Tsunade and said, "Tsunade, since you'll be raising Naruto, I took care of the matter of where you, Shizen, and Naruto will be residing at. You three will be living in a nice-sized 2-story house not too far from the Hokage Tower. The Genins have already moved all of both ya and Shizen's things there." "How much is it going to cost me?" Tsunade joked. Although she was truly in debt to some people whom she owes money to, some of debts resulted from her gambling habits. "It won't cost you a thing," Sandaime assured. "I bought the house and it's fully paid for. Everything else though will be on you, except the gifts of course." Tsunade smiled and nodded wordlessly. "Now with that taken care of, I'll be returning back to the Hokage Tower," Sandaime said. "I'll assign some genins here to take all of the gifts and accessories here and bring them over to your new house, Tsunade. Kakashi, stand guard outside the room until the genins arrive here. Tsunade will be leaving for her new home this afternoon." Kakashi nodded before putting his mask back on as both he and Sandaime exited the room, leaving both Shizen and Tsunade alone in the room with Naruto. The two women looked at the child who was now fully awake in Tsunade's arms. Life was going to be pretty interesting for Tsunade, Shizen, and Naruto. A month later, reconstruction of Konohagakure no Sato was currently underway. Everyone was working together to rebuild the village and help whomever were in need of relief and comfort because of Kyuubi's attack. Tsunade and Shizen were living in their new 2-story house with Sandaime's compliments. They couldn't live in the Namikaze manor for obvious reasons since Naruto wasn't of age to claim his inheritance. However, they were satisfied with what Sandaime gave to them. It was a nicely sized house, comfortable enough for the three of them since they were going to be the only ones living there. Tsunade was provided with gifts and accessories any new mother would need in caring for a newborn, from diapers, water and milk bottles, a stroller, baby clothes, the works. She took it that this treatment was given to her because she was the legendary slug Sannin, but she sure as hell wasn't complaining, especially since she didn't have to pay it back, much to her delight, since she was already in a high debt rate. Over the month, both Tsunade and Shirzuen looked up various books on child psychology and parenting and applied whatever helpful advice they found. As challenging as being a mother was, Tsunade was growing fonder of the role than she ever expected, and Shizen could testify to that. A week later, that afternoon at the Senju residence, Shizen was walking towards Tsunade's bedroom with a bowl of warm water and a wash rag. Tsunade had intended on cleaning Naruto after he woke up from his nap. Reaching the door, she knocked on it and waited for a reply. "Yes," Tsunade asked from inside her room. "May I come in?" Shizen asked. "Need you ask?" Tsunade sighed. "Just come in. The door isn't locked." Complying, Shizen opened the door and proceeded into the room. "Tsunade-sensei, I got the bowl of warm water you ask?" Shizen wasn't able to continue her statement when her eyes came upon a shocking sight. In front of her was Tsunade sitting on her futon Indian style with her sleeping kimono fully opened and hanging around her back and arms, exposing most of her slender body in white panties, leaving little to the imagination. Her long blonde hair was flowing freely down her bare back and shoulders. As for her injuries she had after her battle with the kidnapper, Tsunade's full recovery revealed not a single scar or blemish, much to her delight. Being cradled in her arms was Naruto, who to Shizen's surprise was sucking on Tsunade's left breast while her bra was resting at the side on her futon. Shizen almost dropped the bowl of water had she not regained her composure from the shock. Tsunade-sensei, Shizen exclaimed. When did you started breastfeeding? I started 8 days ago. Tsunade smiled as she looked down to see Naruto continuing to draw milk from her breast. 8 days ago, Shizen repeated in surprise and shock that she wasn't aware of this. That's right, Tsunade confirmed. I used a new highly advanced chakra-induced medical jutsu I created. It took me over 3 months to create and perfect it. I call it Widatoji no Jutsu. It's a new medical jutsu for women who wish to be infant nursing women or wet nurses, so to speak. I'm the first to use this prototype medical jutsu of my own creation, and as you can see, it turned out to be a real success. Maybe I'll teach this jutsu to you someday. Shizen blushed heavily upon hearing that as she watched the scene in amazement, as she noticed that Tsunade had a new glow to her, one she has never seen since Nawaki and Dan's deaths. Over the past couple of weeks, she noticed the gradual changes Tsunade's behavior was undergoing as she started being more attached to Naruto. Needless to say, the young girl was happy to see Tsunade breaking out of her hard and cold shell that would have completely overtook her had it not been for Sandame's sincere supplication to her to adopt Naruto. Basically, adopting Naruto was Tsunade's remedy for her cold demeanor and cooling down her lust for gambling, since she had to focus her time, strength and money taking care of a child now. The two females were so engrossed with their circumstances that they failed to realize that someone had entered into their house uninvited. Upon walking in on them from outside the room, though, cried the intruder, who was sent flying and crashing into the wall as a result of a massive nosebleed after seeing Tsunade's current manifestation and what she was doing. What the hell? Tsunade shouted after hearing the thud. The sound of the crash snapped both Tsunade and Shizen back to reality as they looked to see who their intruder was. Tsunade growled under her breath angrily upon seeing whom their guest was, who was twitching a little with blood coming from his nose and a very perverted smile on his face with drool coming from his mouth. All of people, Tsunade said sourly as her right eye twitched several times. He had to show up unannounced. Jiraiya-sama, Shirzuen said a bit worriedly as she went over to the now unconscious hermit, who was also in his late 30s. 15 minutes later, Jiraiya had regained consciousness and his composure long after Tsunade dressed herself in her regular clothes. She would have forced him to clean up the mess he made had Shizen not volunteered to do herself, saying that she didn't want to risk Naruto catching anything from Jiraiya. Tsunade was sitting at a table with Naruto fully awake and being cradled in her arms. Jiraiya was still across them with a most intrigued expression on his face. So it's all true, Jiraiya said as he looked at his former teammate and the child she was mothering. Sandame-sama told me everything that has happened in regards to Kyuubi's attack after I came by earlier today. I had to see it for myself, and what I saw just moments ago went far beyond what my expectations were. The boy's living a genuine privilege not given to just anyone, and he's not even related to you. Tsunade frowned and snarled at Jiraiya, not missing the perverted meaning behind his statement, while Shizen looked at the older man in disgust. Why are you here anyway? Tsunade inquired. And how did you manage to get inside my house when the door was locked? As a legendary shinobi, I can pick locks, Jiraiya replied. Also, I received word that Konoha was attacked by the great nine-tailed fox demon and that my best and prized student lost his life stopping the monster, Jiraiya went on. I hurried as fast as I could after hearing this, and went straight to Sandame, who told me everything. I'm surprised he didn't request me to take Naruto under my wing, seeing that I taught and trained the boy's father. Although you did, however, Tsunade retorted, you're not father material nor a good influence. What? Jiraiya shot back. That's a load bullshit. Jiraiya cut himself short upon seeing what he was about to say. Shirzuen saw the look her sensei's face as she eyed Jiraiya with a look that said watch your mouth or die. With a calm demeanor, Tsunade said, I'm sure Sandame-sama informed you of the balance Naruto needs in his life. Since Yandame-sama was your best student, all of what you taught him will be gradually absorbed into Naruto. But until that time, he'll need to be protected. That goes without say, Jiraiya agreed. I'm aware of what happened between you and that missing Nin. I'll keep in mind not to come between a mother and her child. Tsunade smirked. Jiraiya at that point got serious. Though the boy will gradually absorb Yandame's knowledge and his other attributes, however, he'll need someone to help him understand how to use and control it. Something like what Naruto will experience as he grows up could more than likely overwhelm and possibly drive him insane, which would be catastrophic for both himself and everyone else, and he'll need us to help him through it. An insane Yandane would plunge Konoha into the ground. Since I taught the boy's father, it's only appropriate that I do likewise with his son and help where I can. Tsunade thought about what Jiraiya was telling her, and she found a measure of truth in his words. After contemplating on it, she replied, I see where you're getting at. Something like what you say could happen if not prevent, and it could spell disaster. Nevertheless, I won't let that happen. I'll do whatever I must to protect my son, no matter the cost. Jiraiya was seeing how attached Tsunade was becoming to Naruto, especially after hearing the special emphasis she placed on the word my. It wasn't too surprising seeing how attached she was to her kid brother Nawaki and lover Dan before they were killed. If anything, Jiraiya acknowledged, Tsunade was not about to lose Naruto for whatever reason. Ironies can be so cruel sometimes, Tsunade, Jiraiya thought. Just then, Tsunade smelled an unwelcoming odor coming from the bundle she was cradling. Sighing, she got up and prepared to change Naruto. Shirzan got the sterilizing wipers and cleaned diapers, handing them over to Tsunade as she changed and cleaned Naruto. All the ninjutsu, genjutsu, kinjutsu, and medic jutsu in the world, Tsunade complained, and not one diaper change no jutsu. Shizen and Jiraiya stifled on a laugh that partly leaked from their mouths upon hearing that. Tsunade finally finished change and cleaned her son. All done, Tsunade said happily before telling Shizen to get Naruto's food to her. Complying, Shizen went and prepared Naruto food before returning. Looking over at Tsunade, Jiraiya asked, You wouldn't mind if I hold little Naruto, would you? Tsunade thought about it, and after a few seconds she decided to grant her former teammate's request. Taking Naruto into his arms, Jiraiya held and looked at the young boy. Who'd have thought that my best prodigy would have ended up in this circumstance? Jiraiya thought. If the Akatsuki were to actually get a hold of Naruto, I can only imagine what horrors would become a reality if they were to mold him in their cruel likeness. Moments later, Shizen came back Naruto's food and set it down on the table. Tsunade took Naruto back from Jiraiya and began feeding Naruto herself. Jiraiya watched quietly as Tsunade tended to Naruto's needs with much affection. He recalled that the last time she was ever this affectionate was during the times Nawaki and Dan were still alive. It amazed Jiraiya that Naruto had such an impact on Tsunade's life, excluding the fact that he's the son of Yandame Hokage. Getting up off his seat, Jiraiya said, Well now, I must be on my way now. I'm late for my new research I have to do. Tsunade knew all too well what Jiraiya had in mind as she shot him an annoyed look. Jiraiya grinned before going over and leaning down at Naruto. I'll be seeing you soon, Neo Yandame Hokage. Tsunade and Shizen blinked upon hearing the nickname Jiraiya just gave Naruto. Just get out, Tsunade replied as Jiraiya smirked and went on his way, closing the door behind him. Neo Yandame Hokage, Shizen repeated. Jiraiya Baka, Tsunade interjected, I'm going to have to keep an eye on him. I'd hate to have my son adopt his perverted bad habits. Bad habits? Shizen mumbled under her breath mockingly. This coming from someone who gambles chronically? I'd hate for my little brother to adopt your gambling habits. What was that? Tsunade said with a touch of venom in her voice. Shizen paled and replied sheepishly. Oh, nothing, Tsunade-sensei. What do you know? It's time for my medical training. Shirzuen ran out of Tsunade's presence before anything else was said between them. The slug Sanine was now alone with her boy. Sighing to herself, she said, Why do I put up with them? Naruto started gurgling as she smiled and turned her attention to him. What's that? Tsunade said playfully to Naruto. Because I have to? That's your decree as Lord Hokage? Giving a motherly laugh. You're no Lord Hokage in this house, you're my little Naruchan, and you're going to learn medic jutsu, and how to be a medic nin. Yes you are, oh yes you are. Naruto smiled back at her with his toothless smile, almost as if he understood her words, causing Tsunade to smile even brighter. Unknown to Tsunade was that the entire scene was being watched by Sandaime, who was looking upon them from his specially crystal ball. Needless to say, he was very happy for both Naruto and Tsunade. That night, many in Konoha were all fast asleep save for Konoha police and the ANBU. Meanwhile, at the Senju residence, Tsunade was sleeping peacefully in her room. All was serene when Naruto started crying in his crib. Tsunade woke up to this and got up off her futon. Going over to Naruto, Tsunade picked him up and held him, resting his head on her shoulders while gently rocking him in her arms. Naruto soon calmed down and quieted, much to Tsunade's delight. After another minute, Tsunade said thoughtfully, "I bet you're hungry, my little Nari-chan." Tsunade sat down on her futon with Naruto and prepared to breastfeed him. Just as she was about to open her kimono, however, the door to her room opened, revealing Shizen cradling something in her arms. "I'm sorry, Tsunade-sensei," Shizen said. "I came earlier to change Naruto's diaper and bring him back. I didn't want to wake you." Tsunade saw that Shizen was cradling a fully awake Naruto in her arms. The slug Sannin saw that something was definitely wrong with this scene. "Wait a minute," Tsunade exclaimed. "If that child is Naruto, then who am I?" Looking down at her arms, Tsunade saw that she was cradling a wooden log in her arms. While cradling the log, she turned and saw Naruto quietly attempting to crawl and sneak away from her towards the opened window. As Naruto was making his way towards the window, he then felt an extreme bloodlust approaching and coming from behind him. As he fearfully and slowly turned his head, he thought of one word that he thought might have saved him with puppy eyes as he sucked his right thumb, "Mama." Outside the house, Sandaime Hokage was taking a late-night stroll around the village when suddenly bam! Sandaime turned to see a small figure coming flying from out of Tsunade's bedroom window. The figure was sent flying high into the skies across the village. "There they go again," Sandaime said sympathetically, knowing all too well who that figure was. "He'll never learn." On the other side of town, the same small figure came crashing hard into the ground, forming a crater in it. The figure transformed back into his real self and was in much pain. He was heavily bruised all over. Jiraiya mourned, "So close, damn that Shizen. I was just a few seconds from paradise, and I was really looking forward to having some of that good stuff she treats Naruto to." Jiraiya slowly picked himself from out of the crater before checking himself for whatever additional damages was done to him as a result from the impact to the ground. In any case, he was in a whole world of pain. Meanwhile, a very pissed-off Tsunade was in her bedroom standing with a broken log in her right hand looking out through the window, while Shizen was looking on with a pale and frightened expression. She threw the log pieces out of the window before calming down. "Perverted excuse for a life form," Tsunade stated. "So much for his word about not coming between a mother and her son. I just might kill him if he pulls that stunt again." Turning to Shizen, Tsunade walked over to her and took Naruto from her. "Thank you, Shizen," Tsunade thanked. "I'll take it from here." Shizen nodded before quickly exiting the room and closing the door behind her. Tsunade then went over to her futon and sat down on it with Naruto in her arms. Opening her kimono, Tsunade began breastfeeding Naruto, who accepted her nourishment with adoring want. "My, you were certainly hungry, weren't my little Naru-chan?" Tsunade smiled affectionately while caressing Naruto's soft blonde hair. After a couple of more minutes, Naruto was done drinking her milk before Tsunade closed her kimono and stood back up, rocking and singing him to sleep. /n. "I'm feeling lazy about writing a song of any sort. Therefore, think up of any bedtime songs you know of that a mother would sing to her newborn." After another 12 minutes, Naruto fell fast asleep in her arms. Going back to her futon, Tsunade laid Naruto down gently on it before lying down next to him and pulling the covers over them. "Good night, my little Naru-chan," Tsunade, as before she gave him a gentle kiss on his forehead and going to sleep herself with Naruto cuddled close to her. Chapter 7: A Dark Awakening. 8 years later. Over the course of 8 years, Naruto, age 8, grew up being raised by Tsunade, age 46, and Shizen, age 23, with Jiraiya, age 46, staying around occasionally to guide Naruto's mental development as he gradually absorbed Yandaime's mental and physical attributes. When it came down to it, what more did one really need? Many things happened during the course of time. Tsunade and Shizen were both medic means. Obviously, therefore, Naruto ended up having a fairly advanced vocabulary for his age, complement with what he was getting from his incarcerated father Yandaime Hokage. Naruto, however, wasn't aware of the fact that Yandaime was sealed inside of him. Around the time Naruto was about to turn 5, Tsunade stopped breastfeeding Naruto. It surprised Shizen and even Jiraiya and Sandaime that Tsunade had been breastfeeding Naruto for nearly 5 years with the use of her Yudo Togi no Jutsu. And speaking of this jutsu, Tsunade taught it to selected female medic neens of Konoha who sought become infant nursing neens. To say that this new medical jutsu was a mere success would be an understatement, as many of females medic neens from other villages traveled to Konoha to learn this new medical jutsu, along with whatever other new medic jutsu they could learn. Tsunade didn't miss the opportunity to charge for the training, which surprisingly wasn't refused since she originated the jutsu. Tsunade's new jutsu and several others she was willing to teach made quite an impact in the medical practice, which helped boost her reputation highly in the medical fields. With the money she was making, though, Shizen had to be on her back constantly in order to prevent Tsunade from gambling it all away and pay off the debts she owes. Growing up with a family, one's parents naturally pass on what skills they have to their children. A father will gladly teach his children how to play a sport or practice a trade. A mother will teach her children, whether they like it or not, social etiquette and how to deal with people, and so on. Now, when you're growing up with a mother and sister who contributed a great deal toward modern medic neen theory, you pick up some things. Of course, it wasn't until shortly after Naruto's 4th birthday that he actually started to actively follow in his mother's footsteps in the medic field, much to Tsunade's joy. Sandaime didn't mind Naruto learning to be a medic neen. This was in contrast with the time when he was younger, when he turned down the idea Tsunade suggested in training shinobis to be medic neens years ago. His reasons at the time were because during that time Konoha was at war and had little time and resources available to even begin starting up medical training course for shinobis. But now times have changed and things are different now. If she wasn't teaching medic needs, healing, performing surgery, or gambling, Tsunade spent large measures of her time with Naruto and teaching him, whether it was in the arts of medicines, jutsu or combat, although she was a bit of a slave driver when it came down to learning healing and medic jutsus. Even that was a bit of an understatement. It was perfectly clear to everyone how attached and very protective the slug Sannin was with Naruto. For any mother who cared deeply for their children, it was truly understandable. On occasions, Tsunade took long-distance travels from Konoha and journeyed to other villages, whether it was for medical businesses or gambling fun. Naruto was taken wherever she went, and Shizen followed, of course. Shizen and Naruto became very close as she became a big sister figure to him, thus being called Shizen Nechan by Naruto. To Shizen's dismay, though, Naruto did pick up some of Tsunade's habits on gambling. However, to Tsunade's annoyance, though, Naruto was actually a little better than her and even won a few games to Shizen's surprise. Sandaime became like a grandfather to Naruto, although he's rather annoyed at the fact that Naruto constantly refers to him as either old man or old geezer, something he suspects the boy picked up from Tsunade. Once in a while, Sarutobi would pay Jiraiya some visits during his training session with Naruto. From what Sandaime was seeing, Naruto was making impressive progress. The aged Hokage knew of the nickname Jiraiya gave Naruto and found it fitting in some respects, although Jiraiya would call Naruto Neo Yandaime Hokage in a surprisingly mocking way since Naruto started calling him Oroji-san, perverted uncle. In spite of this, Jiraiya did become an uncle figure to Naruto, a perverted uncle nonetheless though. Although he helped in training Naruto in how to control some of what he already acquired from Yandaime without his knowing of it yet, however, Naruto grew annoyed at the number of times Jiraiya would get distracted for periods of time in looking at pretty girls and women when he was supposed to be training him instead. One day, during Naruto's training with Jiraiya, Naruto's frustration in Jiraiya repeatedly paying little attention to him and watching a bunch of 18-year-old girls in bikinis play together in a water stream boiled to the point that Naruto ran up punched him so hard with all his strength that Jiraiya literally was sent flying high in the sky before crashing down into the stream where the girls were. Needless to say, the girls welcomed the pervert with anything but open arms as they inflicted additional injuries on him as he cried for help. Tsunade laughed her ass off in tears when she found out about the incident. Evidently, Tsunade's temper also rubbed off on Naruto. However, it shocked and amazed her, Shizen, Kakashi, Sandaime, and Jiraiya, who was on the receiving end of Naruto's fist, that Naruto had also acquired a large portion of Tsunade's raw super strength. Tsunade's research revealed that her almost 5-year practice and use of her Yudo Togi no Jutsu with Naruto resulted in Naruto being permanently infused with her strength since her milk was induced with her chakra. However, it seemed that he was only able to tap into that raw strength in large quantities during a mental or emotional episode of some sort. So even though the strength was there, however, he still doesn't fully know how to perfectly tap into the whole thing and use it at will. Even still, he managed to maintain being able to have some of that dormant strength. Kakashi, age 22, without being reminded, kept tabs on Naruto from time to time, almost as though he was a protective big brother. On occasions he'd stop by and visit Naruto, and speaking of playing the role of the older brother, Naruto started referring to Kakashi as Kakashi Naizen. And like many siblings, the younger one usually looks up to the older sibling as a role model. This, however, wasn't without some consequences. Naruto started imitating Kakashi in the use of wearing a ninja mask like he does, which he started after turning 6 years old. Also, Kakashi would sometimes spoil Naruto when they hang out together, and sometimes he'd spar with Naruto also. Kakashi was also known for being a major fan, like Somanoni, of Aika Aika Paradise, a famously known graphic adult series written by Jiraiya the Toad Sannin himself. One day, Naruto managed to get a hold of one of Kakashi's latest and rare edition books and read through it. What he saw and read shocked and, at the same time, fascinated him to the point that he had to find out what more. The detailed erotic and sexual images Naruto was studying only served to capture more of his attention. What he learned from that one book inspired him to create a new form of jutsu, one he'd use on perverts like Jiraiya or any other shinobi who'd fall victim to a most sexually arousing and erotic sight. The irony was indescribable. After Kakashi realized that his new book was missing, he frantically searched all other for it for 2 days until he found it with Naruto, who was reading the book for a third time. Naruto apologized but explained that after seeing him read those books so many times, it sparked his curiosity to see what was so interesting about it. So he took his new one the moment he saw that his guard was down and read the whole book through. Rather than being angry, Kakashi was impressed by the boy's ability to outread him. But then again, Naruto was infused with his master who taught him the ways of the shinobi. Naruto wanted to use and test out his new jutsu on Kakashi, but decided against it since Kakashi wasn't mad at him. He called his new jutsu Oroku no Jutsu. While growing up, Naruto became a major addict for ramen. It was no surprise to Jiraiya that Naruto would unknowingly be like his father, who, like him, was a ramen addict. Tsunade had to be on his back about eating healthy foods, fruits and vegetables, and not an excessive amount of starch and carbohydrates. Although Naruto did eat the other healthy foods as Tsunade told him to, however, he would retort back to his mother about her unquenched love for sake, resulting in them hitting occasional stalemates. A month later, Tsunade was sleeping on her futon in her bedroom that night when a small figure entered her room. The figure made his way toward her when Tsunade turned and opened her eyes to the young boy stopping where he was and standing in front of her. "Naru-chan," Tsunade said, "why are you awake? Shouldn't you be in bed sleeping?" Nervously, while holding his right arm that seemed to be hurting for some unknown reason, he answered, "Ka-chan, too, had a very bad dream. Can I sleep here with you?" It didn't take a scientist to see that Naruto was very frightened about whatever nightmare he had. Instead of asking about what his nightmare was, she simply grabbed and raised her blanket, granting Naruto access to sleep on her futon with her. Happily, Naruto hurried and climbed in, hugging Tsunade as though she was his only sanctuary and source of protection. She threw the blanket over them and embraced her son as he fell asleep next to her. 3 weeks later, Naruto's nightmares have been occurring on a weekly basis. A few times he woke up screaming in terror and fear, waking Tsunade and Shirzan, who'd run into his room to check on Naruto. On a few of these occasions when those same nightmares occurred, they noticed that his right arm reddened a bit. They didn't know what to make of it. They ran some examinations on his arm to see if they could find anything. To their frustration, they found very little that could help with Naruto's condition. When asked about what he sees in his nightmares, Naruto told them that he saw a giant red furry monster, viciously killing and destroying everyone and everything in its path with all its fury. He added that the monster was called Kyubi no Yoko. Hearing this story sent a cold chill down Tsunade and Shizen's backs. They couldn't understand why Naruto started having realistic nightmares about the nine-tailed fox, and why his right arm would turn red when those nightmares occurred. Thus far, he had 9 nightmares of Kyuubi. A week later, Naruto was in Sandame's office that morning after Tsunade and Shizen went to work at the hospital. The present Hokage had called Naruto in, wishing to discuss something with him. Naruto was now standing in front of Sandane with his now long blonde hair that reached down his back in a braided ponytail, with some spiked hairs resting over his forehead. Tsunade evidently allowed the boy to let his hair grow over the years. Naruto was also wearing a blackish-blue ninja mask like the one Kakashi wears and also blackish-blue pants and shirt with black sandals and white bandage-like wrappings going about his legs from within the bottle of his pant to inside his sandals. He also wore fingerless black gloves and a gray robe-like vest similar to the one Tsunade wears with the dark blue sash tied around his waist. Sandame saw how Naruto was taking after Kakashi outwardly, and he also knew that Naruto was taking after Yandame in others ways the boy wasn't aware of as of yet. "Okay, Jizan," Naruto said, "what am I here for?" Sandame frowned at the name he was called again. He practically lost count on the number of times Naruto called him that. "You're here to be informed that you'll be starting attendance at the Konoha Academy starting tomorrow." Naruto's face looked like it fell off upon hearing those words. What?" Naruto exclaimed in disbelief. "Have you gone senile?" Sandane was tempted to bop Naruto on the head for that remark but remained calm as he took another puff from his pipe. "No, I'm perfectly fine, thank you. Seriously, however, it's a mandatory procedure for all children in Konoha, you included. It's essential that you go through the 4-year procedures of attending and graduating from the academy to become a genin and climb the shinobi ranks from there. 4 years, Naruto argued in outrage. You can't be serious. I'm at a much advanced level than those newbies. On top of that, I'm training with 2 Sanins, being raised by one of them who happens to be my mother, and once in a while Kakashi Nissen spars with me and he's an ANBU captain." Sandame couldn't deny the truths Naruto was telling him, especially since he witnessed how Naruto have been developing over the years. Indeed, Naruto was stronger, faster, and smarter than normal. If anything, Naruto was most likely at Jounin level now, but his development to Kage level wasn't still in progress and had several more years to go. However, Sandame couldn't risk compromising Konoha's education protocols because of Naruto's special circumstances. He had to protect Naruto's secret, although Naruto himself wasn't aware of it ironically. "You want me to join the academy?" "Fine," Naruto retorted, "but since my skills and knowledge are at a higher level, at least allow me to be part of this year's graduating class." "You and I both know that's not a possibility," Sandame replied. "Something like that would raise one too many questions and many would think that I'm showing unfair favoritism, especially since your mother happens to be Tsunade, and your trainer is Jiraiya, both of whom happens to be my former students. I'm sorry, Naruto, but you're going to have to earn your shinobi ranks like everyone else." Took another puff from his pipe. "If anything, Naruto, the 4-year experience might serve to humble you." Sandame's sense of logic, which was completed with his last statement, infuriated the 8-year-old Naruto. The aged Hokage saw Naruto's indignation and displeasure at what was handed down to him. "That's it, old man," Naruto exclaimed as he stood before Sandame defiantly. "You asked for it. I didn't want to do this, but you left me with no other option." Sandame took it as though Naruto had threatened him. Before the Hokage could say or doing anything to reprimand him, Naruto formed a seal and said, "Oiroku no Jutsu." There was poof of white smoke from Naruto, and when the smoke cleared, what Sandame saw was a very beautiful naked 19-year-old girl with a most ideal feminine figure, large breasts like Tsunade's, and long blonde hair that went down her back reaching her backside with some strands of hair cover her lovely face. She was completely soaked and wet all over with water dripping down her slender body and hair with the light reflecting off her body, adding luster to her appearance. She possessed an alluring smile that showed that she didn't mind being seen the way she was. Her left arm was over her breasts while her right hand was over her haired crotch. There was some steam around the girl's body, but it was light enough for Sarutobi to see her in all her lustrous nude glory. "Please, Sandame-sama," the female asked with a most sensual and erotic feminine tone before licking and sucking her left index finger, "may I please join this year's graduating class?" I promise to make it a decision you'll never regret. Sandaime screamed before falling off his seat and crashing down to the floor, twitching and falling unconscious from a heavy blood loss. Naruto reverted back and looked on in shock after seeing what just happened, before bursting into a fit of laughter. He couldn't believe that Sandaime Hokage, the proclaimed professor of jutsu, easily fell victim to a jutsu created by an 8-year-old. Sandaime regained consciousness in time to see Naruto laughing hysterically at his dilemma. He grabbed some napkins and cleaned the blood off his face and floor. When that was done, he placed his pipe back in his mouth and slowly walked over to Naruto, who had then eventually calmed his laughter down. "How did you like that, old man?" Naruto asked proudly with a large grin on his masked face. "That was my Oroku no Jutsu, which I personally created a month ago after reading one of Kakashi Nizin's new Ika Ika Paradise books he likes reading so much. I had no idea my new jutsu would work this good since it effortlessly knocked you out." "I see. I must say that new jutsu of yours is most impressive, very effective and highly original," Sandaime complimented before he smacked Naruto hard across the back of his head. "Don't do it again." Naruto grimaced while rubbing his head, although he was still feeling the stinging effect from the smack. "Damn, I didn't think he could hit so hard at his age," Naruto thought before grinning. "At least I know his weakness. He's just like Iroji-san." "What are you smiling about?" Sandaime inquired, not liking the look on Naruto's face. "Nothing important," Naruto lied before changing the subject. "If it's that important that I have to attend the academy, then I'll attend it." Sandaime smiled on hearing that. "That's good, Naruto. Your instructor will be Yumino Irika, and you'll report to him tomorrow morning with your new classmates. And one other thing, Naruto?" "Yeah, old man?" "What transpired here in this office with regards to that jutsu you used against me will remain in this office," Sandaime decreed seriously. "You are to never discuss that incident with anyone. Are we clear?" "What?" Naruto whined. "Why can't I? Disobey me and I'll pass a law through the entire village and neighboring smaller villages that are extensions of Konoha, forbidding anyone from feeding, selling or making ramen of any sort for you again ever." Hearing those words sent a very cold chill down Naruto's back as his face paled. Life with no ramen, Naruto mentally mourned in horror, forbidden from ever eating ramen again. That's just cruel and inhuman. Naruto knew not to take Sandaime's warning lightly as his shoulders slumped down. Sandaime smiled satisfied with himself, knowing fully well how addicted Naruto was to ramen, just like Minato was. "Find you in Jizan," Naruto conceded. "I won't go telling anyone how you were knocked out from my Oroku no Jutsu. It's not worth forever giving up my privilege for eating ramen." "I'm glad that you see it my way," Sandaime retorted. "All preparations for you being placed in Irika's class have already been taken care of, Naruto. But there's no need to be upset about the thought of going to the academy. All in all, I'm certain you'll make some new friends there, I'm sure. And a good shinobi knows when and how to make good friends who ultimately make great allies. Therefore more is involved in going to the academy than just learning the ways of the ninja and the history of our nation. Give it a chance, I'm sure you'll enjoy your experience. With that said, you can hurry to Jiraiya. I'm sure he's waiting for you." Naruto started on his way when Naruto. The boy turned to Sandaime, who now had a look of concern on his face. Sandaime continued, "I heard from your mother that you've been having bad nightmares. Is everything alright now?" "I'm fine," Naruto assured. "I haven't had one for a week now, so I'm okay." "That's good to hear. We wouldn't want anything bad to happen to you," Sandaime smiled seriously. "We don't need anything bad happening to you. Well, I'd better go now. See you, Naruto." The young boy turned again in time to see a small pouch thrown at him. He caught the pouch to find that it had some money in it. Don't you treat yourself to some ramen later today?" Sandaime smiled. With a bright smile of his own, Naruto ran toward the door. "Thanks, Juzan," Naruto yelled happily as he ran out of the office and hurried on his way to Jiraiya. Going back to his desk, Sandaime sighed, beaten by hentai jutsu created by an 8-year-old brat. Had I not placed that restriction on that boy not to go bragging about how I fell for that absurd jutsu of his, the repercussions on my reputation as the Hokage would have been most undesirable. I'd be the laughing stock of the entire village. Pulled his Hokage hat down partially. "Maybe I ought to label that absurd hentai jutsu of his as a kinjutsu," forbidden jutsu. The following day, Tsunade dropped off Naruto to school before heading to work. After kissing him on the cheek, she let him enter the building where the other children were heading while being instructed by the chunins there where their classes were. Not surprisingly, Naruto still wore that same ninja mask on his face along with his same clothes as before. It wasn't long till he found the assigned class he was supposed to go to. He entered the class to see a man in a standard chunin uniform with a scar across his face and a small black ponytail. The room was already filled with students save for Naruto, who just entered and closed the door. Naruto saw how all eyes were now on him as he walked over to the man he figured was the teacher. "You're Iruka-sensei," Naruto assumed. "Iruka, age 22, replied. "Yes, I am." "And who might you be?" "I'm Senju Uzumaki Naruto, son of Tsunade." "Wait a minute," asked the girl with pink hair and green eyes. "You're Senju Tsunade-sama's son?" "Yes, I am," Naruto confirmed. "You're the son of the legendary slug Sannin?" a girl with blonde hair and blue eyes asked excitedly. "Yes," Naruto replied a bit dryly. As Naruto looked around, he saw the body of students were whispering to each other, possibly about him, he figured. He knew how famous Tsunade was by many both within and outside the walls of Konoha, and the fact that he's her son also spread his reputation as well. He also knew that Tsunade sucked at gambling. "Alright, Naruto, you can take a seat up there by next to Hinata," Iruka instructed. Naruto turned and saw a young girl with short indigo hair and pale eyes sitting by an empty desk and fumbling with her index fingers while looking at him shyly. Shrugging, he went up the steps leading to his assigned desk and sat by the girl. He turned to her before she looked down at him with a small blush on her face. "You're Hinata?" Naruto inquired. She nodded. "Why, yes, I am. I'm Hyuga Hinata." "You're from that Hyuga clan," Naruto said. "That's cool. I heard a lot of interesting things about you guys and that really cool bloodline limit you guys have." Hinata smiled and blushed again from Naruto's compliment. Before a conversation could start, Iruka started speaking, thus beginning the first day of class. As the class went on, Naruto, in pure boredom from hearing things he already knew, laid his head on the desk and drifted off to sleep. Hinata giggled a little from Naruto's antics. 6 months later, during his early days in the academy, many of Naruto's peers, girls in particular, asked him a bunch of questions about his personal life with Tsunade and what cool jutsu he knows. After Yamanaka Ino and Hinata's fathers, Inoichi and Hayashi, both of whom are part of the village council, learned that Naruto was in their class, both of their fathers encouraged their daughters to associate more with Naruto. Both fathers knowing fully well that aside the fact that not only is he the adopted son of Tsunade but also the son and sole heir of Yandame Hokage who's sealed inside him. Ino had little, if any, trouble complying with that, which was more than what could be said of Hinata, who was a bit too shy to be as open with him as Ino was, as were several other girls. Not that Naruto didn't like the attention, however, it was starting to annoy him. During the end of the second month, Naruto, out of boredom and frustration, started pulling pranks on whomever he saw could give him a good adrenaline rush. His first target was none other than Iruka, who was given a nice-size apple by Naruto after walking into class. Iruka thought it was highly thoughtful of Naruto, while others thought he was being a kiss-ass. Those thoughts, however, were instantly changed after a seal of some sort appeared on the apple, causing the apple to explode in Iruka's face with a small batch of red paint thrown to his face, and a sticker tag thrown and instantly fastened to his forehead from the exploding apple that stated, "Watch what you eat." A true shinobi is never too trusting. "How did you like them apples, Iruka-sensei?" was what Naruto said before he and the entire class burst into a fit of laughter, which only added to Iruka's fury towards Naruto's prank, who was made clear when Iruka started yelling and berating him for the stunt he just pulled. Naruto told him that if he truly intended to kill him, then he'd already be dead from having needles burst into his face instead of the red paint and sticker tag on his face. The thought that Naruto's prank turned a chunin into a live-action joke and lesson within seconds had the class look at Naruto in astonishment. Since then Naruto started pulling several other pranks on unsuspecting chunins and jounins, and once in a blue moon, a few ANBU. This led to Naruto being occasionally chased around the village by the chunins and jounins he'd pull his pranks on. This in effect gave the villagers some good laughs that were well needed. The idea of seeing the son of the slug Sandin pulling childish yet cleverly planned pranks on Chunin, Jounin, and ANBU level shinobis and finding ways to evade being caught by them much to their irritation was quite comical. Of course, his pranks didn't go unnoticed by Kakashi, Shizen, Jiraiya, Tsunade, or Sandaime. The Hokage himself was given some good laughs from watching some of Naruto's pranks on the Chunins and Jounins, happy that he wasn't on the receiving end of those well-devised pranks. For Kakashi, Shizen, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Sandaime, not only was the very thought of an 8-year-old Giantame, namely Naruto, pulling off those well-thought-out pranks on unsuspecting shinobis quite comical, but it also reinforced the fact that Yondaime Hokage was indeed an excellent strategist during his younger days before becoming a Hokage. Though none of his pranks actually hurt anyone, it only served to make Naruto look like a mischievous troublemaker among the Chunins and Jounins. When confronted by the victimized shinobis in front of Tsunade and Sandaime about his pranks, he told them that it was all in good harmless fun. It annoyed the Chunins and Jounins to hear Naruto's childish sense of logic. However, there was more to Naruto's pulling his pranks than he let on. In spite of all this thought, it amazed many to see how smart, strong, and fast Naruto was for his age with the stamina he possessed, which unfortunately made him the envy and an unpopular figure among some of the guys. One older bully tried to fight Naruto with the intent to prove that Naruto was nobody special just because he was the son of a Sannin. Needless to say, the older bully effortlessly had his ass handed to him after Naruto planted one swift punch into his gut, instantly knocking him unconscious in front of the body of students, some of whom were expecting a long fight. That incident only served to heighten Naruto's reputation among the students who were aware of Tsunade's monstrous strength. They figured that he inherited it from her. Through all this, none of the students or academy teachers for that matter have ever seen Naruto without his ninja mask on. Not one time. Sasuke was another attention grabber among the girls since he was part of the Uchiha clan. However, his focus at the time was trying to match his older brother Itachi, who was also well known throughout Konoha for his superb achievements. Because of this, he started considering Naruto as his rival, believing that Naruto would reach Itachi's level before he does. Naruto though tried to be friends with him. However, Sasuke wasn't interested and instead told him that he has to surpass him in order to match his brother and gain his acknowledgement. It saddened Naruto that Sasuke rejected his offer of friendship. Naruto felt that he and Sasuke could relate to each other, and that they were both annoyed at how people considered them of any worth just because of whom they were related to or what bloodline limit they had. Still, Naruto was persistent in trying to gain Sasuke's friendship in whatever way he could. In regards to Iruka, it annoyed him to no end that Naruto would use his class to sleep in and yet have the capacity to pass and even ace his tests. But what did you expect when your mother is a Sannin and medic specialist? Some in the class found it humorous, some of the girls found it cute, one Nara Shikamaru found it troublesome. During the end of the 5th month, the Uchiha massacre occurred. Men, women and children of the entire Uchiha clan were ruthlessly slaughtered in one night with only 2 survivors. These survivors were Sasuke and his older brother Itachi, a former ANBU captain who was responsible for slaughtering the clan and leaving Sasuke alive for unknown reasons before leaving Konoha as an S-level missing nin. Sasuke was crushed and devastated by the horrific event carried out by the one person he held in high regards and wanted acknowledgement from most. Naruto, after learning about the massacre, tried to console Sasuke in whatever way he could. He had little success at first, but Sasuke slowly started opening up to him, although not as much as Naruto would have liked it, but it was a start. Naruto also started talking a little more with Hinata, much to the shy Hyuga's heiress's surprise. He found being around her a bit more relaxing and calm. Naruto saw how Hinata blushed and stuttered often and was clueless as to why. Like in Sasuke's case though, Naruto felt he could also relate to Hinata and that she also didn't like how people considered her or anyone else of any worth just because of whom she was related to or what bloodline limit she was born with. 2 days later, late that evening, Naruto was training by himself in a training field outside the village. It was one of the training grounds Jiraiya would regularly take him to teach him there. Occasionally Naruto would train by himself till it was late, and sometimes return home only to be scolded by Tsunade for coming home past curfew. He'd usually mumble something along the lines about how does it make sense for a shinobi to be given a nighttime curfew if they're expected to handle serious missions during late hours. In any case, Naruto was working out some steam after being told off by Iruka for falling asleep in class again. Iruka baka, Naruto snorted, still feeling irritated. As if I'm the only one who falls asleep his class. There's that other kid, what's his name, Shikamaru, who constantly gets bored in class and falls asleep as well. And yet I get yelled whenever I fall asleep. Of course, there were other factors that frustrated Naruto. The fact that his right arm would start hurting a lot out of nowhere whether he was sleeping or awake, which has been the case for several months with no satisfying answers to fix the problem added to it. Alongside the fact that on several occasions during the passing months, he'd have realistic nightmares of Kyuubi. These factors were also among the reasons for his pranks and intense solo training. It was to distract him from his problems and frustration and relieve him of his stress, even if only temporarily. After another 10 minutes, Naruto called it a night and decided to head back home. On his way, though his right arm started hurting again, this a whole lot more than usual. The pain was excruciating as he cried out loudly from the pain with tears falling from his eyes. It was as though his arm was on fire, literally. He pulled his fingerless gloves off, and that was when a burst of chakra came from his arm, from the elbow down to his fingers. The thing about it was that the chakra wasn't blue. It was red. Adding to the pain was the fact that Naruto felt burning sensations on his masked cheeks as if someone slashed both sides of his face with the three-clawed gauntlet that was on fire. He pulled his mask down in hopes that the cool breeze would help to calm the pain a little, but it was to no success as 3 jagged designed whisker marks appeared on both sides of his face. Naruto screamed louder as the power of the red chakra intensified to higher levels till his arms grew heavier and heavier before a quarter-sized circular tear appeared on his palm with some blood now pouring out from it. Unable to hold up his unnaturally loaded arm, Naruto's bleeding hand slammed down to the ground, causing the red chakra to flow into and through the ground away from him into the opening in front of him. Moments later, a glowing seal of some sort appeared on the ground and a mighty burst of white smoke appeared from where that seal was, covering the scene in front of Naruto, giving off a killer intent filled with unparalleled bloodlust. When the smoke cleared, Naruto's eyes widened in sheer fright and terror at what he was beholding before him. It was the very same 9-tailed monster he's been seeing repeatedly in his nightmares. Uriki Kyuubi, Naruto barely voiced. Indeed, it was the fearsome Kyuubi no Yoko, wagging all 9 of his large tails in all their glory. The massive beast, seeing Naruto, leaned in closer to him until they were face to face. Detecting a scent similar to that of Yondaime Hokage radiating off Naruto, the great fox narrowed his red eyes venomously as he looked upon the frightened child whose right was still flared with red chakra. With his deep and inhuman voice, Kyuubi said, "I want to devour you, kid." Chapter 8 Servitude. Back at Konoha, everyone in the village felt that mighty killer intent, one they haven't felt since the death of Yondaime Hokage. The younger generation, this consisting of Haruno Sakura, Yamanaka Ino, the Hyuga children and all the others, were frightened by the unparalleled monstrous bloodlust but didn't know what was powerful enough to generate such a dreaded feeling. All of the dogs at the Inuzuka clan were cowering in fear while the bugs were Aberrane clan were in a dreaded frenzy. Elsewhere, Tsunade and Shirzuen felt that killer intent and they ran outside their house to see where it was coming from. It was no surprise that everyone fearfully stopped whatever it was they were doing upon feeling that killer intent. After sensing where the intense bloodlust was coming from, a look of terror and fear for the worst filled Tsunade's face when a realization struck her. Naruto Tsunade screamed as she ran as fast as she could towards where Naruto was. Shizen followed close by as a number of Jounins and all of the NBU, and Sandaime himself ran as fast as they could to the direction Naruto and Kyuubi were. 10 minutes later, Tsunade, Sandaime, Shizen, Kakashi and all the other Jounins and ANBU were making their way to the scene, with the killer intent becoming stronger and fiercer the closer they got. When they almost arrived on the scene, they suddenly saw a burst of unearthly white smoke bathe the entire area, followed by a very thunderous beastly roar. After several minutes of chaos, everything was now serene and calm, and the monstrous killer intent was gone, as if nothing had happened at all. "Is it over?" a confused Shizen asked. Not bothering saying anything, Tsunade hurried to the location only find her son Naruto laying motionlessly face down on the ground unconscious, almost as if he was dead. Naruto! Tsunade screamed again as she and the others ran to Naruto. Reaching him first, Tsunade knelt and pulled Naruto to her. Upon seeing his arm, she noticed that his right arm suffered from severe abnormal churka burns. What she also noticed was an unfamiliar seal that was on his right palm, which was glowing and weakly flashing in a bluish glow. The seal looked like a circle that had within it something resembling a circulatory blood system with a symbol similar to the spiral in the center of the seal. Around the outside portion of the seal were 9-star spirals. It glowed momentarily before both it and the seal vanished into his palm and completely out of sight. Turning her attention away from that for now, she looked down at his face and saw that some blood was coming out of his mouth, along with jagged design-looking facial whiskers, which vanished off his face as though they were never there. She froze at the sight of his blood coming from his mouth, recalling what happened to Kawaki and Dan. Shirzhen, recalling Tsunade's hemophobia, went over to aid Tsunade and her kid brother in spite of her fear of blood though. Tsunade snapped out of her trance and tried desperately to heal him enough to stimulate a pulse, not wanting to lose another precious person in her life again. It would devastate her to no end should she lose Naruto, Sandaime, and Shirzhen thought. "Don't you dare die on me, Naruto," cried Tsunade as some tears fell from her eyes and down her face. "You hear me, Naruto? Don't you dare die on me. I already lost one too many important people in my life, and I'm not about to lose you." Sandaime and the others watched as Tsunade did what she could to heal and help her son. After a few moments, a pulse was detected. Though it was weak, but it was enough to make it clear that Naruto was still alive. They wasted no time in bringing Naruto back to the hospital for further medical treatment. If anything, everyone wondered if it was Kyuubi that caused all this, and if so, why did it take off before they arrived on the scene and left Naruto alive? Things just weren't making any sense. 5 days later, Naruto was in the hospital lying on the bed unconscious. His injuries were treated and bandaged, and he had a 4-needle inserted into his left arm. He was still in a coma and hadn't gained consciousness since the incident. Tsunade stayed at his side the whole time, checking on him every now and then. Jiraiya hurriedly returned back after learning about the incident that had the entire village in an upheaval, which Sandaime had to calm with much effort. He explained that an enemy force used some form of advanced and powerful genjutsu to deceive them into believing that Kyuubi has truly returned and set them into mass panic, which would have no doubt left them open to a surprise attack not by Kyuubi but by invading villages or nations. This served to calm the nerves of the people, although he himself was sure for how long. Word, however, about what happened to Naruto spread like wildfire as the villagers gave their condolence to both Tsunade and Shizen. They figured that Naruto must have gotten caught and attacked by the enemy force Sandaime spoke of. During the 5 days, the ANBU went on an all-out search to investigate if Kyuubi was truly in the vicinity of the village or anywhere else. They surprisingly found nothing that would have remotely led to anything indicating where Kyuubi was or if he's making his return to Konoha to finish what he started 8 years ago. 3 days after the incident, Tsunade brought to Sandaime and Jiraiya's attention about the unknown seal she saw on Naruto's right hand before it vanished into his skin. After giving the Hokage the details of how the seal looked like, both he and Jiraiya went to work to see if there was any information about this mysterious new seal. However, Sandaime couldn't help but think as to why that particular seal Tsunade described to him sounded rather familiar to him, although it certainly wasn't the sealing jutsu Yandaime described to him years ago before he went to battle the Great Fox. Back at hospital, Naruto started opening his eyes to the environment he was now in. After his eyes came into focus, he realized that he was in the hospital. He turned and found Tsunade sitting and sleeping at a table next to his recovery bed on the right side of him. From the looks of it, he saw that she had little rest. He was about to wake her up when he turned his right hand and looked at it. That was when everything came flood back to him, the event at the training ground, Takubi making an unexpected appearance to what he discovered and learned after he fell into a coma. Tsunade groaned as she gradually opened her eyes to see Naruto was now fully awake. "Naruto," Tsunade exclaimed happily as she embraced him tightly, "I'm so happy that you're all right." "Yes, Mom," Naruto choked, "and fine, but your hug is crushing me." Embarrassed, Tsunade released Naruto, who gasped for breath. Naru-chan? Tsunade asked with motherly concern. Are you hungry? I can go get you some of your favorite ramen from Ichiraku if you want. Not being one to turn down ramen, he accepted. Before she went on her way, Naruto called to her, Mom. Tsunade turned to Naruto, who surprisingly had a serious look on his face. Is it possible for you to get Shizen, Eraji-san, Kakashi Nizan and Shizen-ichan to come here? There's something very important that I have to discuss with all of you. Tsunade nodded and went on her way, wondering if what her son had to discuss with her and the others had anything to do with what happened 5 days ago. 2 hours later, the people who Naruto requested were now present inside the room with 2 ANBU standing on guard outside the room. The Hokage instructed them that no one was allowed inside the room until he exited. Meanwhile inside, Tsunade and everyone else were ready to find out why Naruto requested their presence. But in any case, Sandaime and Jiraiya had some news of their own to share in regards to what they discovered about the new seal in Naruto's palm. Breaking the silence, Naruto asked, Shizen, is it possible to form a soundproof barrier? I don't want what's discussed here to be heard by anyone outside this room. How do you know that such a jutsu exists? Shizen asked. Naruto retorted, because my father told me just now. Everyone's eyes widened on hearing what he just said. What? Sandaime stuttered, you mean? Yes, Naruto replied while giving Sandaime a look requesting to activate the jutsu. Nodding, Sandaime went through a series of hand seals before activating the jutsu. A streak of bluish-white light went around the room before disappearing. Sandaime nodded that the jutsu was complete. Seeing this, Naruto continued, I'm now aware that Yondaime Hokage, my father Namake's Minato, is sealed inside me. Everyone was silent in the room. They didn't know what to say or think. They figured that Naruto might be angry at them for keeping what they knew a secret from him after all these years. It was true then. Kyuubi didn't die at all and was in fact sealed into Naruto after all. I bet you're wondering how both Kyuubi and my father both got sealed away when my father supposedly was to be consumed by Shinigami after Kyuubi was sealed away. It's a peculiar story really, and it goes back to the time my father was preparing to do the sealing jutsu during his battle with Kyuubi. Everyone listened intently as Naruto related everything he was told to by Yondaime. When my father was on top of Gamabunta, he started initiating the required hand seals for the Kenjutsu. But before he was able to do the final hand seals, Kyuubi unexpectedly lashed at him, much to his surprise. In a sudden panic, my father raced and ironically formed the last hand seals incorrectly and called out the wrong jutsu, which resulted in an entirely different entity to appear, this one being Shikirai Megami. Sandaime and Jiraiya heads shot up on hearing this. Shikirai Megami, Jiraiya repeated. I thought she was just a myth at first. That was until I recently did some research on her. For your next limited edition of Ika Ika Paradise Books Eroji-san, Naruto interjected and teased, trust me, she's anything but what guys in their right minds would want to have perverted thoughts of. In spite of the seriousness of the situation in the room, everyone but Jiraiya couldn't help but burst into laughter at what Naruto just stated, much to everyone's surprise. Jiraiya blushed from both embarrassment and annoyance. How dare you mock my profession, Gaki? Jiraiya retorted indignantly. Sorry, but my father egged me into saying that, Naruto admitted. Jiraiya snorted, I can believe this. Minato, although smart and charming, was also a wise guy much like yourself when he was my student, mockingly, Neo Yondaime Hokage. Seriously, though, Sandaime interjected, Jijiru Megami is no myth. She too can be summoned with a master kenjutsu. However, such a kenjutsu has been lost for many centuries, and as a result, her existence was said to be nothing more than a lost myth. That ended when my father summoned her by a fluke, Naruto explained. Her kind of sealing is very much different than the one my father found originally, which summons an entirely different and darker entity known as Shinigami. Everyone nodded their heads to Naruto, confirming that they knew what he was talking about. Sandaime started, yes indeed. I recall now that Minato did look into finding that kenjutsu to summon Shichuri Megami once before some years ago, but was never able to find it either. After doing some research with Jiraiya on that specific seal on your palm Tsunade told us about, we learned some rather interesting things about it. That very seal on your palm is linked to Chijori Megumi's sealing known as Dorino Surafuya no Jutsu, which subjects the seal into long-lasting servitude, entwining the soul of the seal with the container's soul as a servant. In exchange for this kenjutsu's effects, the sealer pays the ultimate price by forfeiting him or herself to Chizuri Megumi to be permanently sealed away into the same container as well, causing the sealer to have their chakra, knowledge, wisdom, and his or her other attributes to be gradually absorbed by the container over the years. That's exactly what my father told me while I was in a coma, Naruto cut in. I met him in my subconscious mind after I fell into a coma 5 nights ago. He told me everything about himself, and Naruto now had tears falling down his face, finding it difficult to speak. Tsunade was about to comfort him when Naruto continued, "My biological mother, Uzumaki Kushina." Tsunade felt a pang in her heart as she now started having tears build up in her eyes before they descended down her face. She wanted to tell Naruto the truth, but was never able to move herself to do so, fearing what it would do to the mother and son bond she formed with him. Over the years, she really started seeing herself as the boy's mother and him as her real son. She grew strongly attached to Naruto as loving mothers do with their sons. A few soft sobs escaped her throat as her head lowered. This, of course, didn't go unnoticed. "Tsunade-sama," Shirzuen said consolingly. Tsunade looked at Naruto, making direct eye contact with him. She didn't know whether or not he was angry at her for not telling him the truth after all these years. She was afraid that he'd hate and resent her for it. "Naruto-I?" Tsunade cried. "Don't cry, Mom," Naruto said softly with tears of his own still fall down his face. It surprised Tsunade that Naruto still called her Mom, and needless to say she found much joy in that. "Although my father told me everything about the kind of person my birth mother was," Naruto continued, "that still doesn't change how I see you. I love you and you're still my mom and you love and take care of me just how my birth mother would have." Overcome with emotions, Tsunade ran and embraced Naruto affectionately as a couple more sobs escaped her throat. These sobs now were sobs of joy. "My little Naru-chan," Tsunade said happily. "Come on," Naruto retorted, "I'm not that little, Mom." Everyone laughed at the scene, even Tsunade as she wiped away her tears. "Even still," Tsunade said with a smile and blush, "you're still my Naru-chan." Sandaime smiled to himself. He was very happy for both Naruto and Tsunade, as was Shirzuen, Kakashi, and Jiraiya. Naruto, after wiping away his tears, then said, "My father was permanently sealed away into my stomach, and is gradually having his attributes infused into me. It sounds rather freaky and disturbing, though. It's like I'm my own father." Everyone sensed the feeling of nausea that Naruto was feeling at that moment. "It may sound that way," Sandaime retorted. "However, that's not the case. You won't turn into Namake's Minato, Naruto. You'll just inherit your father's Kage-level abilities and chakra as you grow up and mature, thus becoming a born Hokage, or Nyo Yandame Hokage as Jiraiya puts it." Naruto spoke. "Although my father was sealed into my belly, however, Kyubi no Kitsune." Naruto removed the bandages off his right hand and revealed his now fully healed arm and palm. He continued, "Is sealed away into my right hand." That was when the same seal that Tsunade saw the first time appeared. This time everyone saw it. "That's the very same seal I saw and explained to Sandaime-sama," Tsunade exclaimed. "Indeed it is," Sandaime agreed. "I was amazed myself after finding some lost information about that forbidden master jutsu after Jiraiya and I were told about it. The only thing is that we still weren't able to find the series of hand seals for that exact sealing. It surprises me that Minato managed to execute such a jutsu even if it was a fluke." "As a result of that same Durin no Surafuya no Jutsu, old man," Naruto said, "I have a summoning contract that was instantly made with me the moment Kyubi was forcefully sealed away into my palm." "Intriguing," Kakashi finally spoke after a long silence. "Whereas I have the signed contract to summon dogs, you can summon foxes of different sorts by default as a result of the sealing." "That's right," Naruto confirmed. "But with a lot more chakra, I can also summon the great Kyubi no Yoko himself as my summoning beast. My first time summoning him unintentionally was 5 nights ago." Everyone's eyes widened in shock on hearing that revelation. It was true then that Kyubi truly was out in the opening. After letting the shock setting in, Tsunade exclaimed, "What? But how can that be when Kyubi was sealed away? Kyubi was sealed into a lifetime of servitude, Sandaime said. He's connected to Naruto as his servant. That's the punishment Chizuru Megami sentenced that great fox to. That's why Kyubi can't kill me, Naruto added, not unless it wants to kill itself at the same time. When Kyubi was first released from inside my hand, he looked at me straight in my face and told me that he wanted to devour me. But then he added that he couldn't because he'd be killing himself in the process since we're linked through the servitude seal. Although I can summon the Kyubi, however, this isn't without a penalty. Kyubi can only be summoned under extreme circumstances, and when I do release him, he only gets no more than 15 minutes as long as my right arm is flared with red chakra. Should that time limit be exceeded after the red chakra has depleted, the flare will turn blue and begin consuming my life force. If that process isn't stopped, then I'll ultimately die along with the Kyubi and my father. That explains the condition we found you in at your training ground, Kakashi said. Naruto nodded his head. Everyone was quiet as they absorbed and processed the new information they were given. After a few minutes, Shizen asked, "What about those horrible nightmares you've been having?" "If anything, I'm sure Kyubi had something to do with them." "He did," Naruto confirmed. "That was because he was awakening after 8 years of lying dormant inside me. Those nightmares I started having over the course of 7 months were the results of his gradual awakening, and my body was adjusting to his awakening presence, which was why he was able to come out of my arm the first time without my control." "Does that mean that you'll still be having those horrific nightmares?" Tsunade inquired. "No," Naruto answered. "At least I hope not. I hate waking up screaming at night, or in the morning for that matter. Who doesn't?" Tsunade added, "I lost count on the number of times you ran into my room and into my bed seeking sanctuary to confide in all that I minded. I'll admit that it made me feel good knowing that you believe I'm your greatest source of protection." With a mock hurt and sad expression, Jiraiya said to Tsunade, "You never allowed me to seek sanctuary in your bed when I had my nightmares. I know I could have made you feel just as good, you know." No one in the room missed the perverted meaning behind Jiraiya's statement. It took all of Tsunade's self-control not to severely hurt and cripple Jiraiya for twisting and perverting her words to Naruto. Kakashi, on the other hand, was giggling perversely while Sher Sham looked at both Kakashi and Jiraiya in disgust. Sandaime simply shook his head. That Jiraiya he'll never learn. Turning to Sandaime, Naruto asked, "Hey, old man, since I'm actually a Namikaze, does that mean I can go live in my father's estate now? As much as I'd love to let you have your inheritance, however, I can't let you at this time." Sandaime sighed. "You haven't reached the required age to claim your inheritance, and I'm sure Minato told you that he made a lot of enemies in many lands and villages who'd want nothing more than your death should they learn that you're his son. Aren't I popular already?" Naruto retorted in sarcasm. "This is important, Naruto," Sandaime said seriously. "You are the last one of the Namikaze clan and Minato's surviving legacy. We can't afford to have you killed and your clan completely wiped out." "Naruto." Sandaime sighed again. The Namikaze clan was once a mighty and prestigious clan in Konoha. They specialized in sealing spirals, creating and mastering new jutsus. They were that advanced? Shizen asked. Sandaime nodded to her before returning his attention back to Naruto and continued. "However, because of the war Konoha was in many years ago, the Namikaze clan was nearly obliterated since they all fought in that war, and the Namikaze clan had many enemy clans from other villages and nations that sought their destruction. Originally your father, the sole survivor of the Namikaze clan, was going to rebuild his clan starting with you. Unfortunately, because of everything that's transpired, it's now your responsibility to not only succeed your father Yandaime, but also rebuild the Namikaze clan as well." Sandaime remained silent as he allowed Naruto to process everything he was told. A couple of minutes passed when Naruto decided to speak again. "So I'm the last of the Namikaze clan? If that's the case, then I'll have to become stronger to rebuild and make an even stronger clan. And I won't go back on my word. That's my way of the shinobi." Sandaime nodded in agreement, turned to Jiraiya. "Jiraiya, with this new knowledge we have on that servitude sealing and its fox summoning jutsu, I'm charging you to have Naruto undergo more training to handle and control that seal along with whatever other training he has to undergo." Jiraiya nodded his head in understanding before turning to Naruto. Looks like we'll be spending more time together with more intense training, Neo Yandame Hokage. I can hardly wait, Arajusen, Naruto joked in sarcasm, much to Jiraiya's annoyance, who retorted, just like Tsunade, what else did you pass on to you besides her sarcasm and breast milk? Jiraiya now found his face implanted into the floor with a throbbing large lump on the back on his head. Standing over him was an angry Tsunade with a balled-up fist. Sandaime rubbed his temples and sighed, they never change. Even as adults their age, those two still behave like children. The following day, Naruto was released from the hospital and allowed to return home with Tsunade and Shizune. He was greeted by Hinata and Ino, who were very happy that nothing serious happened to him. Much to his surprise, both girls visited him while he was in a coma. However, due to Sandaime's direct orders to the hospital staff, they were unable to go into his room to see him personally, much to their dismay, since 2 Unbiu were posted to guard his door during his stay at the hospital. Secretly, both girls were also seeking to see his face, since it's always covered with that same ninja mask of his. They couldn't help but wonder how he looks like underneath that mask, as did several other girls their age for that matter, who came to see him while he recuperated at the hospital but denied access to his room. 3 days later, it was a clear and sunny day. Naruto, fully rejuvenated and healed up, was at the training ground with Jiraiya. Naruto, Jiraiya started seriously, you're aware that your new training will be tougher than before. Are you up to the challenge? Have I ever been known for backing down from anything you threw at me? Naruto replied with confidence. I'll take whatever new schooling you'll throw at me and then some. I'm happy you said that, Jiraiya said, because your training starts now. Chapter 9, The Naruto Effect. Minato/Yandex speaking. With that said, and with the FIC? 3 years later. A great deal has occurred within 3 years. 3 months after Naruto's, age 11, new training with Jiraiya, age 49, started, Hiruzen, in his 60s, did something that shocked all of Konoha. He stepped down and retired as Hokage once again after choosing the person who was to succeed both him and Yandame as next Hokage. He and the council chose Jiraiya to be nominated for the job. However, Jiraiya declined the offer, saying that it would cut into a great deal of his time for his research as well as his training Naruto. Hiruzen didn't need to be a professor to figure out what kind of research Jiraiya was talking about, since he himself read those books of his like many others. After careful consideration, he selected Tsunade, age 49, the slug Sannin and his former student to be the next Hokage. To say that Tsunade was shocked at this would be an understatement. At first, she was rather reluctant to take the job, with her reasoning being much different from Jiraiya's. She recalled what befell her grandfather and granduncle, Shodaime and Niding, who died young during their reign as Hokage, and there were her kid brother Kawaki and her lover Dan, both of whom sought to become Hokage, and they died young before they could live out that dream. Since then, she started believing that the Hokage job was shit, and that only a fool would want to become Hokage. But after adopting Naruto as her new son, she gradually started seeing things differently. She found a reason to risk her life for something she held as very precious, her son and Shurzen, aged 26, both of whom happens to be her family, and in some respects Jiraiya, Hiruzen and Kakashi, aged 25, whom in their own ways were like family to her. Although they got on her nerves occasionally, she was stupefied that she out of all people was nominated to live out the role of Hokage. After some coaching from Shizune, Jiraiya, Hiruzen and surprisingly even Naruto, Tsunade decided to accept the role as Godame Hokage. Hiruzen soon saw the ironies when he chose the slug Sannin to be next Hokage. Among them was the fact that he was trying to protect Naruto, who was the son and sole heir of Namikaze Minato, Yandame Hokage, who was once the renowned Yellow Flash who was sealed away inside Naruto along with Kyuubi. During his reign as Hokage, Minato's name alone was taboo among many enemy villages and nations, and many of their military battalions were instructed to cut their losses and retreat should they have ever met him in battle. Now Naruto is the son and sole heir of Senju Tsunade, Godame Hokage, the renowned Sannin and miracle healer throughout the entire medical profession in the shinobi world. She's also known as the legendary sucker because she sucks so badly at gambling that it became legendary, and as a result she's in debt to a lot of people she borrowed money from for her gambling addiction. Hiruzen could only hope that her debtors wouldn't turn on Naruto as well. Hiruzen, however, was happy that Naruto didn't grow up pampered and spoiled as he feared he would have, and Tsunade saw to it personally over the years. Naruto was brought up and trained to be humble and a hard worker and earn what he felt he deserves. Although retired and enjoying it, however, Sandaime still had influence in the council and would act as Tsunade's advisor from time to time. Also, the law he placed upon all of the clan leaders, village elders, and the Anbu who were aware of Naruto's heritage as Minato's son and heir was still in effect, not only because Sarutobi was still acknowledged as Hiruzen but also because Tsunade wouldn't tolerate anyone endangering her son's well-being. At the Hokage mansion, Naruto had returned home from his training with Jiraiya. Presently, the boy had a busted lip, a bloody nose, and 2 black eyes and was covered in bruises and cuts all over, and his clothes were ragged and torn. His hair was a mess and covered in dirt. Tsunade, while kneeling in front of him, was healing and tending to the injuries he endured from Jiraiya's training session. His ninja mask had long been removed off his face, for now that was Baka Oroji-san. Naruto cursed mentally before wincing in pain. I ought to file for child abuse and training malpractice on that bum. Don't complain, Naruto, replied Minato. I felt the same way during my time when he trained me. Trust me, it'll pay off. You weren't the one who was beaten to a bloody pulp by a summoned armored toad, Naruto mentally retorted. It wouldn't have happened if you didn't make that scathing remark about how he hasn't gotten any since who knows when after using a ridiculous Oroku no Jutsu on him, Minato commented. It wouldn't have happened if he didn't stop for every 5 minutes or so during my training to look at half-naked girls at that stream he repeatedly drags me down to for his so-called research, Naruto countered. Like you didn't take an interest in reading a few of his books after stealing Kakashi's rare limited edition, which you read 3 times if I recall, Minato stated. Whatever, Naruto mentally snorted before cutting off his conversation with his father. Since the day Naruto became aware that his father Namake's Minato was sealed away inside his stomach, he often conversed with him about how he could make improvements in all of his abilities. Oftentimes, when Naruto seemingly trains alone at the training ground he'd go to with Jiraiya, Minato would coach and guide his progress, and once in a while when he's not too busy, Kakashi would stop by and hang with Naruto and spar with him on occasions. Sometimes Naruto would ask Minato questions about his life before he became Hokage. You really took a hard beating today, Nari-chan, Tsunade said. You're most fortunate to have been infused with my super strength, although more than half of it is still dormant. If you were anyone else, those injuries would have broken bones, damaged organs, and blood vessels. That makes me feel a whole lot better, Naruto remarked in sarcasm. Tsunade ignored him as she continued healing him. Since her inauguration as Hokage, she left the matters of healings and other medical issues to Shinzen and the other medic needs and would enter the medic scene during extreme circumstances. But since this was her son, she'd take care of the matter herself. Although a large portion of my chakra is still dormant inside you, Tsunade stated, we'll have to work on how we can help you tap into it and use it at will. We will, Naruto asked excitedly. Tsunade smiled. Yes. However, as you train to awaken that sleeping chakra and use it to give you immense strength through near-perfect chakra control, you'll have to be very careful about how you use and apply that strength. It's not something to be taken lightly, as that strength is unquestionably deadly if not handled with caution. On the other hand, it can be a powerful asset against almost anyone and anything. What do you mean almost anyone? Naruto asked. Did you forget already who's bigger and far stronger than you, my little Naru-chan? Tsunade teased, earning a snort from her son. He retorted, I'm not little, and I'll surpass you in time. Tsunade stuck her tongue out at him playfully and said, we'll see about that. A while later she was done healing him completely. All done. Naruto flexed his muscles and sighed, that's so much better. That's good, Tsunade said. You'll have to be able to do this as a medic nin when I'm not around, especially if you're on the battlefield. Tsunade stood up and looked her son in the eye seriously. Naruto, Tsunade said pointedly, I know you're feeling sour about what Jiraiya did to you, however consider what you experienced as a lesson in real-life scenarios. What do you mean? Back in my days when I was much younger, there weren't any medic nins in the battlefield, and as a result, many Leaf Shinobis lost their lives, among them being my kid brother who was killed not too long after becoming a genin. Dan was also killed on the battlefield from severe wounds and blood loss. He died while I tried to heal and revive him. Naruto knew that the topic about her little brother and Dan was very touchy subject for her, and he was very cautious about how he approached it. Tsunade wiped away her tears and continued, "This is also an important lesson of being a medic nin. It doesn't matter how strong anyone is on the battlefield, because when their family, friends, or loved ones are on the hospital beds, they can't do a damn thing to help. Fathers, mothers, brothers, sisters, uncles, aunts, cousins, grandparents, and lovers will turn to you to preserve the light in their lives and in the lives their loved ones by their sides. Do you understand?" Naruto nodded slowly. Tsunade continued, "Naruto, you're not going to be just a medic nin like my apprentice Shirzan, nor are you just the son and sole heir of Konoha's Yellow Flash, Namake's Minato, Yondaime Hokage. You're also my son and sole heir of the legendary Slug Sannin, Senju Tsunade, Godaime Hokage, Miracle Healer, the medic nin who can cure anything. That's the image people have about me, and they'll expect the very same of you once your training with me is over. The worst cases that everyone else would quit on will be brought to you, and you'll be expected to do something about it, and succeed where everyone else have failed. You're the one who'll inherit the legacies and wills of fire of both your father and my own." Naruto nodded. "I understand, Ka-chan." Yet another dimension was added to the reality of being a medic nin. Layers upon layers, there were always new aspects to consider. "What's also true," Naruto continued with sincerity, "is that not only will I be a great medic nin, I'm also going to be the next Hokage, and a great one like Imam and like all the other Hokages before me. When my time comes, I will protect everyone I love and hold dear to me, and I will risk my life for this village that's been regarded as a treasure to all the Hokages. And I never go back on my word. That's my way of the shinobi." A moment later, and after deep consideration, Tsunade said, "I have a gift for you, Nara-chan." "Really?" Naruto asked excitedly and happily, "What is it?" Tsunade removed the necklace off her from around her neck and placed it around Naruto's neck. Naruto was shocked by her gesture. But he stuttered, "This is the very necklace your grandfather gave you." "I know," Tsunade said, "and that crystal is one of 2 in the world that exist. You can buy mountains with that necklace alone. But keep in mind that with that necklace, you carry the legacies of Shodaime and Nidaime, Naiwaki, Dan, and the rest of our family ancestors. It's something I want you to take with you on your path in becoming Hokage." Overcome with emotions, Naruto jumped and embraced Tsunade. "Happily, I love you, Ka-chan." Tsunade smiled brightly as she embraced her son as well. "I'm happy you appreciate your gift," Tsunade said before she placed a light kiss on her adopted son's forehead. "Now let's start on your human anatomy studies." "Yeah," Naruto agreed, and as the mother-son pair went on their way to the medical section of the mansion. "And tomorrow you'll spend the day sparring with me," Tsunade added with a large smile. Naruto grimaced on the thought of sparring with his mother Tsunade. For what it's worth, he'd rather spar with Jiraiya, knowing that Tsunade's hits were far worse than his. "Hey," Tsunade said, "don't give me that look. I did say that we'd have to work on awakening that dormant strength of yours, didn't I?" "You did," Naruto whined, "but you hit so hard." She grabbed Naruto before wrapping her arm around his neck and giving him a hard noogie. "Kei-chan," Naruto cried as he futilely struggled to break free, "it's one thing to spar with your freakishly strong mother, but it's something else when she applies that strength for giving noogies." Tsunade laughed while watching her son's predicament. For the past couple of months, Tsunade got into the habit of giving Naruto playful noogies. 2 weeks later, Naruto was sleeping at his desk at the academy again. This time he looked completely drained and exhausted. He spent all night studying his mother's medical scrolls and practicing his healing and medic jutsus, and 3 days earlier he trained with Jiraiya on controlling his new seal and fox summoning. Naruto was sitting/sleeping between Ino and Hinata. Both girls took pity on Naruto seeing the state he was in. Hinata saw the look in Ino's face and knew what she had in mind. Both girls were tempted to see how he looked like underneath that ninja mask he wore. Hinata blushed at the thought but was too timid to pull it off. Ino, being the more abrasive type, moved closer to grab and pull the mask down when Naruto immediately jumped from his seat and stood in attention. Everyone else laughed at the scene while Ino mentally cursed and yelled at Irika for ruining her chance to see the blonde's face. Yes, Irika-sensei, Naruto said. Irika, annoyed at Naruto's sleeping habits, stated, "Do you find our discussion on the 5 Hokages boring enough to put you to sleep? When Yoka-chan is the granddaughter and grandniece of Shodame and Nidame who taught Sandame, who taught my Ka-chan and chose her as Ga-dame after the death of Yandame who was trained by Jiraiya-sama, another student of Sandame, what more can you teach me about them that my Ka-chan hasn't already taught me?" Irika's right eye twitched from Naruto's sense of reasoning yet well-worded explanation. The fact that annoyed Irika further was that Naruto was right. Ino and other girls chuckled from his explanation. "He's so smart," a couple of the girls thought as they looked at him dreamily. "Well, Naruto," Irika said, "since it's your family we're talking about, it should hold your attention to say the least, since they were the ones who built Kanahagoku no Sato and contributed greatly to the medical fields and this village's history." "I'm sorry," Naruto replied, "no disrespect to you or to my family ancestors, but I spent all last night and days prior studying and practicing with little sleep. But if you need my participation, then I'll add my 2 cents into the conversation." "That's good to hear," Irika said, although concerned about Naruto with regards to what he said earlier. "We were just going to talk about Yandame Hokage." "Now that I can do," Minato stated. "I'm sure you can," Naruto remarked. "You're the subject at hand anyway, father." "I'd like to say some things about Yandame," Naruto said as he moved and went to the front of the class. Irika stepped aside and gave Naruto the spotlight. "Okay, Naruto," Irika stated, "what would you like to say about Yandame Hokage?" Looking at the class, Naruto started. Yandame Hokage, whose real name is Namikaze Minato, started off like all of us here. Like some of us, he had no inborn skills or bloodline limit that we know of. After becoming a genin, he became a student to Jiraiya the legendary Toad Sannin along with 2 other genins. Under Jiraiya's tutelage, he gradually started making new advancements. Naruto continued his discussion while holding everyone's attention, including Irika's. The class were amazed at how much he knew about Yandame in such details. The girls just looked at him dreamily, like how they would do with Sasuke. "You'd think Naruto lives with the man," Kiba whispered to Shikamaru, who replied, "How troublesome." Snorted Sasuke in boredom with his arms crossed. Naruto continued. Years later, Minato became the teacher to 3 genins, these being Hatake Kakashi Naizen, Rin and Uchiha Obito. Sometime later though, Obito was killed and Rin left Konoha with no one knowing anything about her whereabouts or what became of her. In all accounts, she's possibly dead. In spite of all this, Kakashi Naizen stayed loyal to Minato, and in time became an Inbu around the time Minato became the new Hokage. Before and during his reign as Hokage, Minato became renowned by many as Konoha's Yellow Flash because of a powerful jutsu he created that made him capable of moving like the speed of light, so fast that all you see is a yellow flash of light. He became a mighty force to be reckoned with and feared by many. Minato's name alone was taboo among many enemy villages and nations. Many of their military armies were warned to cut their losses and retreat should they have ever meet him in battle. Minato later married a most skilled, talented, and beautiful kunoichi named Kushina, who was from the former Uzumaki no Kuni, Whirlpool country. Yandame was said to have been the greatest of all the Hokages. That was until Kyubi no Kitsune came along and attacked Konoha. This gigantic great fox was unlike any other tailed beast. When his 9 tails were swung, they could destroy a mountain and cause a tsunami. Konoha sent their best shinobi forces to battle the great fox, but they failed to defeat it, and many were killed. Things seemed hopeless. That was until Yandame, the village's champion, appeared to do battle with Kyubi. His presence was a sight for sore eyes to everyone there. What they didn't know, however, was that Minato was planning on sacrificing himself to save this village and everyone he viewed as precious with the use of a powerful and most forbidden jutsu. After his battle, both Kyubi and Yandame vanished without a trace. His pregnant wife died with the child during the attack. Minato defeated Kyubi, however, a heavy price was paid for it. Since the loss of Yandame, Sandame resumed the role as Hokage until my mother, Senju Tsunade, the legendary slug Sannin, was chosen to become the Godame Hokage. Everyone stared at awe at Naruto, especially Irika, who couldn't think of anything to add to what Naruto explained about Yandere. Naruto said a lot more than what I would have said, Irika acknowledged while looking at Naruto in astonishment. A few of the guys looked at Naruto jealously, thinking that they could have done better, while some of the girls were thinking how smart and handsome he was. Thank you, Naruto. Irika complimented, reclaiming control of the class again. That was a most impressive and detailed explanation you gave about Yandere Hokage. You really do your studies, I must admit. I have to, Naruto remarked as he started walking back to his desk, because Yandere is the Hokage I plan to surpass. That statement caught everyone's immediate attention as everyone turned and looked at Naruto as if he was joking. You, Sasuke mocked, causing Naruto to stop where he was and look straight at him. Of all people intend to surpass Yandere Hokage, the man who's said to have been the greatest shinobi and Hokage that ever lived? That's right, Naruto replied with unshaken conviction. Sasuke snorted, and what do you intend to surpass him in? In just about everything, Naruto answered with a large smile underneath his mask before enthusiastically adding, because I'm going to push myself to work harder to become the future Hokage of this village someday. After saying that, he continued on his way back to his seat with everyone was still staring at him in disbelief. Everyone at that moment saw Naruto in a whole new light. Naruto has quite an ambition, one of the girls whispered to another who nodded in agreement. True, but do you think he can pull such a feat off? How troublesome, Shikamaru retorted. In spite of Naruto's attempts in being friends with him, Sasuke still looked at him as his rival and hindrance in getting stronger in order to kill his brother Itachi. Sasuke had no interest in making friends or having a girlfriend. After his encounter with Itachi the night of the massacre, Sasuke's prime focus was to become stronger and advance to higher levels in order to be able to fight and kill Itachi and rebuild his clan. Sakura, one of Sasuke's biggest fangirls, found it charming that there's someone else besides her that studies hard almost all the time. She, like so many other girls, tried to get Sasuke's attention repeatedly only to be shot down coldly again and again. Though Naruto himself also had fangirls like Sasuke, however, he wasn't cold or harsh towards them, although he'd often run from them. Secretly though, Sakura wished that Sasuke was Naruto and Naruto was Sasuke. Shino, although indifferent, was aware of Naruto's intelligence and sense of logic. However, he was intrigued at how Naruto's status from being the son of a Sannin to the son of a Hokage didn't go to his head like it would have done to so many others their age. Naruto, however, was still a prankster, and a clever one at that, Shino acknowledged. Although Shino never came out and admitted it, he appreciated that Naruto didn't find him or his family creepy for their use and connections to insects and Kikai bugs, and that he was in fact amazed by it, and for that Shino respected Naruto. Shuji liked how Naruto would hang out with him, Shikamaru and Kiba, and not act so fully of himself. Shuji also liked that fact that Naruto never called him fat or teased him like others have in the past. To Shuji, Naruto was really one of the guys. Kiba, who started disliking Naruto at first, in time took a liking to him, seeing how he has a thing for canines like his family. But after training with summoned foxes, how would a person not take a liking to dogs? Also, Kiba's white dog Akamaru also took a liking to Naruto. Shikamaru, although lazy and non-enthusiastic, respected Naruto, especially since Naruto never blew his spot for sleeping in class repetitiously. However, he found Naruto getting himself in trouble for his pranks and other antics to be rather troublesome. Ino found Naruto to be a mystery. She sensed that theirs was more to Naruto than meets the eyes and more than he let on. He was too intelligent and sophisticated for his age, especially as a strategic prankster, an escape artist among the Chunins and Jounins. Over the years, her father, Inoichi, had been pushing her to get to know Naruto for reasons she couldn't quite understand. At first, she figured that it was because he was the son of a Sannin, but after spending time around him, she saw that he was a puzzle she wanted to solve, and solve it she set herself undoing, one way or another. She did have a crush on Sasuke for a time, but was eventually turned off by his unchanged harsh and cold demeanor, especially since her father didn't like the idea of her fawning over Sasuke like his other fangirls. Ino saw how Naruto and Sasuke were total opposites of each other. One would have thought that Naruto would be the arrogant and cold type because of his status in Konoha, whereas Sasuke would have thought to have been the open and humble type, especially after what happened to his clan a few years ago. But it was quite the opposite in fact, which attracted Ino more towards Naruto. A couple of times, Inoichi invited Naruto over to their house. Oftentimes, though, Inoichi would try to fix it in a way that Naruto would be around his daughter for the majority of the time. His wife caught on to this, however. The thought of her daughter being matched with the son of a Hokage was most appealing, so she did nothing to hinder what her husband was trying to do. Instead, she encouraged it. Hinata appreciated how Naruto treated her since the time they became friends. Over the years, he'd spar and practice with her and help point out and correct her mistakes. He didn't look and treat her like she was weak or a disgrace like her family had. In time, she slowly started stuttering less and improved in her skills and speech. Naruto even allowed himself to be used as practice for her Byakugan. On several occasions, though, Hinata suffered from nosebleeds for seeing more than she should have. Naruto, however, didn't know whether or not it was intentional, but he'd tease her about it by asking her if she liked what she saw, only to cause her to blush even redder before fainting from the thought alone. Hinata, however, was surprised that she never tried to see through his ninja mask using her bloodline limit, and whenever she thought about doing it, she'd be too shy to actually execute it. Her father Hayashi was impressed and pleased with Hinata's progress and surprising improvements. He was no fool, though. He knew that Naruto had something to do with it, and as a result, he encouraged Hinata to associate more with Naruto and try to get to know him on deeper levels. Hinata was shocked that her father, as harsh as he could be towards her because of her past failures, was praising and encouraging her, and it was all because of Naruto's influence. Eagerly seeking to heed her father's encouragement, Hinata sought to get to know her major crush even more. Hayashi had even invited Naruto over on several occasions and allowed him to socialize and train with his daughter. Sometimes, Hanabi aged 6 would eavesdrop on them to see what was going on. She didn't know what her father saw in Naruto, besides some weird kid who wore that same ninja mask all the time and seemingly never takes it off. The following day, Naruto and all of the other students were all outside at the practice area. They were all going to practice throwing kunais at human-shaped targets. Some of the students had better time aiming and throwing the kunais than many of the others. When it came time for Sasuke to throw his kunais, he threw them with time, precision, accuracy. The girls marveled at how efficient Sasaki was at throwing his kunais right on the bull's-eye. Naruto stood there quietly as he waited patiently for his own turn while bored out of his mind. Even Erajizen's training was more fun than this, Naruto thought. Pity that no one knows I'm secretly training with him. Or with me for that matter also, Naruto, Minato added, and Tsunade-sama. True, Naruto thought. Naruto, you're up, Iruka announced. Naruto raised his head as he went over to his wooden human target stand. Good luck, Dobe, Sasuke mocked. Naruto ignored him and picked up his kunais. Standing a long distance from the target, Naruto ran back and forth from left to right as he aimed and launched his 3 kunais at intended areas of the target before throwing the last one straight into the bull's eye. Sasuke smirked and stated, I made all 4 bull's eyes and you only made 1. If you were as smart as everyone thinks you are, you'd have stood still and threw your kunais at the target like everyone else. I'm afraid Sasuke's right, Naruto, Iruka commented. If you'd have stood where you were supposed to, you'd have possibly managed to hit more than 1 bull's-eye. That may be true. Naruto looked at Iruka and said, however, if you look carefully, Iruka-sensei, if that target were an actual person, each section I threw my kunais that would have meant an instantaneous death. Enemy shinobis won't allow us to get bulls to their hearts. We'd have to know where else they can be effectively taken down. Iruka looked at the target and saw what Naruto was talking about. The first kunais was embedded deep into the forehead, the second straight into the jugular, the third at the liver, and the last one straight through the heart. Naruto executed all this while he was running, unlike the others, Iruka acknowledged. You're right, Naruto, Iruka agreed. For each spot you launched your kunais at, it would mean immediate death for the target. I'm amazed you managed to pull off such a feat and knew exactly when and where to hit at while in running motion. When you study the human anatomy in depth, Naruto said, you learn a thing or two. Iruka sensed that there was more to Naruto than meet the eyes, aside the fact that he's the son of the Hokage. He wondered if perhaps Tsunade had something to do with this since she was an ace medical specialist. Who is this kid? Iruka wondered as the Ino, Hinata and the other girls circled around Naruto and praised his accomplishments. Sasuke decided to ignore them until that was amazing. You might reach or even break Itachi's record at this rate, said one of the girls. Hearing that remark made Sasuke's blood boil. There was no way he was going to be outstaged by Naruto. Sasuke saw that had to push himself harder if he was to become stronger to kill his brother and outdo Naruto, who he felt was supposed to be the dobe, not his equal or superior. If only I had my Sharingan activated like Itachi's, Sasuke thought, then I'd have had the ability to surpass Naruto's abilities. Chapter 10. Hidanarino. A week later. It was a clear sunny day in Konoha and everyone was taking advantage of the serene atmosphere. Naruto was walking around the village by himself after Jiraiya gave him the day off to allow his body to recuperate from last week's training. Naruto figured that it was just an excuse for him to go about doing his research for his Aika Aika Paradise series. He thought about going to visit Sandaime, but then he remembered that Sandaime went out on a vacation trip with his grandson Konohamaru, age 6, and won't be back for another 3 days. Tsunade was going to be busy all day at the office. Something about diplomats from other villages coming to discuss some trading negotiations. Kakashi was out on an A-rank mission, and won't be back for another 2 days when Shizen was stuck at the hospital with a patient in critical condition. Simply put it, Naruto was down on his luck today. His family was too busy with his or her own things and currently had no time for him. This totally sucks big time, Naruto thought. Don't feel dejected, Naruto, Minato said. I'm still around. I know, father, Naruto replied. I just need to find something to do to keep me busy, really. You can always go hang out with your friends from the academy, Minato suggested. I'm sure that they'll be more than happy to hang out with you. True, Naruto replied, but many of them are busy today, and the all-omnipotent Sasuke is still with the I must become stronger than you, Naruto complex. Then why not invite those 2 girls to hang out with you, Minato said. If anything, Hinata and Ino would more than likely drop whatever it is they're doing in a heartbeat to hang out with you, and I know their fathers would definitely let them without any argument, since both Hayashi and Inoichi know I'm your father. If I did not any better father, I'd say you were trying to play matchmaker here, Naruto replied with a grin on his face. Not that I'm complaining. What girl in Konoha wouldn't want to date the son of great Yondaime Hokage? Naruto heard Minato chuckling in his mind. Don't get full of yourself, my boy, Minato advised, though I may be revered as one of the greatest shinobis. However, when it came to courting your birth mother, I turned into a total idiot, and she'd scold me for my love for ramen. She used to say that I love ramen more than how I loved her. Naruto started laughing on hearing what his father had told him, while bystanders looked at him questionably. Meanwhile, Ino was at her parents' flower shop helping her mother tend to a customer with the bouquet of exotic roses he was ordering. While this was going on, Naruto soon entered the shop and greeted them. Hello everyone, Naruto greeted as Ino and her mother turned to him. Ino smiled, obviously happy to see him. Naruto-kun, what brings you here? My folks are all busy today and I had no one to hang out with, he explained. I was going to ask if you wanted to come and spend the day with me, Ino-chan. But since you're helping out with actually, Ino wasn't doing much here anyway. Ino's mother suddenly cut. In fact, she can go and hang out with you now. You sure? Naruto asked quizzically. Positive, Mrs. Yamanaka smiled as she gestured to her daughter to go on her way. Ino flashed her mother a thank you smile before running over Naruto, who turned and exited the shop with her. The customer just shook his head at the scene. Young love, the customer thought with a grin. As Naruto and Ino left the shop, out of nowhere they crashed into Hinata. Seeing whom she collided into, Hinata blushed and apologized. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. I should have been paying more attention to. Don't worry about it, Hina-chan, Naruto assured. Wanna hang out with Ino-chan and me today? Blushing redder, Hinata nodded her head. Ino snorted. She was really hoping it was going to be just her and Naruto. She didn't expect Hinata to have shown up out of nowhere so conveniently and bumped into them. So what do you girls want to do today? I don't know, Hinata replied. I was going to go along with whatever you or Ino had in mind. Honestly, I really didn't have much on my mind to do today, Naruto said sheepishly. But I'm sure if we walk around a little, we just might think of something. Smooth moves, Prince Charming, Minato remarked in sarcasm. Who asked you? Naruto mentally snorted as he started walking with the two girls at his sides. The trio walked together through the crowd as everyone was going about their business. While they were walking, Ino and Hinata were sharing the same thought. I wonder how Naruto looks like underneath that mask. I never seen him ever take it off, not once, Ino thought. Before she could say anything, Hinata spoke, and Naruto-kun? Yeah? How about I treat you to ramen? Hinata offered with a sense of innocence. I'll get you whatever kind you like. Yeah, Naruto yelled excitedly. Let's go. Naruto hurried to Ichiraku with Ino and Hinata almost being dragged along with him. Ino wondered why on earth Hinata would treat Naruto to that stuff, although knowing just how much he loves that stuff. That was when a revelation dawned on her as to why Hinata was treating him to ramen. A smile formed on Ino's face. Hinata, that was brilliant. Inner Ino yelled happily. I can't believe how cunning you can be. If Naruto is to eat, he'll definitely have to remove his mask. It's completely simple and perfect. It wasn't long before they reached their destination. The trio sat down together at the bar. Tucci greeted them. Hello, you three, Tucci greeted. Why do you three have? Oh, Hinata said, it's not for me or Ino. We're treating Naruto clean. Really? Tucci replied in somewhat disbelief before turning to Naruto. You're a very lucky kid, Naruto. I didn't have that privilege back in my days. Teasingly, you must have made quite an impression on these two ladies if they're treating you and not the other way around. Tucci-ji-san, Naruto retorted with a blush burned on his cheeks, but was only partially seen from above the mask. Just make one of my favorites. What are you talking about? They're all your favorites, Tucci teased again before making Naruto his bowl. Why aren't you two eating? Naruto asked. I'm not hungry really, Hinata replied with the same sense of innocence. Me too, Ino said. Naruto eyed the both of them. The girls were acting like they had nothing to hide. He wondered what it was they were up to. Several minutes later, I am, age 15, came in and greeted, Naruto-kun, I'm happy to see you again. The feeling's mutual, Naruto greeted back, and how are you? I'm okay, I am said before asking teasingly, who are your girlfriends? Naruto and both Ino and Hinata both blushed heavily on hearing that. Although Hinata blushed a shade of red neither Naruto nor Ino could possibly match against. Hinata almost fainted from the comment alone had she not remembered that she'd have fallen off her stool if she did. Ino on the other hand thought she could get used to being called Naruto's girlfriend. To my right is Hyuga Hinata and next to her is Yamanaka Ino. They're my classmates from the academy. Ino and Hinata I am greeted, it's a pleasure to see you too. Naruto is our best and favorite customer here, so you both better treat him right, okay? I am winked at the masked blonde. Naruto's sweat dropped. It was as though it was an all-for-one teasing day on Naruto, he thought. Soon Tucci came with Naruto's bowl of beef ramen. Here you go, Naruto, Tucci said as he handed him his bowl and chopsticks. Thanks, Naruto replied happily as he inhaled the steam from the bowl with the chopsticks in his hand. Ino and Hinata looked down at him quietly. Naruto looked at his bowl while feeling two pair of eyes staring right at him. Turning to the two girls, he asked, Why are you two staring at me? We're not staring, Ino replied, just waiting for you. That's all. Hinata just fiddled with her fingers as though she was nervously waiting for something. He looked at them suspiciously before shrugging. Turning back to his bowl, Naruto moved his hand to his mask. Hinata and Ino held their breaths as they awaited him to remove it. Hey Ino. Hinata. Both girls yelped in surprise as they turned to see Kiba appearing from behind them with Akamaru in his jacket. Shuji, Shino and Shikamaru followed close by as they entered the small diner. What are you two doing here? Kiba asked. Ino replied, What do you think? We're here hanging with Naru. That was when both Ino and Hinata turned to face Naruto, who now had his mask back on his face with a satisfied smile hidden inside the mask. The bowl in front of him was completely empty of all its contents. That was really good, Naruto thanked. Thanks for the meal, Hina-chan. Although she blushed, however, both girls frowned at how Naruto devoured the ramen with such inhuman efficiency while missing the chance to see his face without the mask on. Damn it! Inner Ino yelled with flames behind her. We were so close. Damn you, Kiba! You mean you both were here treating Naruto to lunch? Kiba remarked with a tinge of jealousy. You two never treated any of us guys to lunch. How troublesome, Shikamaru stated in boredom. Shuji was busy eating his chips while Shino remained as quiet as ever with his hands in his jacket pockets. Hey, while we're here, Kiba suggested, why don't we all get some ramen? It'll be the girls' treat. Kiba suddenly found himself with his face to the ground with a lump on his head in courtesy of Ino, who was now standing over him with her fist clenched tightly. Akamaru whimpered from underneath Kiba, having taken the full brunt of the fall with his master top of him. Ino turned and grabbed Naruto's hand and dragged him out of the diner. Let's go. Hinata paid for the food before she got up and apologized for Ino's actions and bowed to her friends before following Ino and Naruto, the lavender-haired girl, that her plan ended in failure. Shuji and Shino helped Kiba off the floor. That Ino, Shikamaru mumbled, she's so troublesome. Meanwhile, Ino was still holding Naruto's hand as she was taking him to practically nowhere. Exactly where are we going? Naruto asked after a period of silence. Anywhere as long as we don't have to deal with boys looking for free meals at our expense, Ino retorted. Ironic really, since it was Hinata who treated Naruto to lunch with the intent on seeing his face, which Ino figured out. You can let go of my hand now, Ino, Naruto said. I think it's safe to say that we're in the clear now. Realizing that she was still holding Naruto's hand, Ino reluctantly released it with a small blush on her cheeks. Sorry, Ino said. I forgot myself there for a minute. That's an understatement, Minato commented. Naruto simply agreed but grinned underneath the mask. I know where we can go. Follow me. The two girls nodded their head and followed Naruto to where he was going as he started running through the streets. Hinata and Ino made the effort to keep up with him, but he was moving at a speed much faster than theirs. Naruto-kun, Hinata said, we're not as fast as you. You can at least slow the pace down enough for us to keep up, Ino added. Are you kidding me? Naruto said. This is slow compared to how fast I can really go. Naruto slowed down enough to allow both girls to catch up. When they reached him, however, Naruto grabbed both of their hands and held onto them tightly as he ran faster, with them being made to keep up with his speed. Naruto! Ino yelled, a cry that fell on deaf ears as Naruto simply laughed. In spite of this, Hinata just blushed crimson on the fact that Naruto was actually holding her hand. A while later, Naruto, Ino and Hinata found themselves at one of the training grounds. No one else was there besides them. Both girls were taking in large gasps of air, almost as though they were deprived of oxygen. Come on, Naruto teased. How do you both hope to become great kunoichis if you're complaining about being out of breath already? Well, forgive us for not possessing your stamina, Ino shot back. There's nothing to forgive, Naruto replied. You both will just have to work harder like I do, especially if you both want to maintain those nice figures of yours. That last comment caught Ino and Hinata off guard as they both blushed and looked away shyly. He thinks I have a nice figure? Hinata and Ino smiled and thought at the same time, does that mean he likes me? Naruto smirked as their reactions. Breaking whatever thoughts they were daydreaming about, Naruto said, Hey, who's up for some sparring? The girls broke out their dreams to look at Naruto incredulously. Spar with you, Ino said, when inner Ino suddenly said, this'll be perfect. That way I can yank off Naruto's mask and see how he really looks like underneath it. He must be hiding something if he's always wearing that mask all the time. I accept, Ino replied. And you, Hinata, Naruto offered. You two can double time me if you want. He's making this too easy, inner Ino shouted happily as though victory would be quick and sure. Are you sure, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked. Naruto replied, Trust me, your hits couldn't possibly be anywhere near as hard as Ka-chan's. Oh yeah, Ino shouted. We'll see about that. And with that, Naruto took a fighting stance as the girls did likewise. Hinata activated her Byakugan and assumed the Hyuga fighting stance. Naruto eyed both females cautiously, as they all wondered who was going to begin the spar. Any time now, Naruto invited. I don't have all day. So you either come at me or Naruto didn't finish his speech when he suddenly dashed at the girls who were caught off guard by his actions. He did a palm strike to their chests, sending them flying backwards off the ground momentarily before they landed down on the ground in a thud. I'll come at you, Naruto said with a grin on his covered face. The girls soon got up from off the ground. Ino saw that parts of her clothes and hair now had dirt and bit on grass on them, as did Hinata. You're gonna regret that, Ino declared as she and Hinata readied themselves to attack. Come make me girlfriends, Naruto taunted while doing a hand gesture inviting her to come at him. Ino and Hinata charged at Naruto at full throttle, throwing as many punches as they could at him. Naruto simply dodged and evaded every last one of them as though he was taking a walk through the beach. During this process, Ino made several attempts to grab and pull off his mask, but he was too fast for her to make contact. He jumped away from them, but Hinata followed in hot pursuit. Stopping, Naruto charged at Hinata and threw fast punches, kicks, and palm strikes at her. Hinata dodged, blocked, ducked, and evaded his attacks as they came, and she threw punches and kicks of her own. Ino soon came and rejoined Hinata in battling with Naruto. If one was looking carefully, you think Naruto was dancing ballet with both girls at the same time, seeing how fluid and swift his movements were. Naruto soon started moving faster, making it harder for Ino and Hinata to keep up. Sudden as Ino and Hinata charged at him, he dashed past them at a speed their eyes couldn't see. Seconds later, they found themselves falling to the ground flat on their faces. When they tried to get back up, however, to their horror, they saw that their legs didn't work anymore. My legs, Ino cried as she tried to push herself off the ground. I can't feel my legs. Hinata was in shock at what just befell them. Did Naruto cripple them? She wondered. It was supposed to be a friendly sparring match. Naruto walked over to them and with his index finger, he hit a certain section on their backs. When that was done, he stood in front of them with a grin on his masked face. Ino-chan, Hina-chan, you two can stand up now, he said. Is that some kind of joke? Ino barked. This is all your fault. We can't move our legs. Really, Naruto said as he moved and grabbed one of their 2 feet, removing their sandals before tickling their feet. Ino and Hinata laughed hysterically as they struggled to break free, senselessly not realizing that they were kicking Naruto with their other free foot. Naruto released them and said, Your feet seem fine to me if you both can kick that hard. That was when they realized that they could indeed move their legs after all. Putting their sandals back on, Hinata asked, Why was it that we couldn't move our feet for a moment? Pressure point, Naruto answered. I hit one of your pressure points, cutting off your brain's sensory to your legs, thus momentarily laming you both. After I unlocked it when I hit your backs a second time, were you two able to stand and walk again? And for the record, during our match, I could have done that the entire time. Ino and Hinata were left speechless. Exactly how advanced a fighter and shinobi was Naruto if he was capable of something like this? This only served to induce Ino and Hinata to learn more the blonde braided ponytail shinobi. Well, I had fun, Naruto smiled. Thank you Hina-chan and Ino-chan for showing me a good time. How about I drop you both home? Naruto-kun, Ino said. Yeah, Hinata and I have been meaning to ask you this. What's with that mask you wear all the time? Do you have something to hide or do having some kind of disfiguration you don't want people to see? You two want to see what's under my mask, Naruto said. If that's the case, all you had to do was just ask. Hinata and Ino looked at him stupefied, as though they were thrown into a loop. That's it, Inner Ino exclaimed. That was all we had to do. You two want to see underneath this mask? The 2 females nodded eagerly. Alright then, Naruto sighed as he moved his hand to his mask. Ino and Hinata pictured several variations of how Naruto would look like based on their own ideas of what makes a guy look really cute. Upon reaching his mask, Naruto pulled it down to reveal another mask. Ino shouted in disbelief before her and Hinata went into a daze and fell backwards. Naruto chuckled to himself as he went over and picked up both girls, carrying each of them over his shoulders as he walked off with them back to the village. Too bad they didn't ask to see underneath the second mask, Naruto thought with a smile. They'd have seen my face that time. Oh well. An hour later, Naruto was standing on top of the roof of one of the buildings. Both girls were still knocked out. He gently set Hinata and Ino down before picked Ino up again, carrying her bridal style this time as he made his way to her house. After dropping her off to her father Inoichi and explaining what happened, Inoichi took and carried his daughter to her bedroom after giving his goodbyes to Naruto. With that task done, Naruto then hurried back to Hinata. Reaching her, he lifted and carried her bridal style and hurried to the Hyuga compound. 30 minutes later, Ino opened her eyes and found herself back in her bedroom. She sat up and asked aloud, "What happened? I don't remember coming back here." A minute later, the door to her room opened. She turned and saw her father entering the room. "You know you're awake," Inoichi smiled. "Naruto carried you back all the way home. He said that you and Hinata wore yourselves out to exhaustion while sparring with him. The boy must have some stamina to be able to go toe-on-toe with you two girls and then carry you both all the way home after you and Hinata passed out. From what he told me, both you and Hinata made quite a team, giving him a good fight. He said that you girls should spar with him again sometime." Ino knew why she and Hinata passed out, and was surprised that Naruto covered for both her and Hinata. She couldn't imagine the embarrassment she'd have experienced with Naruto to tell her father what really happened, although most of what Naruto said was true. For Inoichi, his only regret was that he didn't have his camera with him upon seeing his sleeping daughter being carried home by Naruto. He'd have never let her hear the end of it. Meanwhile, Hinata had already woken her room, surprised in her expression. She wondered how she got back as she got up and left the room only to see Niji, aged 12, making his way toward her room. "Hinata-sama," Niji greeted with a cold demeanor. Hinata partially fidgeted, but not like she used to. "Niji Nizan," Hinata replied back. "You finally woke up," Niji said. "Naruto-sama carried you back here." "Headed?" she asked with a reddened face that held a small smile of joy. "He carried me all the way back here?" "Yes, and he dropped off Ino as well. He explained to Hayashi-sama that you and Ino were sparring with him until you and Ino wore yourselves out to the point that you both passed out." Hayashi-sama was most pleased with the details Naruto provided him with about your style of fighting. Hinata was in her own world now. Not only did Naruto carry her all the way home, but he put a good word in with her father. Had Naruto told Hayashi as to why she really passed out, she could only wonder how her father would have reacted. Still, she knew she gave Naruto a good spar, as she usually tries to do whenever they spar together. "I'll be on my way now," Niji said with same demeanor as he turned and walked off, not giving her a second look. Niji couldn't believe how Hinata had improved from the way he remembered her to be. Still, Niji believed that fate can't be changed, and that Hinata, in spite of her evident improvements, won't change at all. Elsewhere, Sasuke was walking through town with Sakura following close by. He sighed to himself that Sakura wouldn't leave him alone for once. As this was going on, they soon saw Naruto walking towards them from the opposite direction. "Hey Sakura." "Sasuke," Naruto greeted. "Hey Naruto," Sakura greeted back. "Where are you coming from?" "Just came from dropping Ino and Hinata off at their homes after spending the days sparring with them," Naruto answered. "Those two were relentless." Sasuke snorted. "At least those two girls know how to spend their time, rather than wasting it being flirts like some annoying pink-haired fangirl I know of." Sakura made a mental note to get all of the details from Ino about what happened. It was definitely something she had to get the latest info on. "Well, I have to be going," Naruto said. "Ka-chan and Shizune-chan said they'll be home around this time. See you?" With that, Naruto continued on his way home, leaving Sasuke and Sakura. "So Sasuke-kun," Sakura said, "you want a spa with me sometime?" "No," was all Sasuke said coldly as he started walking off, leaving Sakura behind. Dejected, Sakura's head slumped as she wondered why Sasuke was always so cold towards her. "I sometimes wish Sasuke-kun could be more like Naruto," Sakura thought. All the while, two figures with ceremonial bamboo hats wearing dark black robes with red clouds drawn around their robes were standing on the roof looking down at Naruto, as he happily made his way back home at the Hokage mansion. "So that little blonde kid is the one?" asked the taller shark-faced figure with a large bandaged sword carried on his back. "Yes," replied his partner with his fully developed Sharingan activated, looking at Naruto with narrow eyes. "He's the one our organization wants us to bring back. But we'll wait a while longer." The shark man simply nodded before they vanished from the roof. A week ago, Naruto told his family about his time with Ino and Hinata after they treated him to lunch and sparred with him. Jiraiya was rather amused at the fact that Naruto had two girls who were interested in him, and not just as everyday typical fangirls. Tsunade and Shizen weren't surprised at all. Tsunade, though, teased her son at how he would grow up to become a true ladies' man. Jiraiya, being who he was, told Naruto that he would give him some copies of his rare limited edition Ika Ika Paradise books showing how he could give Hinata and Ino a really good time. This of course earned Jiraiya a free flight into the Hokage monument in courtesy of an enraged mother named Tsunade. Sandaime was also told the story by Naruto after he returned with Konohamaru from their vacation away from Konoha, and in turn Sandaime told Naruto about his fun time away with his grandson. Although Sandaime didn't voice it, he saw it was a chance for Naruto to revive and rebuild the Namikaze clan and re-establish it as one of Konoha's strongest clans once again after he becomes of age to marry. Sandaime grinned inwardly, knowing fully well that if word was to ever get out that Naruto is not only the son of Godaime Hokage but also the biological son of Yondaime Hokage, Naruto would have to run for hours as armies of girls and possibly older kunoichis would chase after him, screaming for him to marry them and allowing them to birth his children. Present day at the Hokage mansion, Tsunade and Naruto were looking at each other with narrow eyes, awaiting the other make the first strike. Kakashi, Shizen, and Tsunade's new pet pig Tun Tun, which she was carrying in her arms, were watching the duel, wondering how this mother and son duel would end. Neither of the two opponents was willing to back down. "It's not too late, Kaa-chan," Naruto warned. "There's still time to back down. Like I'd ever submit to you," Tsunade retorted with unbroken determination. "I'm not afraid of you. It's your funeral," Naruto replied. "Your move. I'll match you." "Full house, kid." Tsunade grinned smugly, putting down her cards on the table both her and Naruto were sitting at. Naruto made a sound and proceeded to look at his cards at great length, shuffling them around. Mother and son were going for broke in this game. "Well," the impatient Hokage finally said. "What do you have?" "I have a bunch of red guys, a 10 and an ace," Naruto said, putting down his cards. "That's good, right?" Tsunade stared dumbfounded at the royal flush of hearts. She hadn't gotten one of those in her many years of gambling. For Naruto, this was his form of payback for all the hard hits Tsunade would inflict on him during the times he'd spar and train with her. "What?" Tsunade shouted, finding it hard to believe that she lost to her son. "Again, you cheated." "I didn't cheat, Kaa-chan," Naruto replied. "You are the after all, you simply, and it's legendary at every casino you drag and take us to the fact that we're not in the poorhouse or homeless for that matter because of all the loans and debts you've acquired is nothing short of a miracle." Kakashi was futilely stifling a laugh that was threatening to break free. It was amusing how Naruto had the guts to talk to Tsunade like that, knowing fully well that he was risking her wrath. Shizen, however, was torn between being upset that her little brother was gambling, and being pleased that he was so good at it, which was a lot more than what could be said of her sensei, who was presently fuming at yet another loss to her smart-mouthed son. "You little brat, how dare you!" Tsunade stated in indignation. "For that, tomorrow when we spar, I'm going to kick you twice as hard, Naruto grimaced at the anticipation of being bruised up and beaten on a more harsher level. "Just give me my money, so that the next we gamble, you'll start off twice as broke." And so it began, mother and son verbally battling it out for supremacy. Shizen shook her head before letting out a sigh. Gambling was a habit that she was hoping Naruto wouldn't pick up on. Sad to say, some of her sensei's bad habits and temper rubbed off on him, and whenever those two gambled against each other, it always ended with them arguing. It amazed Shizen, though, that Naruto acquired Tsunade's super strength, and not her bad streak at gambling. Kakashi was aware of how hard Tsunade could be on Naruto when it came to training and sparring with him. For what it's worth, Kakashi definitely didn't want to switch places with him. 2 weeks later, Naruto and Jiraiya were back together at the training ground. Jiraiya was most pleased with the amazing progress Naruto had been making over the years. His intelligence, fighting style, speed, strength and stamina was currently Sannin level. Naruto, though, was yet to reach Kage level along with everything else he was being trained in by Minato, Jiraiya and Tsunade, but was making progress and doing so in mind and body. And speaking of Tsunade, Naruto winced at the memory of his spar with his mother 2 weeks ago. True to her word, the Hokage inflicted kicks, punches and headbutts on him that were indeed twice as hard during their sparring session. He lost consciousness after the brutal sparring was over. Although Tsunade fully healed him, he'd cringe a bit from just remembering the event. He was amazed that he didn't die from the experience alone. Now I know how Eroji-san feels whenever he's beaten up by Kaa-chan, Naruto thought. Kaa-chan is such a sore loser. Okay, Naruto, Jiraiya started. Today I'm going to teach 2 new jutsus. But first I'm going to talk to you about elemental jutsu. Elemental jutsu? That's right, Jiraiya stated as he looked directly at Naruto. There are 5 elements that form the basis of everything in the world: earth, fire, wind, water, and lightning. The 5 great nations and hidden villages match to these elements. Sunagakure is in Wind Nation whereas Konohagakure is in the Fire Nation, Naruto responded, nodding his head. Everyone is aligned to a particular element, and whenever they use ninjutsus of their primary element it's easier to control and is stronger. Primary element? Naruto asked with curiosity. Take for example the Uchiha clan. In the past, their primary element was fire. When they used jutsus that were fire attacks, they were stronger and had easier time controlling those attacks than other elemental attacks they knew of. How do you know they were a fire elemental clan? Naruto asked. We test for elements to learn what element we are. At that, Jiraiya pulled out a thin card from his pocket and handed it to Naruto, who grasped it as he looked at it questionably. What do I do with this? Simply channel chakra into the card and it will show you which element you are, Jiraiya instructed. Nodding, Naruto channeled his chakra into the card, which ripped in 2. Interesting, you're a wind elemental just like your father Minato. Seems you're a real chip off the old block. Jiraiya smirked. Leaf Neens who are primary wind elementals are very rare. And since that you're a wind elemental, that makes it easier for me to teach you this seal-less jutsu. A seal-less jutsu? Naruto repeated in disbelief. I never heard of such a jutsu. Grinning, Jiraiya focused chakra into his right hand and compressed it into a fist-sized ball. Rasengan! Jiraiya yelled out as he launched the deadly attack at a tree. Upon impact, the tree burst into sawdust and millions of tiny splinters. Naruto's eyes widened upon seeing the devastating power behind such an attack. Wow! Naruto shouted in amazement. That was incredible. It is a powerful attack. It's one of your father's trademark attacks which he created. Naruto's eyes widened again on hearing this revelation. He knew that his familial ancestors were experts in creating and master jutsus, but he never once thought that seal-less was possible. My father created that. Yes, Jiraiya confirmed. It took him 3 years to create and master it. 3 years to create and master, Naruto repeated in disbelief. That's right, and it took him 4 months to teach it to me. I don't know how long it'll take you to master it, but hopefully it won't take as long as it did your father and me. Naruto nodded before Jiraiya continued. I'll explain and demonstrate how the Rasengan is done. After that I'll teach you Shunshin no Jutsu. Shunshin no Jutsu? Yes, Jiraiya said. It's a D-class teleportation jutsu that uses a jutsu marker placed on either the human object or the location the user seeks to go to. Shunshin doesn't emit any signature. The user simply vanishes, and can only travel to one target. Minato, however, created an ever stronger and more advanced jutsu, this being the Hiraishin no Jutsu, which is an S-class jutsu. This jutsu earned your father the name Konoha's Yellow Flash, as you already know. Unlike the Shunshin, Hiraishin uses the tri-tipped kunai and formula seals to allow the user to travel to where the kunai is. However, it also permits the user to travel to another kunai of the same type. Hiraishin emits a yellow flash when used. This technique is particularly effective on large numbers of enemies. During his time as Hokage, Minato would simply distribute his special kunais to ally ninjas and tell them to throw them at different targets at the same time, then simply teleport to the locations and finish off his opponents. This attack can literally defeat a whole army almost instantly. Do you know how to perform the Hiraishin? Naruto asked with eagerness to learn that jutsu. That's a trademark jutsu your father never taught me since Hiraishin consumes a lot of chakra. Shunshin on the other hand consumes less chakra than the Hiraishin no Jutsu. Naruto nodded with a smirk. He could only imagine the kind of monkey business he could cause after learning the Hiraishin. Naruto was about to say something but suddenly passed out and fell to the ground. Caught off guard by this, Jiraiya ran over to Naruto and checked to see if the boy was alright. He examined him and saw that nothing was thrown or shot at the boy, but that Naruto mysteriously slipped into a state of unconsciousness. In Naruto's subconscious, Naruto was standing before Minato, who was locked behind steel gates like Kyuubi, a piece of paper that had word seal inscribed on it in kanji place on the gates. The environment was a clean hallway with many pipes that connected gates that locked Minato away. Surprisingly, it didn't look like a sewer like it does with regards to where Kyuubi is sealed. How did I lose consciousness? Overexcitement about learning my trademark jutsus, Minato answered. Didn't know I was that excited, Naruto replied sheepishly while scratching the back of his head. Don't get any ideas, Naruto, Minato spoke sternly. The Hiraishin is a very powered jutsu and is not to be used as one of your playthings for any of your mischief. You're no fun, Naruto snorted. For that, Minato decreed, I'll teach you the Hiraishin at my discretion, since I'm the only one who knows the secret of how to create those tri-tipped kunais and formula seals needed for that jutsu. Be that as it may, father, Naruto shot back. I'll learn it from you eventually, since I'll be absorbing your knowledge away. I'll be a force to be reckoned with throughout the elemental shinobi nations and all other nations everywhere. I'll become the Rokudaime Hokage known as Konoha's Yellow Flash Prankster. Naruto started visualizing himself as a Hokage pulling huge pranks on everyone at lightning speed, much to Minato's displeasure, as he banged his head against the bars of his prison a few times in frustration and aggravation. He, entered a new and monstrous voice. That kid will make a mockery out of you yet, Minato Baka. I don't recall inviting you into this conversation, Naruto interjected. Naruto would occasionally hear Kyuubi speak to both him and Minato, mostly to insult, ridicule, and get on their nerves. Like I give a damn, Kyuubi retorted. I have no one else to harass but you two idiots. You can thank your idiot father for that. And while we're on the topic, Kyuubi, Naruto said, since you're living in my body, you owe me rent. What? I've been giving it a lot of thought for the past few weeks, Naruto continued. My father spoke with me about the limited amount of chakra I possess, even with his own chakra feeding my reserves. And from what I've learned, you're the only tailed mystical beast that's said to have unlimited chakra. So as rent payment, I'll take your chakra. You insolent little mortal, how dare you! You're bound to me through the servitude seal. Kyuubi, like it or not, either you learn to coexist with my father and me or die alongside us should anything to me. You have a lot of nerves threatening me like this, kid. You surprise me. Meanwhile, Jiraiya just stood as he looked at Naruto funny. Naruto's facial expression was changing from happy to annoyance to frustration to anger to triumphant, and so on. The Sannin figured that Naruto must be talking or arguing with his tenants, and from the looks of it, Naruto got the upper hand in the end. 6 days later, Naruto was by himself at the training ground he and Jiraiya would normally train at. He was practicing jutsus. Jiraiya was teaching him these jutsus, being Rasengan and Shunshin no Jutsu. Yondaime, however, held back from teaching Naruto the Hiraishin no Jutsu until a later time. He didn't feel Naruto was ready for that S-rank jutsu just yet. Thus far, Naruto had problems making the Rasengan and failed multiple times in creating a perfect one. He suffered severe chakra burns as a result of his repeated failures and had to resort to healing his hands before calling it quits until later. His use of the Shunshin no Jutsu had improved better than him creating the Rasengan. However, Naruto was seeking to perfect his Rasengan, and the fact that he didn't get it quite right yet angered him. In his frustration, Naruto thrust and punched his right fist into a nearby tree, effectively uprooting and collapsing the tree with some wood chunks spreading over the ground. Take a break, Naruto, Minato advised. You'll burn yourself out from chakra exhaustion. Besides, you still don't know how to control Kyuubi's chakra perfectly either, and if you're not careful, Kyuubi's chakra will send your chakra control straight to hell. I don't see you doing any better in helping me in that department, Naruto retorted. What was that? Minato replied indignantly. If I weren't stuck here inside you, I'd have smacked you across your head for that remark. Having your voice in my head is punishment enough as it is, Naruto countered. Shut up, the both of you. Kyuubi spoke up. My mistake, Naruto thought. Kyuubi's voice in my head is far worse. Impertinent human! Kyuubi roared. I am the great Kyuubi no Yoko, the strongest and most fearsome of the tailed beasts. I'll do well to remember that fearsome servant, Naruto remarked in mocking sarcasm before hearing Kyubi roared angrily while thrashing himself against his cage. Damn you, Naruto, and your bastard father for sealing both us into you! Cursed Kyubi. If I had my way, I'd devour both you and your father and feast upon your marrow. Idle talk, don't waste my time, Naruto stated before cutting off his mental connection with Kyubi and Minato. Naruto went over to a shaded tree where his backpack was at and sat down underneath it, appreciating the shade it provided. While doing this, he opened his backpack and took out some food Shizen made for him, which was some rice balls and fried fish. After eating his food, he started playing the one of his kunais he bought from Tenten's age 12 folks' weapon shop. From what Naruto knew of her, Tenten has a major crush on Neji, the arrogant Hyuga who Naruto believes was born with a sharp ice stake shoved up his ass. Frankly, Naruto isn't all that fond of Neji, and several times he was tempted to put Neji in the emergency ward in the hospital after seeing how he treats and talks to Hinata. One day he nearly did so after seeing how Neji was verbally demeaning Hinata. Had it not been for Hayashi's intervention in stopping the fight between Naruto and Neji before it happened, Naruto would have more than likely succeeded in hurting, if not crippling, Neji with brutal efficiency. The Hyuga clan leader assured Naruto that he'd deal with Neji accordingly. Naruto also was aware that Tenten practically idolized his mother Tsunade as one of the greatest kunoichis alive, and hopes to one day be like Tsunade. Tenten had occasionally pestered Naruto about putting some good words in for her to Tsunade in hopes of getting into Godame's good graces so that she might one day decide to teach her something. To Naruto, Tenten's repeated talks about how she'll one day be a great kunoichi like her idol Tsunade was, as Shikamaru would put it, troublesome. Meanwhile, back at Konoha, Ino was in her bedroom looking at herself in the mirror. Ever since Naruto complimented both her and Hinata about how they both have nice figures, Ino has been obsessed with how to keep her body shaped up and still be a skilled kunoichi in Naruto's favor. Ino still remembered how Sakura came running to her house a week ago, begging for all of the info about her days spent with him and Hinata after finding out from Naruto that he hanged with them. Since it was her best friend, Ino had no trouble in relating everything that happened and how both her and Hinata attempted to get Naruto to remove his mask and failed. Sakura though squealed when Ino told her how Naruto carried her back home bridal style in his arms after she passed out from that mask stunt he pulled on both her and Hinata. She also added that her father teased her about it, and only wished he had his camera at the time when Naruto brought her home. The sight of them together like that was so cute, her father told her. To no surprise, Sakura found the whole idea downright romantic. While this was on her mind, Ino's thoughts then shifted towards Hinata. It was no secret to anyone that the Hyuga heiress has the hugest crush on Naruto. She practically liked him since day one during their early days at the academy. She wondered if Naruto was aware of this, and liked her just as much. She shook the thought out of her head, not wanting to think that a girl like Hinata would pose as a challenger for Naruto's affections. Ino wasn't worried about Sakura, who was too into Sasuke. For what it was worth and what she saw for herself over the years and especially during her sparring match with Naruto, Ino felt that Sasuke didn't measure anywhere near Naruto's potentials and capabilities. With that thought in mind, Ino wondered if she measures up to Naruto's expectations as girlfriend material. She knew that Hinata would work towards that goal, especially after seeing the gradual changes in Hinata's character over the years as a result of her association with Naruto. With that realization in mind, Ino told herself that she'd have to improve herself in everything if she was to win Naruto over. Meanwhile, Hinata was walking about through the village in hopes to find Naruto. She wanted to tell him about how her training session with Hanabi went and how both Hanabi and herself have improved over the past few weeks. Kurina, age 25, who's been like a mother figure to the Hyuga heiress, was happy to see how Hinata have changed from the closed-in, shy girl she used to be. She was even more surprised to see how Hayashi has changed a bit from how he used to treat Hinata. The rookie jounin wasn't sure how the changes were happening, but needless to say she was happy they were. While Hinata went on her way, two mysterious figures in black robes with red clouds drawn on the robes and ceremonial bamboo hats on their heads walked past her. She felt a cold vibe travel down her back, much to her fright. After a few moments, she turned and saw the two figures were gone, almost as though they were never there. The Hyuga heiress continued on her way to find her crush, However, the feeling that she felt from those two left her highly troubled. 30 minutes later, Ino stepped out of her parents' house and started on her way towards Sakura's house. While on her way, her eyes came upon two unknown figures whom she never seen before. Something about them told her that they were bad news. As she followed them briefly, they vanished and went elsewhere. Ino stood there dumbfounded without a clue as they whom those two were. But if anything, she had a bad feeling about them. Pushing that thought to the side, Ino saw that following those two mystery men threw her off track from Sakura's house. Seeing this, she turned and started back. While on her way, she soon came across Hinata. Going over to her, Ino decided to greet her friend rival. "Hinata," Ino greeted. Hinata looked to her side and saw the Yamanaka girl coming her way. "Hi, Ino," Hinata greeted back. "Where are you off to?" Ino inquired. "I was on my way to find Naruto-kun. I've been looking for him all day." All thoughts on heading to Sakura's house vanished on hearing this revelation. "Really?" Ino asked. "I can't say I've seen him myself either, besides seeing two weird-looking guys in black robes of some type." Hinata's head shot on hearing this. "Did they happen to have red cloud designs on their robes with ceremonial hats on their heads, with one of them have a really large sword covered in bandages?" "They did," Ino answered in surprise. "How did you know?" "I saw them earlier also. I thought I was imaging things at first, but it seems that I wasn't seeing how you yourself also saw them. Any idea as to whom they are?" Hinata shook her head. After a moment of silence, Hinata said, "Well, I'm going to see if I can find Naruto-kun." "Hold up," Ino interjected. "I'll come with you. I'm sure we can find him faster if we work together." Seeing no harm in that, Hinata went along with Ino in search of Naruto. Later, deciding to call it quits for now, Naruto started on his journey back to the village in hopes of getting some pork ramen from Ichiraku's. After 20 minutes while on his way, he soon picked up on two chakra signatures approaching him. Stopping, he turned and saw two figures standing behind him, one with a human face, and the taller one with shark-like features carrying a large bandaged sword on his back. "Senju Uzumaki Naruto, I presume?" said the short figure. Cautiously, Naruto asked. "Who are you? We'd like for you to come with us," said the shorter figure. "Our organization is keenly interested in you." "Thanks but no thanks, and besides my mother told me to never talk to strangers," Naruto replied in sarcasm. "You got good jokes, kid," said the shark man. "But it would save us the trouble if you'd simply accompany us back." "And why should I?" Naruto asked. "We already made our presence known to two young girls who seem to hold you in high regards," stated the shorter figure. This set Naruto on full alert, although he maintained a calm outward demeanor. "What did you do to them?" "They're in good health for now," replied the shorter figure. Just then the taller figure stepped to the side towards a large tree. He came back, carrying two people whom Naruto knew all too well. "Hina-chan, Ino-chan," Naruto cried out after seeing that both girls were tied up and gagged so they wouldn't scream. Their hands were also tied behind them, and their legs were also tied together. The taller figure dropped both captive girls down to their knees. Naruto's eyes narrowed dangerously at the two men. If anything, he didn't take kindly to people threatening his family or friends. "What's your name?" Naruto asked the leading figure. Removing his hat, the figure allowed Naruto to see his fully developed Sharingan. "Uchiha Itachi, age 16. Naruto's eyes widened upon seeing the S-class criminal in front of him. He heard and learned many things about Itachi from Jiraiya and Kakashi, and he was aware of the fact that he was the one who slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan by himself at the age of 13. Itachi became one of the most hated figures in Konoha. "Sasuke's detestable older brother," Naruto said with distastefully. "The Uchiha prodigy, Itachi remained silent. The second figure moved his hat and also introduced himself. "I'm Hoshigaki Kisame, another S-class criminal wanted for murdering a daimyo and many crimes in other villages and nations." Seeing that their forehead protectors had a gash across them meant they were also missing knees. Naruto though knew that those two men in front of him weren't small-time chumps, and he wasn't about to underestimate them. At the same time though, he didn't want to jeopardize Ino and Hinata's safety. It went without say that both Hinata and Ino were afraid now. "We simply want you to come back with us without incident," Itachi said with a calm demeanor. Naruto knew this was a bad situation. He had to think of something and fast. Stopped. He was back at the Hokage tower. In front of him was Tsunade, who was sitting behind the desk of the Hokage office with Shizen standing next to her. Ino and Hinata were standing next to them motionlessly. Naruto tried to call them, but none of them moved to acknowledge his presence. Naruto was about to go over to them when found himself being chained securely to a cross. The young boy tried to free himself, however he was unable to break free regardless of how hard he tried. Tsukuyomi. For the next 48 hours, you'll witness as I slaughter these women in front of you, over and over and over again. Itachi's voice came as he appeared behind the 4 females with a katana in his hands. As I'm doing that, you'll suffer a series of brutality. 3 more Itachis appeared and stood in front of the chained Naruto before pulling out brass knuckle gloves and placing them on. Then the killing and beating started, and along with it, Naruto's screams. My escape. The pain, Itachi said coldly before stabbing Ino through the back, with his blading coming out of her chest. She coughed blood from her mouth as he pulled his katana out of her. Ino fell dead to the ground of the Hokage office. Stop! Naruto cried in terror. The misery! He now went over and slit Hinata's throat with a swift sweep with his katana before the girl fell to her knees, holding her bleeding slit throat before she totally fell forward and died. Stop it! Naruto cried with tears falling down his face. Above all, Itachi said coldly before decapitating Shizen. Her body fell backwards as her head fell off. Itachi went over and kicked her head away from him and over to Naruto. Please! Naruto begged as he cried. The hate! He went over and gutted Tsunade with the utmost cruelty with her mutilated body, blood and torn organs littering the floor. Naruto screamed in anguish before a gloved fist with brass knuckles collided with his face and silenced him. Just a few of the many things my former clan suffered just before I killed them, Itachi said cruelly. Naruto was suffering through Itachi's Tsukuyomi jutsu. It's been what felt like 6 hours in his mind as the slaughtering of Tsunade, Shizen, Hinata and Ino repeated themselves continuously while the beatings he's been suffering didn't stop, nor did his screams for that matter either. Naruto, Itachi said. Now you understand why the clan of Uchiha was feared and reputed to be unmatched. The Sharingan, the bloodline, limits true power. I consume a lot of chakra using the Tsukuyomi, but it'll be more than enough to cripple you. Still, you have another 42 hours go. The mental torturing continued without relent, and Itachi showed no signs of showing mercy or stopping what he was doing. Another 3 hours of cruelty have already gone by in Naruto's mind. Something had to be done and fast. Naruto, Minato called out. Father, Naruto called out in his mind weakly. Surprisingly and thankfully, Itachi wasn't able to hear this. Listen to me, Minato said. This is all in your mind. None of this is real, nor is it actually happening. But it hurts so much, Naruto replied back with a hint of fear in his voice. He's so strong and the pain feels so real. Naruto, Minato stated, I taught an Uchiha back in my days and I learned a few things about the Sharingan while training Obito. This genjutsu Itachi is using against you with his bloodline limit is an illusion world created in your mind. Itachi is using and manipulating your mind against you. He's making your mind believe that everything you're seeing, experiencing and all that's happening is real. You must break out of this. How can I? Naruto cried with tears running down his face. Itachi is stronger and more experienced than me. I can't beat him, I can't. Naruto, Minato said sternly with the utmost seriousness. That kind of thinking will be your downfall. You worked too hard and came too far now to be taken out by an S-class traitor. You weren't raised and brought up to a quitter and failure the moment things got unexpectedly harder for you to handle. If you seek to surpass me and Tsunade as you declared to everyone, then fight as hard as you can with all of your will and spirit. Remember all of the training Tsunade, Jiraiya-sensei, and I'd put you through. You have to be strong, Naruto, not only for yourself but for everyone who'll ever rely and count on you. And the precious people in your life you'll have to protect. Fight and defeat this illusion. I know you can beat him, Naruto. You have to believe that because I believe in you now. Fight. In his mind, Naruto struggled to focus his strength into himself while undergoing the mental abuse from Itachi. After a while, Naruto started pulling on the chains that bound him to the cross until they started breaking. What? Itachi said in disbelief. Impossible, there's no way for you to do this. Don't underestimate the power of one's mind, Naruto retorted before completely breaking from his confinement and off from the cross. When that was done, he materialized a katana and speedily killed the 3 Itachis in front of him. The remaining Itachi looked on in disbelief. Shizen, Tsunade, Ino and Hinata vanished, leaving only Naruto and Itachi in the Hokage office. "This can't be possible," Itachi said. "No one can overpower the Tsukuyomi. It's possible if one's mind is strong enough to, and speaking of one's mind, you're trespassing." Itachi vanished and reappeared behind Naruto before delivering a solid punch to the back of his head. Naruto fell to the ground, but not before another Itachi materialized and kicked him hard out through the wind of the Hokage office and down into the streets. The young 11-year-old hit the ground hard after dropping the katana that was previously in his hand. Itachi appeared in front of him with his own katana in his hand. Itachi was about to drive the sword into the boy's head when Naruto rolled to the side, avoiding the blade. Picking up his katana, Naruto got back up and took a fighting stance. "You wish to do combat?" Itachi asked. "Only to kill you," Naruto replied. "You're a fool to challenge my power." Itachi rushed at Naruto, who in turn charged at him. Meeting each other, the two of them engaged in a fierce sword combat. Naruto and Itachi exchanged clashes with their katanas as they struggled to gain dominance over the other. Itachi pulled away and pulled out 3 shurikens from his pocket before throwing them at Naruto. Speedily Naruto deflected the shurikens, only to have a kunai pressed against his back with another Itachi holding it up against him. "This is pointless, Naruto-kun. Shut up!" Naruto just before Itachi rammed the kunai into his back. Naruto screamed in pain from the blade shoved into back before turning and attempting to deliver a kick to Itachi's face. Seeing the attack coming, Itachi dashed speedily away from Naruto. Falling to his knees, Naruto struggled to grab and pull the kunai from out of his back. Reaching the kunai, Naruto pulled it out with a scream of pain and some blood escaping his mouth. The pain soon disappeared before he rose off the ground. After wiping the blood from off his mouth, he scanned and looked around for Itachi but found him nowhere in sight. "Where are you, Itachi team? Show your stupid face." Naruto's ears twitched upon hearing something making its way to him fast. Turning, he hurriedly dashed out of the way as shurikens came raining down on him. Some of these shurikens made contact on his body, inflicting additional injuries on him. After dodging the shurikens, he now had to deal with flying kunais being thrown at him from all directions. Like the shurikens, some of the kunais successfully managed to cut and slash him. "Damn it!" Naruto cursed with pain coursing through his already injured body. "Where the hell are all these shurikens and kunais coming from, Naruto-kun?" Itachi stated as he reappeared in front of Naruto again with his katana in his hand. "This is an illusion world of my creation. I can control all mass and laws of matter in this universe here. I am God. You!" Naruto cursed as he aimed his katana straight at him. "You may have invaded my mind and my body, but no one is God in my mind but me. Now get out of my head!" Itachi and Naruto engaged in another sword fight with each other. This time, however, Naruto fought more fiercely and carefully against the former ANBU captain. Itachi was surprised to see Naruto giving him some problems now. However, the situation changed again when another Itachi appeared and slashed and stabbed Naruto from behind. Naruto screamed in pain as another Itachi appeared and stabbed him from the left and another from the right. The young fighter found himself in a most unfavorable situation as the main Itachi stepped forward. "You've put up a good resistance against me, Naruto, but your level of power and mine are far too different." With that, Itachi shoved his katana straight into Naruto's stomach, causing the boy to yell out in immense pain. Naruto's head limped down seemingly as though his defeat was imminent. A couple of moments later, however, Naruto remembers his father's words. "Itachi is using and manipulating your mind against you. He's making your mind believe that everything you're seeing, experiencing, and all that's happening is real. If he can shape and manipulate my mind into whatever he likes," Naruto contemplated, "then maybe I can as well. I just have to find some way of tapping into my mind's abilities." Closing his eyes, Naruto focused his thoughts and power on one objective. Itachi looked on at Naruto momentarily with a wondering expression. "What are you up to?" Itachi asked as he continued looking on at Naruto for the next couple of minutes. "Whatever you're planning, it won't war." Itachi was unable to finish his statement when suddenly, Rasengan, Itachi turned in time to be blasted away by a mighty chakra spiral ball. 3 more like the previous spiral ball appeared and blasted away to the other 3 that were at Naruto's sides. The katana embedded into Naruto were pulled away before he fell forward. Before hitting the ground, an arm came and held him up, keeping him on his feet as he gave Naruto time to recuperate. Meanwhile, Itachi rose up from the ground to see from whom the attack come from. His eyes widened upon seeing the attacker who aided Naruto. "Yondaime, Uchiha Itachi," Minato said venomously. "You're a disgraceful and dishonorable testimony to everything that the shinobis of Konohagakure no Sato stands for, and you made an even worse mistake coming here to torture Naruto for your crimes. You will suffer my wrath. You died years ago, Yondaime," Itachi stated. "There's no way you should be here. Be that as it may," Naruto said. "But in my mind, I can bring back whomever I choose, and since I'm very familiar and well versed with Yondaime Hokage's legacy, I have the ability to mentally create the perfect replica of him. In my mind, he's as real and as strong as the original. This shouldn't be possible. How are you able to resist and fight against my Tsukuyami? Like I tell you, Yondaime, let's show this traitor never to underestimate us." Minato nodded as both he and Naruto turned to face him. Before Itachi could do anything, he found himself kneecapped hard to his guts by Minato, whose speed dashed at him like the wind, complemented with Naruto delivering a solid blow to the back of his head with his right leg. As Itachi doubled over, Minato grabbed and threw him across the streets of Konoha, before creating another Rasengan and speedily charging at him with it, driving it into his stomach. Itachi gave out a scream of pain as the spiral ball drilled its way through him before exploding on him, blasting him further back away from Minato. As Itachi was sent flying backwards, Naruto performed the Shunshin no Jutsu and teleported some distance behind Itachi, with a tri-pronged kunai in his hand. He threw the specially made kunai Minato gave him towards Itachi in time for a yellow flash to appear with a kunai slashed against Itachi's throat. Those were last things Itachi saw and experienced before being forced fiercely out of Naruto's mind. Back in the real world, Kakashi was standing next to Naruto just before Itachi fell to his knees while holding his head. The Akatsuki Nin winced and grimaced from the massive pain his head was in. Naruto was breathing hard as though nearly 10 hours have passed by when merely a second went by in the real world. The effects of the Tsukuyami were having their effects on him. "Itachi!" Kisame called out as he went over to his partner. Kisame was surprised to see blood trickling down from Itachi's nose and not in the being a sense in this situation. The injury that Itachi suffered from his mental battle with Naruto proved to be more damaging than expected. From the look on Itachi's face, the 16-year-old Uchiha was not happy at how a seemingly mere 11-year-old not only defeated his Tsukuyami, but also caused him to bleed his own blood. "This Naruto is not an ordinary kid," Itachi voiced lowly, but enough for Kisame to hear. "We came ill-prepared to face him, Kisame, that we did." Kakashi was speechless at the turn of events. He was almost certain that Naruto was a goner the moment he fell into Itachi's Manjikyu Sharingan. The ANBU captain was amazed that Naruto somehow managed to overpower and defeat it. "This Naruto is truly my sensei's son," Kakashi thought to himself with a grin hidden underneath his mask. Naruto fell to his knees and hand before Kakashi hurried to him and held him up, with the kunai pulled out and held in his hand ready to protect Minato's son. "Tell me, Itachi," Naruto asked weakly. "There's something I want to know. Why did you slaughter your own clan? For what purpose was it?" "I wanted to see what I was capable of," Itachi replied coldly. "It was important for me to know and to advance to higher levels. You ruthlessly murdered and slaughtered your own clan and family for that reason?" Naruto asked in disbelief. "My former clan held me back from my advancements. I have no regrets." After hearing his answers, Naruto felt more disgusted at the Uchiha in front of him. "You're inhuman, you have no conscience. I sense your hatred me of Naruto," Itachi said with a small cruel grin on his face. "That's good. Hatred gives us shinobis our power and strength, something my foolish little brother lacks, which makes him so weak. Your hatred must be far stronger if you were able to hurt me this much. In some ways you remind me of myself." "Where are you getting at?" Naruto asked cautiously. "You and I are alike in some ways, Naruto," Itachi continued. "We both have the uncanny capacity to advance to higher levels and will do what we must to attain it, regardless of the sacrifices to be made, even if it's at personal loss. I made many sacrifices to achieve my goals and I know you will as well." This is the kind of life that shinobis like ourselves live through Naruto. And as shinobis, we can never show any emotions for the decisions we make or the people we kill, young or old, male or female. Our hatred, when strengthened, drives us to new peaks and survival against the enemy. Smiled coldly, we have the same blood in our veins, you and I. In time, if you're allowed to live long enough, you'll in turn out like me, bred to be a powerful and effective killer. Kakashi and Minato saw how Itachi was trying to warp and manipulate Naruto. Minato and Kakashi were about to say something to Naruto when, "Don't spew me such bullshit," Naruto interjected with righteous indignation. "The very thought of you comparing us to each other offends me. I was raised and trained to aid and protect those who will be in need of my help. I was also brought up to help and protect everyone who are precious to me with my life, and I always keep my word to do my utmost to fulfill my promises to my family, friends, teachers, and myself. That's my shinobi way. I'm nothing like you, and I'd rather die a horrible death knowing that I lived and died by my shinobi way before I become a vicious monster like you. That can be properly arranged for you, Gaki." Kisame smiled toothily as he pulled out his samahata. "After the Akatsuki is finished with you," Naruto, although weakened, was about to stand back up and fight again when Kakashi held him back. "Sit this one out, Naruto," Kakashi advised. "I'll take him on, Kisame said. "This ought to be fun." Kakashi stood up and lifted his head protector away from his left eye, fully exposing his Sharingan eye. "Copy Ninja Kakashi," Kisame said. "I've heard many things about your exploits. But that won't stop me from go all out on you." That was when the missing Nin felt a cold steel held to the back of his neck. Kisame turned around and saw Kakashi with a kunai to his throat. "What the hell?" Kisame said upon realizing that the real Kakashi was using Kage Bunshin to protect Naruto the entire time. Kakashi was always known for being very resourceful, Itachi thought, maybe even too resourceful. Kage Bushin, Yandane told Naruto, a most resourceful B-ranked ninjutsu. However, such a jutsu is regarded as a Jounin-level kenjutsu because of the amount of chakra it consumes from the user. "If I were to learn and master that jutsu," Naruto retorted, "I'm sure that I could put it into some good use." "I've been contemplating on that actually," Yandame agreed, "but I'll tell you about it later." Kisame swiftly turned and tried to shave Kakashi, but he dodged it. Kisame quickly lifted his sword and tried to hit him again, but Kakashi quickly pulled out his spare kunai and held a kunai in each hand to block Kisame's samahata. Kakashi was being overpowered by the sword. "I can't believe I'm being overpowered by just the tip of a sword. This guy is strong." The sword was now near Kakashi's shoulder. "My big blade, samahata," said Kisame as he neared Kakashi's shoulder, "does not slice. It shaves. Your friend Naruto knows this from experience already." Kakashi dropped to the ground, narrowly escaping from being shaved by the samahata. He rolled and got up quickly before Kisame could advance on him. After performing some hand seals, Kisame shouted, "Sway Baku Sway Shoha!" Water release. Exploding water shockwave. A massive amount of water burst forth from Kisame's mouth. Kakashi dashed out of the way from the hydrokinetic assault. Itachi and Naruto, with the Kakashi clone aiding him, jumped from off the ground as the flood waters continued from Kisame's mouth. This jutsu covered a significant portion of the forest area Naruto, Itachi, Kisame, and Kakashi were at with water. However, this did close to nothing to hinder them since they all already knew how to stand, walk, and fight on top of water. In Naruto's class, though, none of his friends his age nor his teachers at the academy are aware of this. This jutsu is similar to what Kaa-chan told me about my great-granduncle Naidane, Naruto thought. From what Kaa-chan told me, Naidane was very proud of his superior combat ability, and was especially skillful at water jutsus to the point that he didn't require a source of water to perform the jutsus. "This is true, Naruto," Yandame said. "Even though Kisame managed to perform the jutsu you've just witnessed, however, many to this day believe that Naidame's amazing water jutsus remains unrivaled." Naruto simply nodded his head as he and Itachi watched the fight from separate directions at a distance from each other. While this was going on, Itachi used the provided water to wash off the blood that ran down his face that resulted from his surprise defeat to Naruto. His head, though, was still hurting and throbbing painfully from the encounter with Naruto. Itachi still found his defeat hard to believe. Meanwhile, the young 11-year-old blonde, on the other hand, took the opportunity to heal his injuries as quickly as possible, although he was still affected by Itachi's Manjikyu Sharingan. Naruto, Yondaime spoke, I know you're still influenced in some ways by Itachi's Manjikyu Sharingan. But remember, you had nightmares of Kyuubi that were far worse than what Itachi had showed you, and you've endured them for over 7 months with the physical pain it gave you when you were 8 years old. In spite of the terrible nightmare experiences, you came out victorious against those horrid dreams and suppressed Kyuubi's influence with the aid of Tsunade, Shizen, Jiraiya-sensei, Sandaime, Kakashi and me. Remember, you have your family and friends to support and give you vigor when needed. Never forget that, my son. Use this as your power, Naruto, to counter the effects of the Manjikyu Sharingan. Naruto soon took steps in heeding his father's advice after he was done healing his injuries. He made a mental note to thank his mother and Shizen later for the intensive medic nin training they gave him. Seeing that Naruto regaining his strength, the Kakashi clone whispered something into Naruto's ears. When that was done, he burst into a puff of smoke and evaporated, leaving Naruto on his own but not defenseless, although Naruto was confused about what the clone told him. Meanwhile, Kisame rushed at Kakashi with his large sword in the attempt to shave off half his body. Kakashi jumped and flipped backwards away from him. The Sharkman missing nin was coming at Kakashi with amazing speed and stamina, while Kakashi evaded and blocked the large sword as many times as he could with his kunai. The gray-haired Anbu was already injured and shaved in a few places. However, Kakashi managed to land some injuries of his own against Kisame while using his Sharingan to keep up with Kisame as best as his Sharingan could get him. Suikoden no Jutsu. Kisame and Kakashi yelled simultaneously after performing the same hand seals. Water Release Water Shark Missile Technique. This jutsu caused a massive amount of the water they were standing on top of to attack the enemy with a powerful water burst in the form of a shark. In this case, Kakashi, using the Sharingan's copy wheel copied and mimicked the attack against Kisame's, thus cancelling out Kisame's assault. Kakashi was stand on the same side as Naruto, but only some distance away from him. Itachi was now facing Kakashi and Naruto. I'm impressed that you can use your Sharingan so well even though you are not part of the Uchiha clan, Itachi told Kakashi. But your body is not an Uchiha body, which the eye needs to work best. He's right. I tire easily, said Kakashi in his head while catching his breath. Catching Kakashi off guard, Kisame knocked him in the water before performing some hand seals. Kisame then yelled, Suitun Gasho Kazame, Water Release 5 Eating Sharks. From within the waters, 5 sharks were created and used to attack Kakashi. When the 5 sharks rammed into Kakashi, he surprisingly burst into water. What? Kisame said in disbelief. When did he use Kawarini with Mizubushin? Naruto then sensed a strong force coming their way as a loud noise similar to many birds chirping grew louder by the second. Naruto, get off the water now, Yondaime warned speedily, knowing what the attack was. Nodding, Naruto leaped high from off the waters and up into the trees, and Itachi did likewise, also realizing what attack was fast approaching. Kisame failed to realize why his partner and Naruto jumped away into the trees when Kakashi came flying down to the waters with his left arm stretched out in front of him as he yelled out, Chidori, 1,000 birds. Kisame, get out of the water, came Itachi's warning. But it was too late for Kisame to react as Kakashi came flying in straight down to the water. What? Was all Kisame said as Kakashi's left fist, which was coursing with a ball of lightning-based chakra, came plunging into the waters, thus effectively electrocuting Kisame. The entire region that was covered in water was now turned into an electrified death pool at that moment as the Sharkman screamed out in agonizing pain. Kisame fell face down into the waters with a few bolts momentarily waltzing around his body. Surprisingly, he didn't lose consciousness or his life for that matter. However, he was severely weakened and injured from the surprise attack, and the fact that he already endured some brute injuries from Naruto earlier, complemented with what Kakashi managed to add to it, only served to intensify the severity of the pain Kisame was feeling throughout his body. The Akatsuki nin had some steam coming out from his body. I always enjoy my sushi well sizzled, Kakashi joked weakly while catching his breath. He was currently breathing hard since he used up a great deal of chakra in that attack. However, it'll be some time before I can remove your nauseating baking stench from out of my nose. Ugh, damn you, Kisame cursed weakly. Give me a second and I'll grind you down to fish bait. Yughug. Naruto, while on the tree remembered what the Kakashi clone whispered to him earlier. Soar and reside in the trees. Upon hearing many birds, Naruto didn't understand what the clone meant at first, but Yondaime did, which was why Naruto wasn't left defenseless. That was Chidori, Naruto thought to himself in amazement. Yes. This jutsu is Kakashi's only original jutsu. He created it around the time he was promoted to Jounin when he was 13 years old. The amount of chakra is so great that it becomes visible to the naked eye. The jutsu actually alters the nature of the user's chakra, effectively converting it into electricity. As a side effect of the conversion process, the large amount of chakra, and the speed at which the user moves, this jutsu makes a loud noise similar to many birds chirping, hence the name Chidori. Once the technique is completed, the user charges forward and stabs their enemy with it. The amount of thrust combined with the large concentration of chakra allows the user to stab through almost anything, as such it is usually fatal to the enemy. This technique is classified as an assassination technique because of the speed at which it is performed despite the loud noise it produces. That's amazing, Naruto thought. What a unique jutsu Kakashi Nizen invented. This jutsu, however, met my disapproval years ago for several reasons. This caught Naruto's attention and curiosity. Really it did, Yondaime continued. After Kakashi was made Jounin, my team and I were assigned a sabotage mission to blow up a bridge in order to prevent Iwagakure forces from entering the land of grass where the enemy could easily mount an attack on Konoha. Shortly after the mission started, Kakashi's team encountered an enemy shinobi and his clones. Kakashi saw this as a good time to test his Chidori, but he couldn't find the real enemy amongst the clones, especially since he didn't have the Sharingan eye at the time. After Kakashi's shoulder was slashed by the shinobi in the confusion, I had to rescue Kakashi from the enemy shinobi and sternly forbid Kakashi from using that jutsu again. That's interesting, Naruto retorted. Is there anything else to know about the Chidori? There is, Yondaime replied. This jutsu has a major drawback. The speed at which the attack must be done, combined with the fact that the user must run in a straight line, causes a tunnel vision-like effect for the user. This allows their enemy to easily counter the attack, making it a potentially lethal move for the user. Though this drawback would seem to make using the jutsu fairly pointless, Kakashi is able to avoid this drawback because of the Sharingan eye he later obtained from Obito before his death, after saving Kakashi's life from an enemy shinobi after his left eye was damaged from enemy attack. While dying, Rin implanted the eye into Kakashi's damaged left eye socket, as a gift, thus creating copy ninja Kakashi. Kakashi's use of the Chidori was only perfected with the addition of Obito's Sharingan, which takes in every detail regardless of how fast the user is moving. As his first act, Kakashi avenged Obito by killing the enemy ninja with the perfected Chidori. I see, Naruto retorted. Is there more? Yondaime continued. Another drawback is the large amount of chakra required, which limits its use to a few times a day, and in Kakashi's case, 4 times. Should the user attempt to go beyond their limit, all of their chakra will be drained and their very life force could go along with it, thus killing them. As an additional problem, though not necessarily a weakening one, is the fact that the large amount of chakra can also injure the user's hand if they put too much force into the attack. Naruto took a moment to digest everything his father taught, and informed him on about the Chidori and its history. I think I'll stick to practicing the Rasengan, Naruto concluded. Yondaime wanted to tell him more about the Rasengan's history and status but decided to save that for a later and better time. Jumping down from the tree, Itachi went over to his partner as Kakashi fell to his knees and hand. That last attack really did him, and Kakashi realized he was almost depleted clean of chakra and was barely able to stand back up. Naruto also jumped from the tree he was on and hurried over to Kakashi. Kakashi Nizen! Naruto called out as he ran over to help the weakened and exhausted ANBU captain. Let's depart from here, Itachi suggested. I sense trouble fast approaching us. Let it come then. Kisame retorted as slowly stood back up with a look showing that he was ready to fight again in spite of his many injuries and severely weakened condition. We have to bring back that Naruto brat after all, yes? Not today, Itachi advised. Our seeking to bring Naruto back with us is premature. It would be best to wait for a better occasion. If we don't leave now, we definitely won't be allowed to escape. Really? Kisame inquired. The leading 3 shinobis among the group approaching us are at levels higher than our own. We'll surely die should we stay here. As if on cue, a large tree was sent flying at Itachi and Kisame from a very large distance like a speeding jet missile. Itachi grabbed Kisame and dashed out of the way, barely evading the surprise attack as the uprooted tree went crashing into the forest and down into the waters, causing a large wave of water to separate the Akatsuki nines and leaf nines further apart from each other. None of the four there needed to be geniuses to know whom it was that threw that fully grown tree with such great force. Go Dane, Itachi said to himself. Taking Itachi's words seriously and not wanting to argue with his partner any further, Kisame placed his large sword away. Before leaving, Itachi looked over at Naruto and said, "You surprised me, Naruto. You're more than we expected, and I will admit that we underestimated you, but next time we won't make that same mistake. When I'm strong enough, we will meet again. Until that time, try not to get yourself killed." Itachi and Kisame vanished from the scene, leaving Kakashi and Naruto behind. Bastards! Naruto mumbled mere seconds before Sandaime, in his black shinobi battle gear, Godame in her usual clothes but not with her green robe, Jiraiya and the entire ANBU squad in full battle-ready ANBU Black Ops gear, and Shizen in full Jounin gear appeared around Naruto and Kakashi, who now placed his head protector back over his left eye. During this time, the water was speedily sinking into the ground. "Nice timing," Naruto remarked in sarcasm. Jiraiya, Tsunade and Sandaime went over to Naruto and Kakashi. Tsunade knelt down to tend to Naruto first. "Naru-chan," Tsunade said in a motherly tone, forgetting all Hokage protocols. "Are you alright? Are you hurt?" "I'm fine," Naruto grinned. "Thanks to the medic training you and Shizen-chan gave me over the years. It helped me a lot." In spite of the situation, Tsunade couldn't help but smile, knowing that not only was her son in good health, but that her and Shizen's training him was truly paying off. "Are Hina-chan and Ino-chan alright?" Naruto asked with concern. "They're fine," Jiraiya replied. "We came here as fast as we could after they told us what was going on." Tsunade looked around for the two missing nines with a venomous expression, showing that she was out for blood, specifically theirs. "Where's Itachi and Kisame?" "They're gone," Kakashi answered. "They took off just before you all arrived here. For what it's worth, Naruto and I gave Kisame and Itachi quite a fight." Solely Naruto with regards to Itachi actually. "We'll expect a full report about this when we return back," Sandaime said. Kakashi simply nodded his head. Shizen tended to Kakashi's injuries and healed him of his cuts and bruises before returning back to the village. Later, back at Konoha, Ino and Hinata were instructed to await Tsunade, Jiraiya and Sarutobi's return with Naruto at the Hokage office after they explained what happened earlier. The girls still remembered how they barged into the office while Tsunade and Sandaime were having an important discussion with Shizen, Jiraiya and the two village advisors, Yutane Koharu and Mitokado Hamura, both of whom were also Sandaime's former teammates. Upon barging in unannounced, Tsunade was about to immediately dismiss them for their disrespectful entrance until the girls said that her son was battling Itachi and Kisame of the Akatsuki. That was all that had to be said when a suddenly worried sick Tsunade dashed from her desk and straight at them, demanding to know exactly where her son was. Upon hearing their explanation as to where Naruto was, Jiraiya and the two Hokages immediately ran out of the office and gathered the entire ANBU squad along with Shizen. Neither Hinata nor Ino have ever seen Tsunade, Jiraiya and Sarutobi move with such inhuman speed. "I hope that Naruto-kun will be alright," Hinata said in a worried voice. "Me too," Ino retorted just as worried. "But did you see the fiery look in his eyes? It was as if he was an entirely different person." "I saw it too," Hinata said. "I never saw those kind of eyes before. And his voice was also different. I know that Naruto-kun is a diligent hard worker, but what we saw earlier today was—" "I know what you mean," Ino nodded in agreement. "There's so much about him that we don't know or understand." Before another word was said, the door to the office opened, revealing Naruto, Kakashi, Shizen, a Sannin and two Hokage stepping into the office. Naruto's clothes were ragged, but other than that, he was A-okay. "Naruto-kun!" Hinata and Ino chorused happily as they ran over and hugged him together. Naruto was partly surprised at the show of affections, but he understood their concerns. "Women never show me such display of affections for risking my life," Jiraiya pouted with a hint of jealousy with his arms crossed over his chest as Tsunade rolled her eyes and retorted. What you risk your life for isn't something women would want to show affections for. Before Jiraiya could counter that remark, Koharu and Hamura entered the office and closed the door behind them. Naruto, Hamura greeted. We're happy to see that you made it out alive from your confrontation with Itachi and Kisame, Koharu added. But we must say that engaging ninjas like those two missing nins was both reckless and foolish. Naruto, Tsunade scolded. What were you thinking fighting against Itachi and Kisame? I didn't have much of a choice, Naruto replied. Didn't Hina-chan and Ino-chan tell you? Itachi and Kisame kidnapped them for the sole intention of getting to me. I was the one they sought to bring back to the Akatsuki. They were about to bring Ino-chan and Hina-chan along as well simply for knowing too much, as Itachi put it. I couldn't nor did I want to risk their safety because of the issues the Akatsuki has with me. So I freed and told Ino-chan and Hina-chan to go and find you while I held off the Akatsuki nins long enough till help arrived. Thinking of the well-being of your friends before your own even though you were the prime target, Sandaime mentally noted with a small smile pasted on his face. A self-sacrificing characteristic I truly respect, Naruto. That was a very brave risk you took for us, Naruto-kun, Ino said with a blush on her cheeks. I don't know how we can thank you enough. I can make some helpful suggestions, Jiraiya offered with a dead grin, earning him an elbow to the gut by Tsunade. I don't need any rewards. Naruto grinned under his ninja mask while scratching the back of his head. Your gratitude is enough. I will admit though that Kisame gave me a hard fight, although I managed to really hurt and rough him up here and there before Kakashi later came to finish the job after my encounter with Itachi. The Tsukuyami Genjutsu Itachi used on me with his Sharingan nearly did a number on my sanity. Tsukuyami? Ino asked. Yes. Kakashi stepped in. It's one of the abilities of the Uchiha bloodline limit, the Manjikyu Sharingan. It's a most advanced ability that allows an Uchiha to create an illusionary world within their target's mind. In this illusionary world, the Uchiha can manipulate target's mental senses, making them believe that everything he or she is seeing or happening to them is real while making the target believe that they're spending hours, days or any other given time in that illusionary world when in truth only a second goes by in the real world. Though it's an illusion, the experience the target's body goes through feels real. I experienced that firsthand, Naruto interjected. Itachi placed me in an illusionary world where I was chained and crucified and forced to watch my mother, Shizune-chan, Hina-chan and Ino-chan being gruesomely slaughtered over and over and over again for 48 hours while 3 duplicates of him beat me down without mercy. In my mind, Itachi tortured me, for hours, for pleasure. The bloodlust Tsunade was giving off after hearing this was potent. It was enough to cause everyone in the room to pale and cringe in fear, and in some respects, even Sandaime was fearful of her. The elderly Hokage knew what an enraged protective mother was capable of doing, especially if this mother was Tsunade. She was tempted to run out of the office right now to find Itachi wherever he is and beat his body down until it liquefied. Before that happened though, Naruto continued. However, Itachi was only able to make it last for what felt like almost 10 hours when my mind started resisting and fighting against the genjutsu he placed me under. A voice in my head helped me to self-motivate myself into summoning the needed willpower to fight against Itachi and that horrible illusion. In the end, Itachi lost to me and was brutally forced out of my mind. He bled his own blood painfully as a result of his Manjikyu Sharingan being overpowered. Now that I've experienced the Manjikyu Sharingan, I now have method to counter its effects. Everyone in the office was shocked at the story Naruto had just told them. They knew how powerful the Manjikyu Sharingan was, but never did they think that it could be overpowered, and the fact that Naruto was the first to do so amazed everybody there. Naruto then explained how Itachi then tried to verbally manipulate him into believing how the both of them are alike and how he would one day turn out like Itachi. Naruto put in plain words explaining how he expressed to Itachi his complete abhorrence in being likened to him, and how he'd rather die a horrible death living up to his shinobi way before turning out like him. He also told them how Itachi even openly admitted that he and Kisame underestimated him, and that he won't be showing himself around here for a while until he's strong enough to fight Naruto again. Needless to say, everyone in the room was once again amazed the story told to them. Just who are you really, Naruto-kun? Ino wondered with fascination and an ever-growing desire to know more about him. I know that there's so much more to you than you let on, and this story only serves to add to it. Naruto-kun, Hinata thought with a blush creeping up on his face, you're a very special person and I truly seek to know and understand you more. Tsunade's killing intent subsided on hearing this revelation. She saw that Itachi's mental attack didn't permanently damage Naruto, and that it instead served to make him stronger. The blonde-haired Hokage saw the looks on Ino and Hinata's face as she saw how they were looking at Naruto. She knew that they were falling for the young boy but decided not to voice anything about it for now. That's a most impressive story, Naruto, Hamura said. Very few, if any, might have been able to do what you did. You have real strength in both mind and body, and heart, Koharu added. Something that died in Orochimaru a long time ago. It's truly a sad waste. It is, Sandaime said. And we'll have to make sure that the Akatsuki don't succeed in abducting Naruto. A moment later, a thought suddenly popped up into Ino's mind. That reminds me, Ino said. There's something Hinata and I have been meaning to ask you, Naruto-kun, since our ordeal with Itachi and Kisame? And what's that? Naruto inquired. Is it true that you were giving a fox summoning contract by Kyuubi himself 3 years ago and that you know where Kyuubi is? Ino asked. The room fell into a deep silence on hearing that question. Hinata spoke. Those were the very reasons why they came after you and used us as bait. No disrespect, Sandaime-sama, Ino interjected as she turned to Sarutobi. But from what Hinata and I heard from Itachi earlier, I sense a major cover-up that revolves around Naruto-kun, and Hinata and I are certain that all of you here are in on this. Otherwise the so-called Akatsuki wouldn't have gone through so much trouble in trying to kidnap Naruto. There was no point in lying, everyone realized. Both girls knew a lot more than they wanted them to ever know. Hamura and Koharu, and the rest of the village council learned about the secret of Kyuubi being sealed into Naruto's right hand by Sandaime and Tsunade a month after the incident of Kyuubi's reawakening. It was only after being thoroughly explained to about the circumstances between Kyuubi and Yandaime's connections with Naruto with regard to the servitude seal did the council argue no further with Sandaime, and not view Naruto as a possible threat to the village's safety, especially since Naruto exhibited no dangerous, animalistic or threatening signs of Kyuubi's characteristics since the fox's imprisonment. It took a while for the clan leaders, village elders and advisors to get used to the fact that both Yandaime and Kyuubi were both sealed away inside Naruto. But in time they gradually looked at Naruto the same way they used to in the past. Sandaime sighed, knowing that he along with everyone else owed Ino and Hinata a most lengthy explanation. Sandaime looked at Naruto, who nodded his head to him. You girls may want to take a seat, Sandaime suggested. You're in for a long story. Doing as suggested, Hinata and Ino grabbed the available seat in the office and sat down as Naruto, and the others stood in front of them. Sandaime then said seriously, what you're about to hear is a major SS-class secret and can never be revealed to anyone without my, Tsunade, or Naruto's permission especially. Hyuga Hinata, Yamanaka Ino, you both must swear an oath of secrecy promising to never divulge what you're about to hear. Do you both swear the oath of secrecy? Seeing the seriousness of the situation, both girls nodded their head. Yes, that's good to hear, Sandaime said. Now tell us, how much do you both know about the son and surviving heir of Namake's Minato, Yandaime Hokage? Hinata and Ino blinked at this in confusion. Surviving heir? Hinata questioned in surprise. That's not possible, Ino shot back. According to the history books, Yandaime and his entire family died in Kyuubi's attack. His family was the last of the clan that was formerly one of Konoha's 3 strongest clan, the Namake's clan. That clan has been completely wiped out years ago without a survivor. That's not entirely true, Tsunade interjected. Yandaime's son survived that attack and has been living here in this very village ever since. What? Ino said in disbelief. Yandaime's son is really alive? Hinata asked in surprise. He is, Naruto said, causing both girls to look at him. He's here, in this building. In fact, he's in this very room. Hinata and Ino looked around expecting a new person to enter and stepped forward. But nothing happened until Hina-chan, Ino-chan, Naruto said softly, capturing their attention. I am Senju Uzumaki Naruto, son and sole heir of Senju Tsunade, Godaime Hokage. However, Both girls looked straight at him as he slowly removed his ninja mask, allowing them for the first time in all the years he knew them to finally see his full face. My birth name is Namake's Naruto, the son and sole heir of Namake's Minato, Yandame Hokage, Naruto revealed. And I'm also the sole survivor of the Namake's clan. The girls' eyes widened like dish plates on hearing this earth-shattering revelation. Upon studying his eye and facial features, they saw the undeniable resemblances he had with Minato, since they saw many pictures of him in their history books. It was so unreal. Standing before them was Yandame's very one son and surviving legacy, Naruto, the boy whom they attend school, hang out, became friends with and grew very affectionate of. Hinata and Ino did the only thing girls do under these indescribable events. They fell forward off their seats and fainted. A while later, Ino and Hinata were started to stir and gradually open their eyes. They found themselves lying down on futons with wet wash rags folded and placed over their heads. Tsunade, Sandaime, and the others entered the room 6 minutes. Both Hinata and Ino woke up. About time you two woke up, Naruto said with his ninja still off his face and hanging around his neck. I was afraid that my revealing who my father is caused the both of you to fall into a self-induced coma. Both girls were silent. They wanted to say something to him but didn't know the right words to say. So many thoughts and questions were going through their minds in regards to Yandame, the Namake's clan, and Tsunade's connections to all of this. Hinata was the first to break the silence. Naruto-kun, your father was Yandame? Yes, Naruto assured. But Ino started while trying to piece everything together. Your mother is Tsunade-sama and Yandame was married to Kushina-sama. Are you saying that your father had Tsunade-sama as a secret wife who later gave birth to you? Tsunade and Naruto's sweat dropped at this, and the fact that Sandaime, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Shizen, Koharu and Hamura were chuckling at what they heard did little to help the situation. Regaining his composure, Sandaime stepped forward and said, It'll be best if I explain everything from the beginning. This story also involves both of your fathers and the Kyuubi incident 11 years ago in more ways than you know. Hearing that last part made Hinata and Ino realize they were going to learn a lot more than they were bargaining for. Itachi was sitting on the ground on top of a mountain while the still heavily battered and weakened Kisame was recuperating from his battle with Kakashi and Naruto. Both Akatsuki Nins had expected the mission to be somewhat less troubling since they were dealing with an 11-year-old boy who was either genin or chunin, and possessed no bijou, or so they and the rest of the Akatsuki Nins think. Neither Itachi nor Kisame expected Naruto to cause them so much trouble with Kakashi to later add to the mix. Itachi said very little after both he and his partner escaped the wraths of Naruto's mother, the Toad Sannin and the rest who follow after them. It interested Itachi to no end that an 11-year-old kid who wasn't of Uchiha bloodline descent managed to overpower and defeat his Manjikyu Sharingan. In the beginning, Itachi believed for a time that the Manjikyu Sharingan could only be defeated by another Uchiha possessing the Manjikyu Sharingan. The fact that Naruto managed to do it without having the Uchiha bloodline limit amazed him in spite of the fact that his head started hurting from just thinking about it. Literally. Damn! Itachi muttered under his breath, acknowledging that he still hasn't recovered from his unexpected defeat to Naruto, who hasn't even laid a finger on him and yet managed to inflict such an injury to him. I underestimated this Naruto, Itachi contemplated. I should have observed and studied him more. Kisame walked over to his partner and saw that he was in deep thought. After a couple of minutes, Kisame spoke. That Naruto brat is quite a character. If he was to become anything like you, he'd have made quite a member of the Akatsuki. Perhaps, Itachi said. But from the looks in Naruto's eyes, we both know that's not going to happen. Kisame. Naruto is not what he presents himself to be, Itachi stated. Judging from the way he strategically fought us, he's far beyond Genin or even Jounin level. He's possibly at an elite Jounin or ANB level. His mother is Tsunade after all, and I'm sure she's trained him all his life. Raised and trained by the slug Sannin, Kisame said. That explains the boy's inhuman strength. I felt every blow he gave me and surprisingly they were getting harder. From the way Naruto fought you, Itachi explained. It's clear that he might have been trained by more than one person other than his Chunin sensei at the academy, perhaps by another Jounin, ANBU, or Sannin. Kisame knew that it wasn't Orochimaru, an ex-Akatsuki nin who left their organization some time ago. Although a snake sennin, however, Kisame was aware that Orochimaru wasn't as strong as Itachi and was in fact afraid of him. Therefore it had to be the other one, Jiraiya, Kisame answered. Itachi simply nodded his head. Either him or Kakashi. You may be able to fight Jiraiya almost evenly, but I cannot, Kisame said. You are right, Itachi agreed. Though we're almost even, however, if I were to fight him, I would lose. If we both fought him, in the best case scenario we would kill him, but we also would die. Itachi looked up into the sunset. Even if we had more men, the result would be the same. So Naruto is being trained by 2 Sanins, you believe? Kisame asked. I don't know for sure. But if that's the case, then I don't know for how long Jiraiya might have taught Naruto. However, when I did battle with Naruto in his mind, I acknowledged that Naruto's Kenjutsu sword techniques are lacking. I was able to mete out some series of injuries and assaults upon the young boy. If I had engaged him in actual Kenjutsu, chances of my success over him might have been stronger. Kisame gave a grin of predation. If that's so, I wouldn't mind going at it against that brat again sometime in the future. I'd definitely show him a thing or two with my Samahata. Don't get ahead of yourself, Kisame, Itachi warned. Though Naruto may not be too skilled in Kenjutsu, however, from what I've seen in both of our battles with him, he has innovative ways of making up for his handicaps. If we underestimate him again, he just might kill us, if not only one of us next time. My mind battle with him showed me that, which was why I lost to him. Kisame remained silent as he massaged one of his still aching injuries. Itachi held his pained head as he cursed under his breath. Even with all of my powers at my command, Itachi contemplated, Naruto possesses more than I do, and he's being educated and trained by 2 Sanins, one of who taught the Yondaime. That may help to explain how he was able to create that Yondaime figure in his mind and use him to fight me. Jiraiya must have taught Naruto in depth about Yondaime Hokage to make him that realistic in his mind. I'll have to work and train harder if I'm to challenge Naruto again. At the Hyuga compound, Hayashi was in his study room reading some scrolls, although some of his attention wasn't fully there. Early that afternoon he received word from Godaime that his daughter and Ino were kidnapped by Uchiha Itachi and Kisame of the Akatsuki. Hayashi was no fool though. As much as he pushes Hinata and Hanabi to be stronger, however, he knew that Hinata didn't have a surviving chance against Itachi if she engaged him in combat, and he knew Itachi's history in Konoha before he defected, as did everyone else. Hayashi was surprised when he also informed about how Naruto risked his life to successfully rescue and save his daughter and Ino, although Naruto knew that he was the desired target the entire time and that Hinata and Ino were merely used as bait. If it had been anyone else Naruto's age and most who were older than him who fought against the 2 Akatsuki nins, they would have surely met their deaths at the hands of Itachi and Kisame. Hayashi was more intrigued at how Naruto was able to hold his grounds against Kisame and Itachi on his own before Kakashi arrived on the scene. Hayashi found Naruto's character of keen interest to him. In spite of being the son and container of Yondaime and the adoptive son of Godaime, Naruto thinks little of his status and regards his family and friends as higher priority and worth. Not only that, Hayashi was also aware of how protective Naruto is of Hinata, and how Naruto was on the verge of attacking and seriously hurting Neji one time in her defense. The thought of Yondaime's son, who's considered a born Hokage by Sandaime's standards, being close to Hinata were among the many things Hayashi has always hoped for and considered, along the fact that Naruto has the responsibility of rebuilding his clan. A moment later, Hayashi summoned one of the branch members and ordered him to gather all of the Hyuga elders for an unscheduled meeting. Meanwhile, Hinata was lying in her bed, mediating on everything that Sandaime had to both her and Ino. Never in her life did she ever think that her father, as proud and cold he could be at times, would have considered adopting anyone who wasn't of the Hyuga bloodline into the clan, and have him or her established as part of the main house as well, and this was 2 months before she was born. She didn't know what to think that moment as she processed the information given to her. She always knew how her father had always heartened and encouraged her to associate and be around Naruto to get to know him, but hearing this shocked her to the core. At the same time, though, she couldn't help but smile at her father's then actions and still present interest in Naruto. After hearing everything Sandaime told her, she understood fully why her father wanted her to become close to Naruto, even though she already had a crush on him since day one. Hinata have always liked Naruto, even before knowing that he was the son of Yondaime. It amazed her that Naruto went from being the child of one Hokage to becoming the adoptive son of another Hokage. What added to her ever-growing fondness for Naruto was that he never allowed this to go to his head and start thinking that everyone else was beneath him. He didn't have that spirit of haughtiness like the Uchihas or like most members of her own family, main branch or not. The more she thought about him and everything Sandaime and the others explained to her earlier about Naruto's heritage and characteristics, the more she found herself falling for him. Hinata understood why the true identity of Naruto's father was an SS-class secret. If word was to get out about this prematurely, every enemy Yondaime ever made would have came to end Naruto's life. She did shed a few tears upon thinking about how Naruto's birth mother died and the heavy burden Naruto secretly carries as the container of Kyuubi. His father sacrificed his own existence and his son to save the entire village from Kyuubi's destructive wrath. The thought alone made Hinata cry for Naruto. Then she thought about how Sandaime explained how Naruto continuously saves Konoha and everyone else every day since the day of Naruto's birth in denying Kyuubi its freedom, and shouldering the responsibility in keeping that monster at bay. This helped to lighten Hinata's mood as she wiped away her tears. No one outside the council except for Naruto's family, consisting of Tsunade, Shizen, Jiraiya, Sandaime and Kakashi, and closest friends, namely her and Ino, and some of the ANBU are aware of Naruto's darkest secret. At the same time though, Hinata felt happy that Naruto trusts her enough to share this secret without fearing her betraying their confidentiality. Hinata found herself growing more admiration and esteem for Tsunade after learning how she willingly adopted Naruto as her own child and nothing less, raising and teaching Naruto as his own mother. Being the son of a Sannin whose now Godaime earned Naruto many fangirls, Hinata knew. Alongside this, Hinata knew that if word was to get out about Naruto being the son of Minato, every girl and kunoichi, older or younger, in Konoha would be after him in order to have their way with him, either publicly, in a dark alley or… Hinata blushed heavily upon realizing the thoughts that were manifesting in her mind about her crush. She tried to block out those thoughts, being thinking of something else. She thought back the times Naruto helped her in her training. Naruto would often help me when I needed practice using my Byakugan, using himself as the test subject. I can recall the number of times I saw through his clothes and checked out his surprisingly well-toned body. I'm doing it again. Hinata silently scolded herself with a blush on her face. Shaking her head, her mind drifted to when Sandaime explained how Naruto carries the responsibility of building the Namikaze clan and re-establishing it as one of Konoha's strongest clan again. When that thought crossed her mind, she thought about how Sasuke and Naruto carry the same responsibility in rebuilding their clans. Aside from Itachi, who willfully slaughtered and deserted his own clan, both Naruto and Sasuke are the last of two powerful clans, making them both invaluable to Konoha. Namikaze Naruto-kun, Hinata daydreamed happily, visualizing herself talking to Naruto in private while wearing a beautifully made kimono with ornamentations fit for a Japanese princess. I, Hinata of the Hyuga clan, offer myself to you in being the one to help you rebuild your clan. It would be my highest honor in becoming your wife and bearing children for you. Her face turned even redder with a large smile on her face as she daydreamed even more about what she fantasizing about when… You look very happy, Nei-chan, said a young feminine voice. Hinata snapped out of her train of thoughts before shooting and sitting up on her bed as she looked at the door to see Hanabi standing there, looking at her quizzically. What are you so happy about? Hanabi asked. Is about Naruto-sama? Hanabi saw her older sister's cheek glow redder with embarrassment as her head lowered a little. I heard from father that Naruto-sama rescued you from some mighty strong ninjas. He did, Hinata said as she gestured to Hanabi to step inside. Wanna hear about it? Shrugging, Hanabi stepped into her sister's room before Hinata related her encounter with the Akatsuki Nins. At the Yamanaka residence, Inoichi was informed by Tsunade about how Ino was kidnapped by two S-level missing Nins and rescued and saved by none other than Naruto. Like Hayashi, Inoichi knew that his daughter was as good as dead as she had tried to fight against Itachi, but he was amazed to hear about Naruto's victory against Itachi. Inoichi was present in the council when Sandaime labeled Naruto as a born Hokage a few hours after Kyuubi and Yondaime were sealed away into Naruto. He saw how Naruto grew up as his own individual with some of Yondaime's attributes manifesting through him. Inoichi and his wife acknowledged that Naruto was destined to do great things for Konoha and many other people, and they wanted their daughter there with Naruto at his side when those things happened. That much was certain. Meanwhile, when Ino found out that her father Inoichi knew all along who Naruto's father was, she herself was left speechless. Like Hayashi, Ino knew how her father had encouraged and heartened her into forming a bond with Naruto. After meditating on the explanation Sandaime gave her earlier in regards to Naruto's heritage and Tsunade's involvement, and how he's both Yondaime and Godaime's heir, she had so many reasons to say thank you 1,000 times to her father for persuading her to befriend Naruto from the beginning. She wanted to tell Sakura so badly about Naruto's heritage, however she swore an oath of secrecy, and she didn't want to violate that and offend Naruto and Sandaime. She didn't even tell her father that she now knew the secret. While in her room, Ino thought about Naruto a lot. She saw just how little she knew about him. Like Hinata, Ino openly shed some tears upon hearing how Naruto's birth mother died and how Yondaime, as much as it wounded him to do it, used Naruto, his own flesh and blood, as a living sacrifice to seal away Kyuubi and save all of Konoha, stopping the Kyuubi from doing further damage and killing more people. It pained Ino deeply knowing that Naruto carries such a heavy burden without his consent, but was inspired at the fact that Naruto never allowed this to crush his spirit and character, and the fact that Tsunade willingly chose to adopt and raise Naruto as her own son made Ino respect Tsunade a lot more than before. Soon Ino thought about what Sandaime said about Naruto being the last of the Namikaze clan and carries the responsibility of rebuilding his clan and making it stronger than before. Again, she saw how both Naruto and Sasuke were opposites who were alike. Both boys came from 2 of the 3 strongest clans in Konoha, both of which are near extinction for different reasons. With the Namikaze clan it was because they had many enemies outside Konoha who sought their destruction, whereas the Uchiha clan was self-destructive, with Itachi as the trigger. Such is the life of the shinobi. Ino sighed as she thought about how both Sasuke and Naruto had to re-establish their clans again. But of course this was to be no easy for both boys, and something of that magnitude would much time and effort. Ino's mind drifted to the thoughts of being the one to help Koichi Uzumaki Naruto, or better yet, the very handsome Namikaze Naruto rebuild his clan. She giggled and blushed heavily on the idea, an idea that she decided in her heart that she was going to fulfill one day. Ino of the Namikaze clan, wife of Namikaze Naruto, sole heir of Yondaime Hokage and Godaime Hokage, Ino said to herself with a wide grin. That has a nice ring to it. After a couple of minutes, Ino got up off her bed before running out of her room and out of her parents' house to the Harino residence. Ino knew she couldn't talk about Naruto's heritage and dark secret with Sakura, however that didn't mean she couldn't brag about how Naruto fought Itachi and Kisame to rescue and save her and Hinata. Back at the Hyuga Manor, Hinata had just finished relating the story to Hanabi, minus the parts about Sandaime explaining Naruto's origins and his fox summoning contract. Hanabi was surprised at the story told to her. Naruto-sama is very brave, Nei-chan, Hanabi said. Even though I find him to be weird at times. Why? He's always wearing that stupid ninja mask as if it's part of his face. Doesn't he ever take it off, or is it that he doesn't have a face underneath it? Hanabi asked. He does, Hinata said, laughed. And how do you know? Hanabi asked. Have you ever seen under his mask? I've seen more than what's underneath his mask, actually. Hinata thought out loud in an undertone. What's that supposed to mean? Hanabi asked suspiciously. Hinata blushed upon realizing her folly. Nothing, just gibberish. Hinata laughed nervously. I was just talking nonsense. Whatever, Hanabi said. Naruto-sama is still weird in my opinion. But he and Niji-san don't seem to like each other. I know, Hinata agreed sadly. Every time they look at each other they just want to tear each other apart. If Niji-san and Naruto-sama got into a fight, Hanabi asked, who would win? Hinata was about to voice her opinion when, what's this about who'd win in a fight between me and Naruto-sama? Both siblings turned to see their older cousin standing by the door with his arms crossed over his chest. Niji-san, Hanabi said. Nizan, Hinata greeted. How long were you there? I heard my name mentioned so I came over, came his reply. So what's this about who would win in a fight between me and Naruto-sama, Hanabi-sama? Does this have anything to do with Naruto rescuing Hinata-sama from Itachi? You know about that? Hinata asked. Everyone in the clan knows about it, Neji answered. Naruto-sama had to save you because you were too weak to defend and hold your grounds against Itachi. It's pitiful that the supposed heiress isn't capable of defending herself against criminals. Fate has deemed you weak, Hinata-sama. Neji walked off from his two cousins and back to his quarters. Normally in the past, Niji's harsh and cold words would have made Hinata question her worth. However, after spending quantities of time with Naruto and Ino, and gaining her father's recognition and approval, Hinata decided not to let her cousin's words get to her. Fate, Hanabi snorted. That's all he ever talks about. Sometimes I wonder if one of the cadet branch members dropped him on his head as a kid, Hanabi. Hinata lightly laughed. Later that evening, Naruto was sitting on top of the Hokage monument. Unsurprisingly, he was standing on top of the side with Yandame's head. While he was there, he was thinking back to everything that transpired all in one day, from him training in the use of the Rasengan and failing to perfect it, arguing with Minato and Kyubi, a run-in and battle with Itachi and Kisame of the Akatsuki after the two of them kidnapped Hinata and Ino, to finally Hinata and Ino learning of his familial history and legacy. He was happy that he allowed Sandaime to explain the issues concerning the Namikaze clan and Kyubi's imprisonment. Sandaime was careful about how he went about explaining to Ino and Hinata the truth about Naruto, Yandaime, Tsunade and Kyubi. He explained the history of the Namikaze clan and how they were specialized in discovering, creating and mastering sealing jutsus, spirals, and creating seal-less attack and defense jutsus. He also explained what led to the Namikaze to near extinction, and how Minato was originally the last of his clan and was planning on reconstructing his clan after marrying Uzumaki Kushina. Sarutobi then explained how things took a turn for the worst when Yandaime received word about Kyubi no Kitsune traveling to Konoha and destroying everything its path as it made its way to the village. Sandaime held back no details from the two girls in explaining the tragic and horrific events in sheer details. Hinata and Ino were in tears upon learning that Kushina died from heavy trauma and distress during Kyubi's attack and ultimately of childbirth, and how Minato had no other choice but to seal Kyubi into his own newly born son, turning Naruto into a living sacrifice with the use of a forbidden master jutsu that was meant to take his life in the process. Without actually stating the name of the kinjutsu used in spite of it being a fluke, Sandaime explained that Kyubi was sealed into Naruto's right hand and that Yandaime's body was completely destroyed after the jutsu was initiated, with all of his chakra absorbed and sealed into Naruto's stomach. Sarutobi was careful not to reveal that Yandaime Hokage himself was sealed into Naruto as well, and that Naruto is gradually absorbing his father's Hokage attributes, knowledge and wisdom. Sandaime explained that as a result of Kyubi sealing into Naruto's right hand, he was instantly given a summoning contract with foxes and can summon them when needed. Sandaime then went on to explain how Hyuga Hayashi volunteered first to adopt Naruto into the main house of the Hyuga clan before explaining how Tsunade came into the picture and became Naruto's new mother, and how he's been her only son ever since. What Sandaime left out was the facts that Naruto has been heavily trained and taught by Tsunade, Jiraiya and Yandaime while growing up. The girls figured that Tsunade taught Naruto some stuff, however they weren't aware of just how much. Thinking back to those moments, Naruto remembered the shocked look on Hinata and Ino's faces after Sandaime revealed those revelations. It was all so overwhelming for the girls to take in at one time, and he knew that they would never look at him the same way again. After a period of silence that felt like an eternity, both girls went over and hugged Naruto affectionately. Both girls were happy that Naruto trusted them to the point that he was willing to reveal and share his greatest secrets with them, and promised never to reveal it without his permission. While standing there, he wondered what the unknown future has in store for him. After several minutes, Naruto said, "I know you're there, so you can come out of hiding." A second later, an aged man in his 60s smoking a pipe stepped out of the shadows and walked over to Naruto. "I figured you'd sense I was here, Naruto," Sarutobi said. Naruto nodded. "Thinking about what happened earlier?" Sarutobi asked. "I was," Naruto admitted. "I have to admit the girls took it rather well. I was surprised that they didn't turn into crazed fangirls on the spot. Sandaime chuckled at this and said, "That's because they're your friends Naruto, not shallow girls who sees you only because of the name you carry or because of whose son you are. They see you for you, and I can tell that from the way they look at you, as does your mother. Those girls really like you Naruto, and I'm sure that they'll be of great benefit to you in the future. I saved their lives," Naruto joked. "What's there not to like? Tell that to the Akatsuki and your father's enemies from the other villages and nations." Sandaime shot back. "Point taken." Naruto frowned. "Seriously, Naruto," Sandaime stated, putting all humor and jokes aside. "The truth about who you really are will eventually come out into the opening. Once word gets out that you're the living son of Yondaime, you'll be a most, if not solely, loved figure in this village and a most hated representation of Yondaime to outside enemy villages who really hate your father." "You told me this before, Jizan," Naruto retorted. "As did my father, who has yet to teach me all of his jutsus and fighting styles, and the Hiraishin no jutsu for that matter. Most likely for your own protection," Sarutobi stated. "Your father was the feared Yellow Flash after all. From what your father told me before you were born, creating and mastering the Hiraishin no jutsu was no easy task, even for a seal master like him. He didn't go into many details about how he created that jutsu or how long it took, but he told me that he designed and created the Hiraishin no jutsu in a way that only someone of his bloodline descent could use it. That explains why he never taught it Eroji-san," Naruto made known. "The Hiraishin no jutsu is fundamentally like an artificial bloodline limit then." "And I don't know much about the Hiraishin no jutsu, so please go with the flow." "Comparatively," Sandaime agreed. "From what he told me, even if the enemy did acquire the jutsu and the special kunais used with it, that jutsu's complexity in its creation is the reason why it won't work for anyone else. Your father took every precaution he could think of to ensure that the Hiraishin no jutsu wouldn't fall into the wrong hands and used against us. It's an S-rank self-summoning jutsu that can't be copied or emulated by anyone outside the Namake's bloodline. I'd bet the Uchihos weren't happy about that," Naruto joked. Sandaime merely chuckled and continued, "But I'm sure that you'll learn and master your all of father's jutsus in time as you continue growing stronger mentally and physically. You will become the new Yellow Flash of Konohagakure after all." Naruto nodded in understanding. "I'll grow stronger and inherit my father and mother's wolves of fire and legacies, and become Hokage someday. It's funny you should say that, since the first nickname you ever gotten from me when you were merely a few hours old was Born Hokage." "It was?" Naruto asked. "I thought my first nickname was Neo Yondaime Hokage." "That's the second nickname you've gotten, that one from Jiraiya," Sandaime said. "Speaking of Eroji-san, where is he? No doubt doing some research, as he puts it, knowing him." Naruto didn't need to be told more. "Anyway, Naruto," Sandaime said, recapturing his attention, "I came here to talk to you about another matter of utmost importance." "Oh? What would that be?" "The revival of your clan," Sandaime said. "What's more to know?" Naruto asked curiously. "Is there something more that I haven't been told yet? Are you familiar with polygamy?" Sandaime saw the look on Naruto's widened eyes and face as his face reddened a deep shade of crimson that would have shamed Hinata. Although he wasn't a teenager yet, Naruto already had a sharp vocabulary. "Where are you getting at?" Naruto asked carefully. Sarutobi took a puff of his pipe and then elaborated. "According to the Clan Restoration Act of Konohagakure no Sato, which was established by the council during the rule of Naidame-sama, the sole male survivor of a major clan of the village is allowed to be married to multiple wives. This act is only used when an essential and beneficial clan is near extinction and its recovery is of great importance. To put it simply, Naruto, you are within your rights to marry multiple females to revive the Namake's clan and re-establish it as one of the strongest clans once again. This act also applies to clans with bloodline limits, presently in Sasaki's case. But from what I've seen of him, the boy's too bent on revenge against Itachi than focusing on restoring his clan. However, we're not talking about the Uchiha clan right now. We're talking about you marrying a few females who'll help you in reviving your clan." It wasn't hard for the old-aged man to see the expression on Naruto's reddened face as he soaked in everything he was just told. "Those girls really like you, Naruto, and I'm sure that they'll be of great benefit to you in the future," Naruto recalled those words about Ino and Hinata spoken not too long ago. Naruto wanted to say something but found himself stuttering with his words. Nothing coming out of his mouth was making any sense. You don't have to worry about marrying any girl right now, Sandaime assured while trying to calm Naruto before explaining more to him. You're not at the age to marry yet anyway. Hiashi though is already aware of this act and both he and the Hyuga elders have agreed to betroth the Hyuga heiress to you in the future. What? Naruto exclaimed with a heavier blush. They're arranging that I marry Hinata in the future? When did this happen? Earlier today. What does my mother thinks about all this? Naruto asked. It was both her and I Hiashi spoke with about the arranged engagement before I came here to see you. Tsunade have been aware of the Clan Restoration Act a long time ago since it was her granduncle that put the act in effect in the first place. Of course, Naruto, Hinata won't be the only female you'll marry in order to revive your clan. When Eroji-san hears about this he'll have field day, Naruto said. He'll never let me hear the end of it. Perhaps, Sarutobi said. You can't expect anything less from the self-proclaimed super. But I'm sure he'll know when to be serious about the matter. Seems unlikely, Naruto retorted. But we can always hope. By the way, are Hinata and Ino aware of their arranged engagements to me? Presently Hinata isn't aware of this since it was deemed that she'd be enlightened about this at a later time when she's ready to know. By the way, why did you add Ino into the mix? Aside from Hiashi, I don't recall saying that Ino's father betrothed her to you. Naruto blinked on hearing this. But you say that both Ino and Hinata really like me and they'll be of great benefit to me in the future. The latter part of that statement could have meant anything, Naruto. What I could have meant is that both girls could prove to be great allies to you during good and hard times. Therefore, judging from your answer, I'm assuming that you were already contemplating on marrying both Hinata and Ino, yes? A now heavily reddened-faced Naruto found himself more speechless than before. He wanted to say something to Sandaime but nothing came out. He couldn't deny that he senselessly placed himself in the situation he found himself in. Seeing Naruto's predicament, Sarutobi laughed. Don't be so hard on yourself, Naruto. I already knew you like both girls seeing that they're the only two from the academy you've taken a liking to. If anything, Yamanaka Inoichi would be more than happy to betroth his daughter to you before allowing any other guy to step into the picture. Grinned. I should know. I've seen how both he and his wife have been trying to pair both you and Ino together for quite some time now, especially since he's aware that you're the son of Minato. So he wouldn't oppose to Ino being married to me along with Hinata? Naruto asked with a still reddened face. All of the members of the village council are aware of the Clan Restoration Act and what it entails, Naruto. So don't be surprised if other clan members try to offer their daughters to you as wives after you become of age to marry and have children. I don't know if I can look at girls the same way again, Naruto admitted, feeling as though Kakashi and Jiraiya said traits were starting to rub off on him. Sandaime chuckled at Naruto and said, I don't think Hinata and Ino will ever look at you the same way again either. Just promise me that when the time comes you'll be mature about this. This is a serious matter after all. What's there not to be mature about? Naruto retorted. I'm the only Namikaze left and I'd hate to be the one responsible for guaranteeing its extinction. However, I don't like the idea of girls marrying me simply because of what name I carry, whose son I am or what clan I came from. I want such girls to see and marry me for me because of the way they feel for me, just like how I would marry them for who they are and how I feel for them. Sandaime smiled and simply nodded in agreement before taking another puff of his pipe. You're showing maturity and a level-headed mind about this already, Naruto. For the next couple of minutes, both Sarutobi and Naruto quietly looked over at the village with the darkening starlit night skies blanketing village. Hey father, Naruto thought, I have a question. What is it? Yondaime asked. Since you seem to know what goes on in my mind and body, Naruto wondered, does that mean you'll be there to know when I having SE? Don't even finish that question, Yondaime replied speedily with a strong sense of disgust. Naruto cringed at the volume of Minato's voice in his head. Yondaime's displeasure and indignation were strongly felt by Naruto as he held his head with his right hand. He ha 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 ha! Kyubi mocked and laughed maniacally. Keeping it all in the family, I see. Shut up, you sick ED bastard, Naruto shouted mentally. Sandaime turned and saw Naruto's plight and inquired, Is something the matter? Just a sudden headache, came Naruto's reply. I'll be fine. Nothing serious to worry about, old man. Sandaime frowned on being called old man again before returning his gaze at the village. Soon the short-lived pain in Naruto's head vanished. Sorry about that, Yandaime apologized, but don't ever ask that question again. And you have yet to answer it anyway, Naruto mentally retorted. The answer is you can control what I see and sense through you. Remember, I'm your tenant, and I can't do much unless you permit me or if the situation is rather dire. Believe me, Naruto, what you were about to ask is something I certainly do not want to be part of the seal on your stomach that slightly evolved from the original design after the servitude jutsu was performed allows you to block out and cut me away from anything you don't want me to be aware of. And the seal on Naruto's stomach is the same, except that there are 4 small spiral diamonds at the top, bottom, left, and right sides of the seal. PFT. QB scoffed. I bet before the kid knew this, Yandaime, you enjoyed the sight of Tsunade's body and Boba's when she used to live. Damari while Baka Iaro Kitsune, Naruto, and Yandaime angrily shouted simultaneously. QB chuckled to himself as he retreated back into the dark depths of his prison. Sighing to himself, Naruto thought, why me? Naruto, age 12, was on his way to the academy for the Genin team assigning while sporting a new look for himself. Gone was his ninja mask and braided ponytail, leaving his long stringy blonde hair that was partly spiked on top to fall sloppily down his back and over his shoulders with some strands to fall over his forehead. His leaf head protector was tied over his head with some of his hair resting over it. As a result of Minato's chakra infusing into the preteen, some of Naruto's facial baby fat was gone, making him look a little more mature than his age. His clothes appearance was now like that of a male jounin, except he was still wearing his fingerless black gloves, a sleeveless and collarless blackish blue shirt showing off his nicely toned bare arms. He wasn't wearing the official Konoha jounin vest. Instead, he was wearing a green vest that looked similar to a jounin's, but the collar and the bottom rim weren't as thick, and it didn't have as many pockets. On him was a specially made white vest reached past his waist with the same features and flame designs as Yandaime's trademark trench coat. On the back of the vest in red kanji was the slogan Konoha no Nidaime Senko. Konoha's second flash. Many were looking at Naruto as he made his way down the streets of Konoha, totally surprised at his new appearance. A number of the men and women were murmuring amongst themselves about how shocking it was that Naruto's new appearance made him look strikingly like a young miniature version of Yandaime Hokage with attitude. The preteen saw the looks everyone was giving him, but he just continued on his way. He remembered how Tsunade objected to the idea of him dressing up that like, arguing that it'll earn him dangerous attention, especially from a Wagakure. Naruto argued that he had enemies all his life both within and outside of Konoha, and that the Akatsuki only added to it even before his new appearance. He then added that no matter how he dresses, being a ninja will always guarantee many enemies and allies at the same time. Tsunade knew this, of course, but as a protective mother, adoptive or not, she still didn't want to risk losing Precious, her son, whom she believed was growing up too fast for her liking. Like Sasuke, age 12, Naruto passed all of the exams with flying colors. However, Naruto held back some of his abilities so as to not show off what he can really do and add more to the already existing rivalry he has with Sasuke, who was anything but happy after he learned of Itachi's defeat to Naruto. Flashback 1 year ago. It's sometimes hard to keep certain issues a secret, especially if this issue regards the fight Naruto got himself into with Itachi and Kisame protecting Hinata and Ino. Ino told Sakura and her other female schoolmates about it, and they told their friends and folks about it, and the rest is history. Many chunins and jounins who've heard about the event from their ANBU friends found the story hard to believe until they said that Kakashi was an eyewitness to it, something that couldn't be refuted. Even some of the ANBU were surprised about how Naruto held his grounds against some like Itachi, and survived no less to tell about it, unlike anyone else who crossed his path with the exception of Sasuke, who was spared for reasons not explained. Naruto's encounter with the two S-class missing Nins was the talk of the village. Naruto was on his way to school, dodging and running from as many fangirls as he could while on the way. They don't even know I'm the son of Yandaime, and already they're acting like this, Naruto thought as he ran into the academy with a horde of fangirls chasing him. Damn, I was hoping that my encounter with Itachi would have been kept on a down low. How the hell did it spread this fast? I know the feeling, Naruto, Minato laughed. I had my share of fangirls back in my days before Kushina came along and scared them all away. This isn't funny, Naruto shot back in frustration. Many of the rumors and gossips that I've heard about my battle with Itachi and Kisame were exaggerated. Entering the building, Naruto, by stroke of luck, managed to have the girls lose sight of where he disappeared to. Disappointed, the girls disbanded and decided to chase after Naruto later. Sighing in relief, Naruto made his way to class and entered to see all eyes on him. From what Naruto saw, there were mixed expressions. Most of the girls were looking at him with hearts in their eyes, whereas Sakura looked at him questionably, wondering if what her best friend told her was true. She found it hard to believe that Naruto was able to stand against a feared ninja like Itachi. Shikamaru, Chuji and Kiba looked at Naruto with smirks on their faces, wanting to hear from the horse's mouth exactly what happened instead of listening to the rumors. Shino looked at him with indifference, however he himself was interested in the encounter. Naruto looked directly at Sasuke, who was looking at him with pure contempt and hatred in his eyes. The blonde ninja knew Sasuke was aware of what happened between him and his older brother, and to say that Sasuke wasn't happy about it would have been understatement. He was downright furious. The tension between the two boys was thick enough to slice with a kunai. Seeing the tension, Iruka recaptured everyone's attention. "Alright, Naruto. You're here, so please take your seat." Naruto nodded. Went on his way to sit between Ino and Hinata as usual. He looked at both girls, who blushed and looked away shyly. During the class session, Iruka eyed Naruto questionably also. He knew that there was a lot more to the blonde youth than he let on. It was something he always suspected since he became Naruto's teacher, and the event between the boy and the 2's class missing needs only served to add to his suspicions. Later, it was lunchtime and everyone was outside either eating or practicing. Meanwhile, Naruto was eating lunch by himself, meditating on what Sarutobi told him about the Clan Restoration Act. Although Sandaime told him he didn't have to worry about marrying any girl anytime soon, however, Naruto wondered if he should go through with marrying more than one girl or stick to one. He already knew that Hinata was betrothed to him, though Hinata herself isn't aware of it, and neither is Ino. And speaking of Ino, Naruto wondered, would she even consent to being married to me along with Hinata? Should I accept to go through to notion of marrying more than one female in order to restore the Namikaze clan? A moment later his train of thoughts was interrupted when Ino and Hinata appeared, asking if they could eat alongside him. He thanked them but declined their offer, explaining to them that he has a lot on his mind and would rather eat alone in order to clear his mind. Both girls were disappointed that Naruto declined their company since he always welcomed it. However, they saw the look in his eyes and acknowledged that a lot more seemed to trouble him than his battle with their kidnappers. Choosing not to pry in his privacy, both girls respectfully departed from him and said that they would talk with him later. A couple of minutes later, after Naruto was done eating his lunch, Naruto stood up and prepared to leave when he sensed a presence from behind him. He turned to see Sasuke looking at him with livid eyes. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Naruto asked, already knowing why. "Fight me," Sasuke stated with coldness in his voice. "Say what?" Naruto said, being caught off guard by Sasuke's challenge. "Fight me, Naruto," Sasuke said louder, catching the attention of the other students who started gathering around them. "You can't be serious," Naruto retorted. "I have no reason to fight you." "I have reasons to fight you," Sasuke challenged. "You're one of the main people I've always wanted to fight and defeat." The crowd of students was getting rowdy as many were expecting a good battle between Sasuke and Naruto, the top two students of the academy. Sakura, Hinata and Ino were among those in the crowd. Though the three girls were not cheering and hoping for a fight, however, they couldn't help but worry how this would turn out. Naruto, though, saw this as a potential one-sided fight that would not end in Sasuke's favor for many reasons. "Ridiculous," Naruto said. "I don't have time for this." Naruto turned and walked off from Sasuke. The Uchiha youth, angered by Naruto's refusal to fight him, sought to provoke the young blonde. "Coward!" Sasuke spat. "Don't turn your back on me, dope. Say what you will," Naruto retorted. "Right now I have more important things on my mind." Enraged even more by Naruto not seeking to fight him, Sasuke took the initiative in attacking Naruto from behind with the intention of goading him into fighting. Naruto, however, ducked and dodged the punch that would have made contact with the back of his head. Turning around, he was met with a barrage of punches and kicks that were sent at him from Sasuke, all of which were evaded and blocked with sharp efficiency and grace. The crowd of students yelled and cheered the fighters on in hopes that things would get interesting. Kiba and Chuji were cheering Naruto on, yelling things like, "Bust his ass, show him a thing or two." Shikamaru simply mumbled, "How troublesome." Shino was attentive and silent, interested in how this battle was going to end. Sakura was yelling for Sasuke to stop fighting, but her words fell on deaf ears. A majority of the girls present were pulled between loyalties between Naruto and Sasuke. They were distraught about the event and saddened that their two favorite guys were engaged in a heated combat, with Sasuke throwing all of the assaults and Naruto doing all of the evading and blocking. Ino and Hinata, though witnessing how Naruto was able to effortlessly prevent harm from befalling him, still couldn't help but be worried for their friend's well-being. Things got serious when Sasuke pulled out a kunai from his pocket and attempted to use it on Naruto. Pulling out his own kunai, Naruto started clashing his kunai against Sasuke's. The blonde shinobi knew that he could have ended this fight a long time ago, even before the fight even started at all. However, he wanted to see how far Sasuke could go, and so far none of them used any form of ninjutsu. Soon the two met each other, and their kunais clashed and wrestled against each other in a tug of war for supremacy. The two boys looked each other in the eyes. Sasuke saw calmness and steadiness in Naruto's eyes, as though he wasn't bothered by what was going on. The Uchiha sworn that the blonde was smirking underneath his ninja mask. Naruto saw only coldness, fury and hatred in Sasuke's eyes, with a touch of bloodlust. "Sasuke, you can be better than this," Naruto counseled. "Don't walk down this path of hate. Don't follow in your brother's footsteps." Just the mere mention of his brother made Sasuke's blood boil, in spite of the fact that Naruto was trying to keep him from walking down the path Itachi went. Pulling away for a second, Sasuke charged at Naruto, slashing his kunai at him before grabbing a few shurikens from his pocket and throwing them at him with the intent of striking him. The shurikens instead struck a nearby tree and deeply embedded into it. "This guy is serious," Naruto acknowledged. Seeing that the fight turned seemingly deadly, Naruto decided to end it before things really got out of control. With a speed that none present were able to grasp, Naruto charged at Sasuke and did a pressure point to his neck, which knocked him into an instantaneous state of unconsciousness. Sasuke went falling toward the ground face down before Sakura hurriedly ran and grabbed him before he actually hit the ground. A few other girls went over to Sasuke to see if he was alright, while Ino and Hinata went over to Naruto, who didn't look fatigued at all. Iruka, Mizuki and a few other chunins came to see what was going on, only to see Naruto and the other students standing before the unconscious Sasuke. "He's not dead," Naruto informed everyone. "But he won't be awake for the next few hours." "Why did you do that for?" Sakura yelled. Not fazed by her reaction, Naruto replied, "He needed time to cool down and think things over. And in case you haven't noticed, he attacked me first, and I was getting bad vibes from him during the fight. So I decided to knock him out painlessly." "All right, everyone back inside," Iruka said. Everyone but Naruto groaned as they complied. Iruka went over and picked Sasuke up off the ground and carried him back into the building. While walking into the building, he overheard Ino and Hinata talking to Naruto about his battle with Sasuke. "That was quite a fierce fight you and Sasuke were in," Hinata said. "True, but it was so awesome, you sure showed him, didn't you, Naruto-kun?" Ino added more emphasis on his name before turning and grinning at Sakura, earning a sneer and death glare from the pink-haired girl. "There was nothing for me to show him," Naruto replied. "I could have ended that fight the entire time if I really wanted to. I was more interested in seeing what he was really capable of." "And what did you see?" Hinata inquired. Naruto replied, "Sasuke has potentials that he does. His deeply rooted handicap, however, is that he has a terrible rage and lacks the conviction needed to let go of his hatred. If he's not careful, that very handicap will consume him." Again, Iruka looked at Naruto with wonder, before concluding to himself that it must be because he's the son of Tsunade. Yet even that did little to satisfy the many questions his mind had about Naruto. End flashback. The Genin exam ended with Sasuke and Naruto being tied for the title of Rookie of the Year. What many didn't know, however, was that Naruto held back a great deal and willingly put himself in a tie with Sasuke for the title, thus a tie-breaker was to be held. Iruka and the other teachers used Naruto and Sasuke's past records and performances both inside and outside the academy to break the tie. They also used the reports that discussed Naruto's battle with Itachi and Kisame. They reasoned that Naruto, who wasn't even a genin at the time, was able to hold his grounds against a former ANBU captain and his S-level criminal partner, and successfully rescued and saved Ino and Hinata. Iruka then presented a report of a fight Sasuke started up with Naruto, who defeated him with a one-hit blow. With these facts, they gave the title of Rookie of the Year to Naruto. The blonde preteen shinobi knew that this only served to add to the growing rivalry between him and Sasuke, something he was trying to condense. Sending his mind elsewhere, Naruto recalled another incident that guaranteed that he would never be the same again. Flashback 10.5 months ago. Naruto was returning from jogging for 3 hours that morning while he heard the sounds of people sparring with each other. Letting his curiosity get the better of him, he went over to the training ground where the sounds were coming from to investigate what was going on. Upon arriving and hiding in the bushes, he saw Neji sparring with one of his teammates dressed in skin-tight green spandex and orange leg warmers with a bowl-like hairdo and really fuzzy eyebrows. From what Naruto was seeing, Neji had the upper hand against the other boy. To the side were Tenten, the girl who has a secret major crush on the proclaimed Hyuga genius, and their sensei, Mato Guy, the resident taijutsu specialist and self-proclaimed beautiful blue beast, as Naruto heard. After a few minutes later, the fuzzy-browed boy was sent flying across the ground from a swing kick delivered to his chest. Neji stood there with his ever-arrogant smirk as he stood over his defeated teammate. "You can't beat me, Lee," Neji said. "The differences between us are rather obvious. You're nowhere near my level." Rock Lee scowled at this. "Shut up, I will beat you eventually, I'm sure of that." "Lee," Tenten started. "You're not a genius or prodigy like Neji, plus you're this year's dead last." "I really hate that label," Naruto thought to himself. "It's both demeaning and insulting." Guy sighed to himself between breaking up the developing argument and having his 3 students stand in attention. Naruto was about to walk off when, "Naruto San!" Guy shouted. "The presence of your fires of youth has caught my senses. Come out and present yourself to us, please." Naruto came out of the bushes and walked over to them. "Naruto-san," Guy greeted with his trademark smile. "The friend of my eternal rival and the one he speaks so highly of. What brings you here?" Scratching the back of his head and laughing nervously, Naruto said. "Sorry for eavesdropping. But I was coming from my morning jogging and exercising when I heard Neji and Lee sparring." "I see." Guy smiled. "So you do morning jogging and exercises also?" "All the time," Naruto replied. "Yosh!" Guy cheered. "Your fires of youth are of great inspirations to us, Naruto. It is most honoring." Lee went over to Naruto and said, "Naruto-kun, I've heard all about your battle with the missing nin Uchiha prodigy named Itachi and his partner Kisame. Surely you knew that Itachi is a most dangerous traitor to Konoha." "I did," Naruto shrugged. "But that means nothing to me when my friends are in danger, and I will do what I must to protect my friends and all those precious to me, even at the cost of my well-being. And I never go back on my word." "That's my Nindo. Tell me please," Lee asked excitedly. "Just how were you able to win against them? Perhaps I can learn something from this to improve my training." "Yes, Naruto-sama." Neji stepped in, seeking to find some information about Naruto's fighting style, in hopes of developing counterattacks against them. "Tell us all, what was your strategy in defeating those missing nins?" "There's nothing to say," Naruto replied as he shrugged again. "Except that being a lover and glutton for very hard work in my case pays off." Of all the countless excuses Naruto could have made up, that was by far the worst thing he said in the hearing ears of Guy and Lee. "Yosh!" Guy shouted with enthusiasm, with tears falling down his face. "The words of my eternal rival about Naruto-san rings bells of truth. The fires of youth shines strong in Naruto-san. He himself appreciates the fruitages of being a genius of hard work like my student Lee, Gi-sensei." Lee shouted with tears also falling down his face. "I will push myself harder as a genius of hard like Naruto-kun to become stronger. Only through hard work will I become a great shinobi and taijutsu expert. I will run 300 laps around Konoha before the end of the day. If I fail in doing that, I'll do 500 laps and 400 push-ups. Yosh! I will help you attain your dreams in becoming a great shinobi and taijutsu expert. I won't let you down, Lee, Guy Sensei, Lee, Guy Sensei, Lee, Guy Sensei, Lee, Guy Sensei. The two of them then engaged in a hug with tears still flowing down their faces and, logic be damned, with the sunset at the beach with crashing waves on the shores in the background. Naruto's right eye started twitching involuntarily at the scene, which he found rather disturbing. A genjutsu, Naruto thought. How on earth did that appear? I don't know how to explain that, Naruto, Minato answered. Maybe you can ask Kurenai, the genjutsu specialist, Naruto replied. I don't even think she would be able to explain this. Seeing the troubled look on his face, Tenten went over to Naruto and placed a consoling hand on his shoulder. He turned and looked at her as if she was saying, I feel your pain. Tell me they don't do this often, Naruto said with a voice that sounded like a plea. Tenten sighed. I wish they didn't do this at all. Niji scowled at the scene between his sensei and teammate before him before turning to look at Naruto, recalling the blonde's encounter with the infamous Itachi. The Hyuga genius knew that he himself was no match for Itachi, and his also knew that Hinata would have died had she tried to actually fight the traitorous Uchiha. However, Niji sought to make Hinata feel less than her worth about how she was kidnapped by Itachi, who was only trying to use her to draw Naruto out. While looking at the blonde, Niji couldn't help but wonder why Itachi of all people would seek out Naruto, who possesses no known bloodline limit of any sort. What makes him so special besides him being the son of Godame-sama, Niji wondered, and how was he able to hold his grounds against two S-class missing Nins when he's not even an ANBU or Jounin, let alone a Genin? Naruto saw the look in Niji's face before the Hyuga boy looked away. Shrugging, Naruto turned and saw Guy and Lee still engaged in the same hug as before. I'll be on my way now, Naruto said as he hurriedly departed before a reply could be said to him. End flashback. Something like that ought to be outlawed, Naruto thought as he continued on his way to school. Naruto then thought about how Jiraiya made fun of him for days for what Sarutobi Hiruzen told him about the Clan Restorations Act. Tsunade, annoyed enough by her former teammate's behavior, gave him 3 painful lumps on his head before knocking him unconscious. Though Tsunade knew about the act, however, she wasn't in total agreement with it, especially since she didn't want Naruto to turn into a Jiraiya copy. Hiruzen though managed to discuss this issue with her, explaining everything he told Naruto, but only in more details. Reluctantly, Tsunade agreed, even though she knew both Hinata and Ino like Naruto. While on his way to school, he walked past a dango shop and saw a familiar woman with purple hair and a pineapple hairstyle wearing a fishnet bodysuit and a mini skirt and tan trench coat eating some dangos. Naruto blushed upon remembering an incident that he unintentionally got himself into. Flashback 5 months ago, Naruto was coming from his training with Jiraiya. He had already mastered the Shunshin no Jutsu and Rasengan with the use of Kaigebushin. A ninjutsu yandame explained to him how to perform. Months earlier, Naruto learned and mastered using Kaigebushin, and now he uses Kaigebushin to form his Rasengan. Because of Kyuubi's chakra, Naruto is unable to form perfect bushins, however he can create solid bushins and train with them, thus strengthening his skills. Happy about the progress he was making, Naruto decided to stop by his favorite ramen shop to see Tuchi and Iam when, "Hey!" a woman shouted. "Bring me some more of those dangos and don't be cheap with the sake, whatever Anko age 23. The waiter replied as he went to get her order. Meanwhile, outside, Naruto, turning to his left, went and entered the dango shop and saw Anko gulping down dangos after dangos with red bean soup and sake at the side at the table she was sitting at. Anko looked up and saw Naruto approaching her. "Hey Gaki," Anko greeted. "What do you want? A moment of your time if you will," Naruto answered. "Not interested," Anko retorted. "You didn't even let me ask you my questions," Naruto stated. Anko smirked at him. "Am I obligated to answer them in the first place?" "No, but then it's settled," Anko cut him off. "Now get lost, you stupid maggot." Naruto was annoyed with the older woman. Before he could say another word, the waiter came with another order of dangos and sake before setting them down on the table and walking off. Before Anko could partake of her food, Naruto jumped on the table and took the dango from her plate before crouching down to look her straight in the eyes. The older woman sent Naruto a death glare that promised hours of pain and suffering while everyone else at the other tables moved away from the duo, especially those who knew what Anko was capable of doing to those who crossed her. Kiba, Ino, and Hinata felt the bloodlust that was coming from inside the shop and went to investigate it. The trio came upon a surprising sight. Naruto was crouching down on top of a table, fearlessly looking face to face with a female special jounin who was feared by almost everyone in Konoha, with her dango in his right hand. Kiba was on the verge of cracking up at Naruto's bravado while the girls looked at Naruto as if he lost his mind. "Gaki," Anko warned. "I'll give you one chance to live and give me back my dango." Removing and pulling his ninja mask down to his neck, Naruto shot back. "You don't scare me. I faced and seen things worse than you. And I'll leave when you at least answer a few questions I like to have answers to." "I'm warning you," Anko said threateningly. "Give me back my dango or I'll—" "Hey Naruto, what's up?" Kiba greeted loudly as he came and smacked Naruto hard on his back, effectively knocking him off the table and into the older woman, causing her to fall backward off her seat. Both Anko and Naruto fell and crashed onto the floor, landing down in a most inappropriate manner. Naruto was right on top of Anko with his lips hard pressed against hers and his tongue in her mouth, allowing him to sample the mixed taste of dango, bean soup, sake, and her saliva in her mouth. Both Naruto and Anko, blushing heavily, froze in shock, completely stupefied at what just happened, though unintentional on both their parts. Hinata and Ino's eyes were as wide as dish plates as their mouths dropped like endels upon seeing the sight. Kiba in the meantime was laughing with tears falling down his face while holding onto his sides. Even Akamaru snickered at the sight. After several seconds, Anko snapped out of her stupor and fiercely shoved Naruto off her before standing back on her feet. Naruto, snapping out his own stupor, got up off the floor in time to hear Anko shout, "I'll kill you, shit!" Naruto cursed, taking her threat seriously as he took to flight and hurriedly ran out of the shop after putting his mask back on, with the deranged Anko in hot pursuit of him with vipers coming out of the sleeves of her trench coat. Kiba was still cracking up at the event he instigated and witnessed before the cowering Akamaru jumped off and out of Kiba's jacket and running off from him while hoping his master will someday forgive his betrayal. That was when Kiba sensed a whole new strong bloodlust radiating from inside the shop. Slowly and fearfully, he turned to see an extremely pissed-off Hinata with her Byakugan fully activated, giving off a bloodlust that would have shamed Sakura and any other Sasuke fangirl. Next to her was an enormously enraged Ino was cracking her knuckles while giving off a bloodlust matching Hinata's. The boy paled and gulped in terror as the girls looked at him. "Oh Kiba," Hinata said with a deceptively sweet voice as she gestured to him to come over to them. "Ino and I would like to have a few words with you." It was now Kiba's turn to dash out of the shop as Hinata and Ino chased after him like two hunters out for blood. Naruto and Kiba found themselves being chased by females, for different reasons. For Naruto, for the first time, it was by a female seeking his death for something they both knew he didn't do on purpose, and Kiba, for destroying Hinata and Ino's competing chances of giving Naruto his first kiss and having him get it from the crazy Anko who now wants him dead. All of the bystanders looked at Naruto with sympathy as he ran down the village streets, wondering what dumb prank was he stupid enough to pull on the infamous torture and interrogation specialist of all people. "Get your back here!" Anko yelled as she continued chasing him. "Hell no!" Naruto yelled back before ducking from one of her vipers that dashed to bite him. "You're a damn lunatic! A lunatic am I, you're so dead you Ed brat! It wasn't my fault and I'm not a—" Naruto managed to escape Anko's wrath after running into Jiraiya and Kakashi. Naruto hid behind the two of them, while Anko demanded they hand him over to her so she could deal out his just-deserved death sentence. Kakashi asked Anko why she was willing to invoke Tsunade's wrath upon herself, trying to kill her son for something he didn't do on purpose. The part about Tsunade's retaliation served to gradually calm Anko down, allowing her sense of reasoning to take control. Kakashi explained that he saw what happened and stated that Naruto had no intentions for doing what he did when one of his friends stupidly pushed him into her on purpose as his sense of a practical joke. Summoning the vipers back into her trench coat sleeves, Anko grumbled to herself as she turned and stomped off away from the trio, probably back to work to find a poor victim to release her anger on. When she was out of hearing and seeing range, Kakashi and Jiraiya shuffled Naruto's head and laughed. "I have to hand it to you, Naruto," Jiraiya applauded. You have more balls than I ever gave you credit for. I never in my wildest dreams thought that you'd score your first kiss with a woman like Enko in the shameless manner that you did, and not with a girl your age with fake sniffles. It makes me so proud. Shut up, Eroji-san. Naruto replied with a heavy blush on his face. I didn't mean to do that, and you both know that. Be that as it may, Kakashi teased. But I myself would have never suspected that Enko's first real kiss would have been shared with a kid like you. My hat's off to you, Naruto. Naruto blushed even more on hearing this. Knock it off, it was a pure accident. Was that why you enjoyed the feel of her barely covered body and the feeling of being on top of her as the dominant alpha male since she had to shove you off her? Kakashi teased. I'm sure she enjoyed it as much as you did, though she might not admit it. Getting the clan restoration act to an early start, are we? Jiraiya joked, causing both Kakashi and to burst into laughter while Naruto hung his head low, knowing that this was another issue, besides the clan restoration act, that Jiraiya and Kakashi would never let him hear the end of. I think I was better off with that crazy lady trying to kill me, Naruto mumbled to himself. End flashback. From what Naruto recalled that same day from Shizen, Kiba was admitted into the hospital after being found heavily beaten and left unconscious at the hospital doors under mysterious circumstances. When Kiba was asked who attacked him, he said that he didn't have time to get a good look at them to identify his attackers. Naruto knew he was lying, but figured that for Kiba's own well-being and health it was safe for him to plead amnesia. Though he fully recovered, Kiba made a mental note to never cross Hinata and Ino in any way that involved Naruto, and would provoke that same result. Later that same week, Naruto recalled, he remembered asking Kakashi for information about that particular crazy woman. Kakashi was tempted to tease him again about it, but Naruto said that he's seen the way she's been continuously mistreated by the villagers for reason he couldn't understand. He told Kakashi that he heard many of the harsh and cruel names they called her, from snake whore, bitch, sadist, traitor, serpent, the list goes on, though he could partly understand the serpent part to a degree. Naruto wanted to know why the villagers hated her so much, though she's clearly a fellow Konoha like them. Naruto said that when he tried to approach her that day in order to get the information directly from her, Kiba pushed him into her, which caused that incident to happen. Seeing the sincerity in his eyes, Kakashi told Naruto some things he knew about her. He explained that her name is Mitarashi Anko, a special jounin in the interrogation department under Marino Ibiki's supervision, who happens to be another special jounin. The ANBU captain then explained that Anko was a former apprentice of Orochimaru, another worst and most hated traitor and snake sannin of Konoha, who was caught doing horrific and illegal experimentations on fellow shinobis, men, women and children of Konoha, and on Anko as well. He also told him that Orochimaru was seeking to unlock the secret to immortality, which was expressly taboo in the shinobi world. Those were among the many reasons why Orochimaru lost the candidacy in becoming Yondaime Hokage, Kakashi explained. Since Orochimaru's defect and disappearance from Konoha, Anko became among the most unpopular, hated and feared figures in the entire village, and that only a handful of people like Kurenai Sandaime, himself and a few others see her as a fellow Konoha nin and not as a traitor or representation of Orochimaru. Naruto couldn't help but feel bad about the type of life Anko is forced to live, even though Kakashi told him that she brushes everyone off and tells her harassers to piss off. Naruto made some attempts to befriend Anko, going as far as apologizing for the kiss incident, even though he did secretly enjoyed it and wouldn't openly admit it. At first, Anko found his offer of friendship as his idea of a joke, since she remembered her encounter with Naruto that was still fresh in her memory, along with the fact that Kakashi and Ibiki teased her about it a few times, much to her aggravation. However, she saw that he was being serious about being friends with her in spite of her reputation, which shocked her to no end, since every parent in the village always pulled their children away from her, as though she was the walking plague or a curse. Not wanting to lose the opportunity to make another friend, Anko accepted on the basis that they were starting on an acquaintance level. Anko looked up from her plate of dangos and saw Naruto staring at her while he zoned out. "What are you staring at, Gaki?" Anko smirked, causing Naruto to snap out his train of thoughts before he waving her goodbye and walking off to continue on his way to the academy. While going on his way, he turned and looked back at the Hokage monument that now had Tsunade's face on it, right next to Minato's. Ironic really, Naruto thought father and mother, Yondaime and Godaime, side by side together in all their glory facing the city. Or that was supposed to be the case had it not been for a certain incident. Flashback: a week ago, Naruto was returning back to Konoha with Jiraiya after a 3-month absence. 3 months ago, Tsunade signed an official document that was given to Irika and the academy headmaster explaining Naruto's leave of absence and his return before the Genin exam. The document, however, didn't mention Naruto's training sessions with Jiraiya, but mentioned some special educating he was going to undergo outside of Konoha for a while. Though she was reluctant to let him leave, however, she knew that it was for the best since he requested that he leave the village for a short while and see new things while continuing his training with Jiraiya. Jiraiya and Naruto approached the two jounins who standing at their posts by the towering doors leading into the village. Naruto though noticed that the Hokage monument now had his mother's face on it. That was when a fox-like smile formed on his face. "State your name and business here," the first jounin said. Jiraiya snorted at this and said, "What do you mean? There are 2 of us standing in front of you guys and you both should know who we are by now." "It's just protocols, Jiraiya-sama," the second jounin said. "But either your companion is invisible, or he or she was sent to the next life." Jiraiya tuned to see that Naruto was no longer with him. "Damn, where did that Gaki disappear to?" Jiraiya ran past the jounin guards and started his search for Naruto. He had first thought that he'd head for his favorite ramen stand Ichiraku, but he was surprised to see that he hadn't appeared there at all. "I am age 16 and her father Tuchi told Jiraiya to tell Naruto to come and greet them later after he was found." Later at the Hokage Tower, Tsunade was in her office taking a break from her paperwork. Opening the drawer of her desk, she pulled out a bottle of sake and a small cup and poured herself a drink. She was happy that her little Naru-chan was coming home today. Sure, he kept in touch with her, but that didn't replace the thought of seeing him in person and hugging him. She sipped her drink merrily. "Tsunade-sama." The slug Sannin spewed her drink out before seeing Shizen and several other jounins behind her rushing into the office. "What is it?" Tsunade barked loudly and indignantly. "It's an emergency," Shizen said. "The Hokage monument, someone is vandalizing it in paint." Sighing, Tsunade got up from off her seat and headed out of the office to the roof of the Hokage Tower with Shizen and the other jounins following after her. Upon reaching outside, their ears came to hear loud fits of laughter coming from the villagers and other ninjas. Tsunade and Shizen with the other jounin stood on the roof and looked over at the Hokage monument to see what it was that got everyone in an uproar of laughter. Needless to say, the Godame's eyes widened upon seeing the condition the monument was now in. Painted next to the face of Senju Hashirama, the Shodame was a large graffiti of a Ika Ika Paradise book with a hormonal half-naked kunoichi being chased by a horny half-dressed shinobi. This was followed by the face of the Shodame being painted in a way that made him appear to be scowling at the book. Senju Tobarama, the Nidame, his face was painted in a way to make you think he was sweat dropping at the sight of the book. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was painted in a way that made him the way he used to look like when he was much younger. However, there was redness painted on his cheeks, making it seem that he was blushing from the sight of the book as he looked away. Namikaze Minato's face was painted in a fashion that made him look like he was annoyed at Hiruzen's facial expression. Finally, Tsunade's face was painted beautifully, making her look like an authentic geisha. However, she was painted in a way to make her look completely appalled at the book. The sight of the graffiti representing that adult series alone being painted at the side of the monument was enough to make Tsunade's blood boil. Hiruzen, who was also on the roof, was also cracking up with several others at the scene he was seeing, knowing only one person had the audacity to pull something like this off. The culprit of this offense, whose face was completely masked from sight, was still standing on the scaffold of the monument. The offender boasted. "Am I not a genius of expression? You're in a world of trouble, that's what you're in," Tsunade loudly retorted before she ordered the jounins to apprehend the culprit and bring him before her. Complying, the jounins went in pursuit of the culprit, who suddenly took off his mask and revealed himself. "Narutto!" Tsunade yelled. "Oh!" Naruto said as he speedily jumped off the scaffold and jumped from roof to roof the house near the monument before landing on the streets, commencing a chase between him and the jounins after him. "Naruto!" yelled one of the jounins. "What the hell have you done? You're not going to get away with this." Naruto speedily started jumping from roof to roof as the jounins continued yelling and chasing after him. "Ha ha, oh, shut the hell up already," Naruto said. None of you, and I mean no one, can stoop to this level of low, but I can, 'cause I'm the greatest. The Jonins continued their pursuit, not realizing that Naruto gave them the slip with a camouflaging sheet. That was too easy. Naruto smiled brightly. However, this was short-lived when, Oigaki-ki-ai, Naruto jumped and turned to see Jiraiya standing behind him with a serious expression. What was that for? Naruto barked. Eroji-san, you have an interesting way of announcing your return, Jiraiya retorted, before smiling lecherously. Though I like the idea of you advertising my book for me, and on the Hokage monument of all places, Gaki, you have my utmost respects, and my wrath to go along with it. Both Naruto and Jiraiya turned to see a fuming Tsunade running after them at lightning speed. Oh crap! Naruto and Jiraiya panicked before running away from her in fear for their safety. End flashback. Luckily, the monument didn't need any actual cleanup, since it turned out that the paints Naruto used were vanishing paints that would only last for 2 hours before completely crumpling away, returning the monument back to its original glory. In spite of this, Tsunade had Naruto clean the side of the monument that had her face on it. She was upset that Naruto pulled such a juvenile stunt, and not allowing her to give him the welcome back she wanted to give him. Still, she was happy that Naruto came back from his absence unharmed and in one piece. Jiraiya, though, had to hide from Tsunade for a while, since she wanted to inflict some serious injuries on him for corrupting her son and making him into a Hiruzen, and many others, though, thought that the stunt Naruto pulled was a well-needed prank, since the village had been awfully quiet and a bit dull without his mischief going around giving everyone something to laugh and cheer at. It also served to scrutinize their security, seeing how Naruto was able to pull off such a major prank right under their noses without alerting everyone that he was back. Naruto, finally realizing that he was going to be late, now started running to the academy. At the academy, Shikamaru, Kiba, Sakura, and everyone else were already there as Irika started the session. He looked around and saw that everyone was accounted for, everyone but one person. You'd think that as Rookie of the Year he'd be here first, if not on time for something as important as this, Irika said. Where is Naruto? As if on cue, the door opened and closed behind the boy who entered the class. Hey Irika-sensei, Naruto greeted. Sorry I'm late. I lost my way on memory lane. He's becoming as tacky as Kakashi, Irika thought before studying Naruto's new appearance like everyone else. Needless to say, the Chunin was shocked at how Naruto now looks like, or more like who Naruto now looks like. Naruto turned to the body of students and was greeted by everyone staring at his new appearance. He saw how the girls were practically gawking at him with hearts in their eyes, seeing that this was their first time to ever see his face without that ninja mask, and that his long hair and new clothes makes him like a junior Yondaime Hokage. Sakura even blushed at the sight of him when, Don't stare at him like some stupid Naruto fangirl, Inner Sakura scolded. He's just dressing up like that to show off for achieving the status as Rookie of the Year to make Sasuke-kun jealous. Sakura seemed to have accepted that reasoning, as she pulled her eyes away from Naruto and over to Sasuke, who appeared to be frowning at the appearance Naruto gave himself. Making himself look like Yondaime, Sasuke thought, if that idiot has a death wish, all he had to do was dress in a bright orange jumpsuit that screamed "Here I am, kill me." Kiba and Chuji gave Naruto 2 thumbs up, while Shikamaru thought Blonde's new appearance was just troublesome. Shino just nodded his head to Naruto in acknowledgement. Ino and Hinata both smiled and blushed at the sight of him before glaring at the other girls staring dreamily at him. 2 days earlier they frowned at him for the stunt he pulled on the Hokage monument in putting graffiti of Ika Ika Paradise next to the monument. But they eventually forgave him, and right they were thinking about how his new looks made him look as handsome as his father before telling themselves that he looks even better. Naruto went and took his regular seat between Ino and Hinata. Oh heyo and na Naruto-kun. Hinata stuttered shyly for the first in a long while. I love your new looks, Ino praised. It makes you look really yes Naruto-kun, Hinata said as she shyly fidgeted her 2 index fingers together. Your new style is most charming, thanks. Naruto blushed. I was saving these clothes until I became a genin, but they make you look more like a jounin instead of a genin, Sakura said. Isn't that illegal? Shut up, forehead, Ino barked in Naruto's defense. Don't get me started about talking about your idea of fashion. Mind your own business, Ino pig, Sakura shot back. Forehead, Ino pig, forehead, knock it off. Iruka yelled, silencing the two girls. Sakura and Ino stuck their tongues out at each other before looking away from each other. Naruto and Hinata's sweat dropped at time, as did Iruka. I see now why Naruto always hid his face underneath that mask. Iruka sighed before grabbing everyone's attention again for his final lecture to them as their sensei. While giving his speech about life as a shinobi, Naruto's mind zoned out, remembering the incident that took place 3 days ago. The traitorous Chunin Mizuki tried to trick him into stealing the forbidden scroll of sealing, telling him that he could go beyond being a mere rookie of the year and attain real powers through the use of that scroll no one is allowed to read. Naruto pretended to buy into it, before informing Tsunade about it and staging Mizuki's arrest. That same night, Tsunade gave Naruto a scroll covered with a genjutsu to look exactly like the forbidden scroll before he ran off to meet Mizuki at the designated location. Mizuki arrived at the scene and attempted to steal the forbidden scroll from Naruto, before Iruka and a team of Chunins and Jounins arrived surrounded the two. The forbidden scroll was dispelled to reveal a different and smaller scroll, which was actually a warrant for Mizuki's arrest and a documentation for him to be brought to Ibiki for interrogation. Mizuki put up a fight, but being outnumbered and outmatched, the fight was short-lived. Naruto could only wonder what horrors Mizuki had to face while in Ibiki's custody. A moment later, Iruka finally got to the part everyone was waiting for: team pairings and the Jounin instructors. Tsunade was sitting at her desk with her elbow resting on the desk as her hand held her head up. She was beside herself in frustration as Kakashi, Kurenai, and Asuma argued over a particular issue. "Tsunade-sama," Kakashi said, "all I'm saying is that I would be best suited as a Jounin instructor for Naruto. Unlike Kurenai and Asuma, I've known Naruto for the longest time and I know his strengths and weaknesses, therefore I would know how to assist in his training and strengthening his abilities, and since Naruto is a most advanced genin, he would also be a great asset in aiding in the training and developments of his fellow genins." "Kakashi," Kurenai countered, "you already have the Uchiha Prodigy, the second best of this year's genin class, on your genin cell. Having Naruto placed on your team would not only throw the academic balance off, but it would demonstrate unfair favoritism. Plus, many Jounins are aware that you spoil Naruto, and there's no doubt that you'll give him more attention than the others. Naruto would do well should I be allowed to have him on my genin cell." "And what reasons would you have for that?" Kakashi challenged. Kurenai replied, "I've seen firsthand how Hinata have gradually changed from the way she used to be because of her association with Naruto. Before, she was always too timid and hesitant to give her all. Also, she used to get depressed really fast and allowed whatever negativity others said and thought of her get to her. But over the course of time, Hinata, through association and friendship with Naruto, managed to break through those hindrances and gradually mold herself into the person she worked so hard to become. Even Hayashi and the main house of the Hyuga clan have acknowledged her changes." "So you solely intend to use Naruto as a means to give Hinata a motivational boost?" Kakashi asked. "Of course not," Kurenai retorted. "That wouldn't be fair on my part. Since his genjutsu abilities aren't as strong as his ninjutsu and taijutsu, I can do well in training him in that field." "Kurenai," Asuma interjected, "unlike you and Kakashi, Naruto's elemental affinity is wind like myself. Therefore, I would be a great asset in training him in developing his elemental affinity and teaching him how to use it in combat." "Asuma," Kakashi countered, "you're the most laid back among the Jounins, and that wouldn't do well for Naruto's development." The argument continued among the three Jounins. Kakashi recently stepped down from ANBU captain to Jounin since he was the only person capable of teaching Sasuke how to use the Sharingan Eye. Tsunade saw how each Jounin had reasons for wanting her son on their genin cell. In all honesty, she never expected that the topic of her son being placed on the genin cell would have caused so much trouble. As the argument continued, her patience was slowly declining. After several more minutes, Tsunade was about to say something to end the dispute when the door to her office opened, revealing Sarutobi, Hamura, and Koharu entering the office. The three Jounins stopped arguing after seeing the Sandaime and his two former teammates entering the room with a few documents in their hands. "It's clear that a dispute of some sort has occurred here," Sarutobi said, stating the obvious. "My son is the topic at hand." Tsunade sighed. "Evidently these three have a difference as to why one of them ought to be Naruto's Jounin instructor." "I see," Sandaime said. In all accounts, Hamira, Kohara, and I have studied the records of this year's genins and reviewed them carefully. Based on what the three of us reviewed, there will be a few minor changes and adjustments, which we will discuss with all of you in detail right now. What adjustments and changes will occur, Sarutobi-sensei? Tsunade inquired. For starters, Sarutobi said, Naruto will be. The following day, Anko was summoned into the Hokage office for a new assignment. From what she was told, it was an important one. As she made her way to the office, she pasted a gleeful smile on her face, expecting a very dangerous mission that had to be done. I wonder what my mission will be, Anko thought excitedly. An A-rank mission in another village, possibly even an S-rank mission in hunting down a missing nin, being promoted to ANBU and assigned to a secret mission. Oh, the possibilities, I can't wait. Anko entered the office to see Tsunade and Sandaime waiting for her in the office. Anko, Sandaime greeted. How nice of you to arrive here a little earlier than expected. Tsunade-sama said that she had an assignment for me that was most important. Anko explained. So I came as soon as I could to say that I accept the mission. Both Tsunade and Sarutobi blinked on hearing this. Anko, Tsunade said questionably, don't you at least want to know what the assignment entails before deciding to accept it? I already said I accept whatever important mission it is, Anko stated. I give you my word, so out with it already. All right, Tsunade said as she handed Anko the folder. But remember, I'm holding you to your word. Anko took the folder from Tsunade and reviewed the documents in it. To say that her expression came to a crash would have been an understatement. You can't be serious, Anko exclaimed in disbelief. You can't expect me to. You already accepted the assignment, Anko, and you're being held to your word, Tsunade sternly interjected. Perhaps next time you do better to hear the assignment out first. But Anko mentally slapped herself several times for setting her hopes up too high. Her new assignment wasn't what she had in mind at all. Why don't you take the time to review the files in that folder? Sandaime suggested. You'll find them quite interesting. The special jounin sighed to herself, knowing that she placed herself into a position that was now too late to go back on. She left the office with the folder in hand and closed the door behind her while grumbling unintelligent utterances. When she was out of the office, Tsunade turned to her former sensei and asked, Are you sure it was a wise decision to assign Anko that assignment? Anko is the only special jounin with the capacity to see that assignment through, Sandaime said. Plus, judging from what I've observed from their earlier interactions, she could use the companionship. Present time. Naruto looked around the class as he studied a couple of the genins in the class. His eyes fell on Sasuke, the remaining Uchiha who was driven by his hatred and rage to surpass his infamous brother. Naruto couldn't deny that Sasuke had done very well in physical and book work. The young Uchiha's abilities were known throughout Konoha, as well as his rivalry with Godame's son. Sasuke was viewed as the implantation to a fading clan. Many pitied him, yet admired him for his strength. The blonde then turned his attention to the pink-haired genin obsessed with Sasuke, this being Sakura, the girl who he admitted has an unbelievable mind. Sakura constantly received high marks on written exams throughout the year. Her physical exams, however, at best were average. Moving on, Naruto turned his eyes to Shikamaru, a genin who is a master strategist and a brilliant thinker. Naruto accepted Shikamaru's ability in creating strategies is unmatched, however his reputation as a lazy bum corresponds his genius status. Going to the next genin, the blonde shinobi looked over at Shino, who is a quiet and stoic boy, and according to rumor, is considered a genius in logic within his own clan. Meanwhile, Sasuke meditated on the puzzle that was Naruto. The young Uchiha prided himself in his abilities as a shinobi, and to have Naruto, the village comedian, academically outdo him, the Uchiha genius, shamed him. As a shinobi, Sasuke understood that information about the enemy was an essential part of battle. He would need to find out more about Naruto, he concluded. Everyone was happy to finally be out of the academy. It meant that they were adults now, and that they would never have to sit around anymore listening to boring lectures about life as a ninja or what weapons one can use in the battlefield. They would be doing adventurous missions and saving people's lives now. Naruto smiled on at all of the new friends and potential allies he had made during the past few years, proud of their achievements. That old geezer was right, Naruto thought. Attending the academy had its advantages in spite of my advanced abilities. Listen carefully as I read out your designated teams and your jounin instructors, Iruka said as he looked at all of Genin's as they quietly waited for him to continue. Sakura was hoping to be placed on Sasuke's team while Ino and Hinata were both hoping to be paired with Naruto. Shikamaru had a bored expression while Chuji was munching on potato chips. Sasuke simply crossed his arms in disinterest, thinking that whomever is to be paired with him will only serve to slow him down in his desired goals to make advancements to defeat Naruto and ultimately kill Itachi. Iruka announced the pairings of the other teams and eventually got to the 7th. Team 7 will be Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura and Sai, this year's dead last since he started attending the academy later than usual. Your jounin instructor will be Hatake Kakashi. Sakura practically jumped off her seat shouting happily, and yelling things like true love prevails. Some of the girls were disappointed that they didn't get paired with Sasuke, however some of the other girls were hoping to be paired with this year's Rookie of the Year, Naruto. I wasn't paired with Sasuke, Naruto thought. I should have seen that one coming, though I wish I could have had Kakashi Nizan. At least I won't have to put up with someone who takes pleasure in calling me Dobe, when he knows I'm anything but that. Naruto-kun hasn't been paired with anyone yet, Ino thought happily. That means I still have a chance to be on his team. Hinata was thinking on the same line as Ino when teammate will be Aburame Shino, Inuzuka Kiba, and Hyuga Hinata. Your jounin instructor will be Yuhi Kurenai. Shino looked indifferent while Kiba was a bit nervous about Hinata being on his team, especially after he recalled what she and Ino did to him after the prank he pulled on Naruto and Enko. Hinata though looked completely dejected as if her whole world came to a crash. Does this mean I won't get to work with Naruto-kun? Hinata thought sadly while on the verge of tears. Naruto saw the look on Hinata's face. He saw that she was really hoping to be paired with him, and in truth he was really hoping that was going to happen. He was really disappointed at this. Damn it, Naruto thought, I was really setting my hopes up that it was going to be me, Hina-chan, and Team 9 is still active as a team of genins. Therefore, the new Team 10 will be Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Chuji, Yamanaka Ino. Your jounin instructor will be Asuma Sarutobi, WWHHAATT, Naruto thought angrily. Two of the girls he wanted to be paired with were paired with other teams. Ino's head slumped down just as sad as Hinata's. Ino didn't know whether to cry or burst out and yell at Iruka. This isn't fair, Ino and Hinata thought, both wanting to be paired with the son of Yondaime. Shikamaru and Chuji grinned at each other, seeing that they were teamed together. Sakura gets to be on the same team with the guy she's crazy for, Inner Ino yelled, and I'm denied the privilege to be paired with the guy I really like. It's so not fair. Naruto looked around and realized something. Iruka-sensei. Naruto spoke as calmly as possible while trying to hold his own anger inside of himself. Why wasn't my team announced? Well, Naruto, Iruka explained. According to this, you weren't assigned to any genin team. What the hell? Naruto said in outrage. All of the genins were surprised about this revelation. Naruto, not knowing what else to use to release his rage on, pulled his hair together from the back before pulling out a kunai and with one strong swipe, slashing off the long hair from his head. Everyone was shocked and speechless as Naruto's unexpected action. Slamming the sliced-off hair down on his desk, he stood up indignantly. Why the hell wasn't I assigned to a genin team? Let me explain. Iruka sighed. Normally the best in the graduating class is paired with the dead last of the class in order to balance the teams out. However, based on what the Hokage was willing to explain to me, she said that Sasuke is to be your replacement as the best genin on Team 7. Naruto was doing his best to control his indignation as he held his kunai tightly. Sasuke, however, had a most rare wide grin on his face, making Sakura and his other fangirls look at him dreamily. I always knew that in time you'd be seen as the dead last that you are, Naruto. Sasuke mocked arrogantly. In fact, you're worst. At least the real dead last was given a team. I can't believe that what befell you just now came at a most fitting occasion. Naruto looked at Sasuke with a tempting desire to throw the kunai at Sasuke's direction when, don't lose your temper, Naruto, Yondaime warned. It's exactly what that fool is trying to get you to do. Don't stoop to his level. I'm very sure that Tsunade has a very good reason for this unexpected arrangement. She is the Hokage, and knowing her, she wouldn't do anything without first looking at everything from every angle possible. It would be in your best interest to discuss the matter with her, and not do something reckless that you'd later regret. Don't give Sasuke the satisfaction of getting a desired reaction out of you. Those words from his sealed father served to calm Naruto down as he placed his kunai back in its compartment in his pants. The anger once present on Naruto's face cooled down as he took a couple of breaths to calm himself down. Hinata and Ino looked at Sasuke with contempt. They couldn't understand what Sakura and the other girls saw in that. Was there anything else you were told, Iruka-sensei? Naruto asked with coolness. Iruka was surprised that Naruto managed to calm down and not retaliate against Sasuke, who insulted him openly in front of the class. Kiba and the rest of the students were expecting Naruto to lash out against Sasuke, who insinuated that his mother finally saw her son as the idiot he always is. They were amazed that he did the complete opposite of what they expected him to do. He managed to stem his anger enough to allow reasoning to take effect. It's surprising seeing the situation, seeing Naruto's calming demeanor, Iruka continued. The Hokage explained that you'll be given a different kind of training as the first elite genin of the graduation class of genins. Naruto now had a surprised and puzzled expression on his face. The grin on Sasuke's face vanished on hearing that title given to Naruto. Elite genin? Sasuke asked. That's right, Iruka replied. Based on Naruto's records and assessment, he was given the new Elite Genin title, and his training will be discussed with him with the Hokage after the other Genin teams were assigned. The class couldn't believe what they were hearing, and neither could Sasuke, who now looked outraged by this. How come Naruto gets special training and not Sasuke or anyone else? Sakura asked. Is it because he's Tsunade-sama's son? No, Sakura, Iruka replied sternly. Such favoritism would not be tolerated by this village's shinobi standards. It was a recommendation made by 2 village advisors and Sandaime-sama after they evaluated Naruto's and everyone else's records here. All of you were selected and assigned to specific specialized teams based on your capabilities, which your Jounin instructors will explain to you all in more detail after they arrive here a little later today. Is there more for us to know? Naruto asked. Iruka looked at the young genin and simply smiled at the blonde-haired kid, as he had unknowingly wormed his way into the teacher's once hardened heart. Naruto didn't gloat about his own accomplishments or that he outdid Sasuke, and he wasn't egotistical. For them, yes, Iruka smiled. But as for you, you may leave now to discuss your new training with the Hokage in person. There's nothing more for me to tell you except good luck and congratulations on receiving the honorary title as Elite Genin. Believe me when I say that you've earned it, Naruto. Thank you, Naruto said as he left his desk and started walking from his desk towards the door. The class watched as Naruto calmly exited the class before closing the door behind him and leaving his cut-off hair on his desk. After he left the classroom, one of the girls in the class, remembering the slashed-off hair Naruto left behind, said, I want Naruto's beautiful golden locks. The girl rose off her seat and ran to grab the pile of hair on the desk when another girl came up and attempted to grab the slashed blonde hair. Hands off, hussy, they're mine. No, they're mine. A third girl yelled as they and a couple of other girls minus Sakura, Ino and Hinata started arguing about who gets to keep Naruto's once long hair. Sasuke looked at the bickering girls in disgust, wondering how females like them ever made it as genins. He was surprised that neither Hinata or Ino started arguing with the other girls about keeping something as useless as Naruto's hair. Iruka and the other boys in the classroom's sweat dropped at the scene. Fangirls are so troublesome, Shikamaru commented. They argue and fight over the most trivial of nonsense. That's just stupid, Inner Sakura said. I can't believe they're fighting over something as dumb as Naruto's hair. Now if it were Sasuke's hair, then that would have been something worth fighting over and winning. At the Hokage Tower, Tsunade was doing some paperwork when, Ka-chan, Naruto said as he entered the office with Shizen behind him. Tsunade looked up from her desk to see her son looking at her with a straight face. She was taken by surprise to see that his hair was cut short by a razor of some sort, although a bit sloppily. What happened to your hair? Tsunade asked. I was in need of a new style after coming from the academy, came Naruto's reply. I take it that you found out that you weren't assigned to a genin team, Tsunade said. That's for sure, Naruto retorted. If anything, I was really hoping to be paired with either Hinata or Ino. In truth, I was hoping to have been teamed with both of them, Tsunade sighed as they rubbed her temples. She suspected that Naruto was going to react like this. Naruto, Tsunade said calmly. I know that you're upset at me and Sandaime-sama for not assigning you to a genin team, but you must see the bigger picture. Naruto knew his mother. She only uses his full name when she's about to discuss something of high importance, or if he was being scolded for something. Since he wasn't being scolded, he saw that whatever she was going to say was important. Yes, Ka-chan, Naruto asked calmly. What's this bigger picture, seeing that I'm in the dark about all this? I would like to be enlightened, please. Tsunade, happy that her son was rational, explained. Sarutobi-sensei and his 2 former teammates assisted in arranging the genin teams. Seeing the students who graduated at the academy this year, he, Hamira, Koharu and I divided them in a way to create specialized teams of ninjas. Team 7 is to be specialized as an attack unit, Team 8 is to be specialized as a reconnaissance unit, and Team 10 is to be specialized as an investigation unit. That's logical, Naruto admitted. But what about this elite genin title I was given? For one thing, Tsunade made clear, you're not an ordinary genin like the rest of them. You're the elite genin at Sannin level and you're too advanced and experienced for them. They wouldn't be able to keep up with you and you would have ended up having to slow down drastically for them to keep up. Something like that would hinder you greatly in your own development. Couldn't I in some way assisted in their training if I were assigned to one of their teams? Naruto asked. That's what Kakashi argued about, Tsunade said. He, Kurenai and Asuma were here in my office 2 days earlier arguing over who'd have you in their genin cell. They had their own reasons as to why one of them should have you in their team, though I have to admit that some of their reasoning was quite appealing. In truth, Naruto-chan, you can pretty much fit into any of the genin cell divisions. Still, Sarutobi-sensei and I had something else in mind for you than for you to perform the same genin level training you've already completed years earlier, which would be both a waste of time and productivity. Naruto remained silent as he listened. Seeing that her son wasn't arguing, Tsunade continued. Aside the earlier reasons why Ino and Hinata were assigned to different teams, those 2 girls need to be focused on training to become the next generation of kunoichis of Konoha. Were they to have been paired with you, they would have been too sidetracked in trying to develop a romance with you, seeing that they know who you are and what your responsibilities are as the last Namikaze. And don't act like you haven't noticed how they've been behaving around you over the past year. I can vouch for that, Shizen said, speaking up for the first time after a long period of silence. Those 2 girls have been seen almost everywhere with you, Naruto. You make it sound like a bad thing, Naruto joked. Shizen cleared her throat. It's not that Naruto. But Tsunade-sama, Sandaime-sama and I have taken this matter into careful consideration for everyone's benefits. Both Ino and Hinata have to be balanced in the time they spend with you and devote some of their energy and resources in honing their skills as ninjas and working with others. Also, it'll allow them to develop and strengthen their familial jutsus. I honestly can't argue with that point, Naruto said. Tsunade spoke. Plus, Kurenai was the one who especially requested to have Hinata on her genin team. I expected this, seeing how Kurenai has always been a mother figure to Hinata. Naruto was well aware of this fact since he's seen how often Kurenai came around the Hyuga mansion and trained Hinata. I'm sure that there could have been another female jounin who could have helped Hinata out in that department, Naruto said. Maybe, but Kurenai was very adamant on it, Tsunade retorted. And speaking of female jounins, one particular jounin was assigned to you. And who would that be? Naruto inquired, and as if on cue, the office door opened and entered was a most familiar female figure who smiled her trademark grin. Anko-chan? Naruto said. Nice to see you too, Gaki. Anko said. Looks like we're going to be spending more time together, little man. I'm not little, Naruto retorted. And it'll be wise for you not to underestimate me like Itachi. Anko wanted to go up to him and whack him across the head, but she didn't want to risk her safety with Tsunade being present in the room. Naruto, Tsunade said. Although you're not on a 3-man genin cell, you will however be assigned to work with teams 7, 8, and 10 from time to time doing D and C rank missions. Your training though will be different from theirs. How so? Naruto inquired. I'll explain that, Anko spoke. In reviewing your records, I've acknowledged that since you were 8 years old you had a habit in setting up excellent pranks on many of the chunins, jounins, and some of the ANBU, and with methods of escaping from them. You still have that habit, and it's common knowledge to everyone in the village. Where are you getting at? Naruto asked. Where I'm getting at, Anko explained, is that you have a gift in infiltration, setting up traps against unsuspecting shinobis of various levels, and you're a very good escape artist. I would like to assist you in developing those skills of yours. They could be most useful when battling enemy ninjas. Alongside this, Shizen interjected. Tsunade-sama recommended that since you're also training as a medic nin that you start training at the hospital as well, working alongside me in the operating and examination rooms. So basically I have 2 female jounins to work with. Naruto interpreted. But how will I be able to do all those things? Don't you think that's a bit much? I figured you'd say that, Naruto, spoke an aged voice filled with experience. Everyone turned to see Sandaime, and Jiraiya enter the room before closing the door behind him. Ijizan Eroji-san, Naruto greeted. Sandaime said, We're happy to see you too, Naruto. I'm sure that by now they've explained to you about the type of training you'll be undergoing, and I'm sure that it sounds rather overwhelming. But I know of a method that can help you as you train with both Shizen and Anko. What would that be? The blonde asked. Make a Kagebushin and I'll have Jiraiya demonstrate it, Sandaime said. Doing as he was told, Naruto created a Kagebushin in the exactly likeness of himself. Anko was shocked at seeing this. He's able to perform a Jounin level Kenjutsu? Anko asked in surprise. To the others in the room, this was common knowledge. Yes, Anko, Sandaime answered. Unlike most ninjas, Naruto possesses massive quantities of chakra and is unable to create regular bushins. His chakra, however, allows him to perform higher rank jutsus. If someone else his age learned that jutsu, they might be able to create 2 if not 3 Kagebunshin before losing consciousness due to chakra exhaustion. But Naruto can create dozens without looking even the slightest bit tired. Anko said nothing more as she processed the information, though she found it hard to swallow. Is this kid supposed to be Itachi's replacement? Anko wondered as Jiraiya placed his arm around the solid clone's shoulders and escorted him outside of the office away from everyone's hearing ears after closing the door behind them and walking some feet away. After a few moments later, Naruto's face turned crimson as his gaze lowered to the floor, unable to look Anko straight in the eyes. His mother and sister saw this and wondered what just happened. Jiraiya stepped back into the room after dispelling the clone moments ago. Seeing the look on Naruto's face, it was confirmed that it was a success. Tsunade looked at her former teammate questionably. What just happened and what did you do? Tsunade, she interrogated. Teaching Naruto a new trick, Jiraiya said with a grin. I took his Kagebunshin out of listening range before saying anything, and yet he knew exactly what I said after the clone was punched out of existence. It was starting to dawn on the blonde what being taught to him. Sandaime elaborated. Whatever Naruto's Kagebunshin sees, hears, smells, or experiences is transferred into him immediately after they puff out of existence. This makes them most useful for fighting, scouting, and training, especially with the massive amounts of chakra he possesses. If Naruto have a Kagebunshin work on mastering a jutsu, all the progress it makes is transferred to him once it's cancelled. Use 10 Kagebunshins and you have 10 Narutos. He could do things that would take weeks in a single day. Naruto can use Kagebushin to study and train with Shizen while Naruto himself trains with Anko. He can use the memory of those clones to practice. If he has the chakra to maintain enough clones, he could progress much faster. It would also increase his stamina and chakra reserves. The only drawback is the experience exhaustion he'll undergo by the sudden mental impact of absorbing the clone's memories and experiences. Depending on the amount of Kagebushins he uses and what he has them do for whatever amount of time, Naruto could either feel very tired or completely fall unconscious immediately after absorbing the clone's memories and experiences. Naruto took the moment to process everything that was being explained to him and everyone else. Great, Naruto said after a long period of silence. I can multitask simultaneously and relish in its benefits. That's so cool. Yes, but don't go bragging to the other genins about this, Sandaime advised. Naruto nodded before making another Kagebushin and instructing the clone that he was to accompany Shizen to begin their new medical training while he go with Anko to start his other training. With everything cleared up, Swad dismissed everyone from her office before returning back to her paperwork. Before Jiraiya left, Tsunade asked, "Just what was it you told my son?" "Nothing important," Jiraiya said rather quickly before exiting the room speedily. Tsunade saw that she was now alone in the office. Sighing, she stood up to look out the window to view the village before her. Meanwhile, Shizen and the Naruto clone went on their way to the hospital while Naruto and Anko went elsewhere as they exited the Hokage Tower. While heading to their destination, Anko said, "Hey Gaki, you might want to get your new hairstyle fixed up. It looks like crap from where I'm seeing it. I'll let Shizen Nachan fix it later today," Naruto retorted. A moment later, a thought came to the older woman's mind. "Out of curiosity, what was it that Jiraiya-sama told you that made it hard for you to look at me?" Naruto didn't really want to answer that question, knowing fully well how Anko would more than likely react on hearing his answer. "Nothing significant really," Naruto said, though the color on his face betrayed him. "Don't lie to me, kid," Anko said. "I wasn't made a special jounin by being stupid. Now if we're to be working together, I want the truth from you. Now tell me, what was it that he said?" Naruto looked at the older woman nervously before answering. "He said that you don't wear bra or panties under that fishnet body suit of yours, and how very lucky I was to be getting private lessons from you considering what happened between us several months ago." Anko was seething and fuming on hearing that. But her anger wasn't directed at Naruto this time, but at a certain older man. At that moment she was wondering in just how many ways could she hurt this man when another idea came to her mind. "He said that, huh?" Anko said, before a sinister smile appeared on her face. "Well now, that give me an idea for your first test." "A test?" Naruto asked questionably. "That's right," Anko confirmed. "All new genins are given a test by their jounin instructor to see if they're truly fit to be ninjas. If they fail, they're sent back to the academy. You won't get me to go back." "Good. Now your test will be against a certain shinobi. Beating him won't be an easy feat. You'll have 3 hours to come up with a way to bring about his downfall." "Who's the target?" Naruto asked. 2 hours later, Jiraiya was walking through the forest by himself in hopes to find some young women bathing and playing by the river. As he made his way through the forest, his ears heard distinctive sounds that sounded like anything but two people training together. Letting his lecherous nature take control of him, he quietly followed the direction from where the sounds were coming. When he finally arrived on the scene, he hid behind the bushes and peeked at the sight. His eyes widened in shock and giddiness upon seeing the sight. Before him were Anko and Naruto, both of whom were holding each other romantically as though they were having a secret love affair. "Damn, that kid works fast," Jiraiya thought with a smile as he pulled out his pen and notepad to write down ideas for what he hopes would be a next bestseller for his novel series. Moments later, Naruto asked mischievously, "Anko-sensei, is what Eroji-san said about you not wearing bra or panties true?" "There's only one way to see if what he says is true or not," Anko replied seductively as she released an ever-eager Naruto. "I think I'll start my first lesson in showing you the works and wonders of a kunoichi's body." After saying that, Anko took a few steps away from Naruto before she slowly removed her trench coat and threw it to the side before starting the process of slowly undoing her mini skirt, while moving her body in an erotic fashion while Naruto watched happily. Jiraiya was so engrossed with the scene he was watching and taking notes on that he failed to notice someone sneaking up from behind him stealthily. Before he knew it, Jiraiya was clobbered very hard on the head, knocking him unconscious. 15 minutes later, Jiraiya woke up to a splitting headache but soon found something very wrong with his surrounding environment. What happened?" Jiraiya said drowsily. "Where am I and why is everything upside down?" That was when Jiraiya realized that he was tied to his ankles while being held high to ceiling of a certain bathhouse with all but his boxers removed off him. Painted in red across his head was the phrase, "Mega." To add to the situation he was in was that there was a candle burning away at the rope that was holding him up, and the rope was mere moments from snapping and releasing him. Jiraiya gulped in terror and fear when he realized that underneath him were bathing kunoichis, some of whom were jounins and possibly a few were ANBU as well. Jiraiya didn't have time to react when the rope snapped and sent him falling into the waters upon the unsuspecting naked kunoichis. Moments later, very loud wails of pain, suffering and misery were heard by many villagers as sounds of heavy beatings accompanied the loud wailings. Many at first thought that someone had the unpleasant doom of being sent to Akibi as the cries continued. Those who were close enough to the women's bathhouse, however, knew that some guy was stupid enough to risk his health to go inside the women's bathhouse. Some of the males gave their sympathy to the poor soul. Meanwhile, Enko and Naruto were laughing their asses off while hearing Jiraiya's cries for help. "Serves that right?" Enko laughed before turning to Naruto. "Combining Kagebushin with Henge? That was true genius. I can't believe he fell for that ridiculous scene you fabricated. A true ninja studies his target carefully and looks for their weaknesses. He then works on those weaknesses and baits the target into their trap. Tell me though," Enko asked, "how did you manage to sneak him into the bathhouse without being noticed?" "A ninja doesn't give away his secrets that hastily," Naruto said. "There are ears in the wind after all." "Needless to say, Naruto, you got the idea of this test," Enko said. "You studied and exploited your target's weakness, using it to your advantage without alerting him to your presence, and placing him into an inescapable demise. You were also careful enough not to explain how you executed your plan too openly, since enemy shinobis could be listening in the crowd. If that were to happen, the enemy could try to manipulate and use your own method against you. You passed my test, Naruto. Let's celebrate your success with some dangos and bean soup." Naruto shrugged as he followed Enko to the nearest dango shop. Unknown to the duo was that Sandaime and Godane were watching the scene from Sandaime's all-seeing crystal ball. "Any more doubts about Naruto being paired with Enko?" Sandaime asked. "After how Naruto set that up?" Tsunade laughed. "I take back everything I said." Looking back at his crystal ball, Sandaime thought while looking at Naruto and Enko, "Yes, this will be most interesting special Jounin and elite genin pairing." Word got out that Naruto's new Jounin instructor was Mitarashi Enko. It went without say that it spread like wildfire. Many were wondering what the Hokage was thinking placing someone like Enko as Naruto's instructor. Some who knew of Tsunade's drinking habits thought that she must have been incredibly drunk when setting up the genin teams. Many gave Naruto their pity for being stuck with a psycho, or whom many regard as a female version of the snake Sannin and Konoha's worst traitor, Orochimaru. Kakashi, Kurenai and Asuma were caught off guard that day when Sandaime announced to them that Enko was selected as Naruto's new instructor. Needless to say, all three Jounins argued with Sandaime about it, but the Sarutobi wouldn't hear of it, and made it clear that Naruto is in an entirely higher level than the other genins and has different training to undergo. Tsunade explained to them that Naruto would be assigned to work with their teams from time to time depending on the mission or assignment. Although it wasn't exactly what the three Jounins wanted, especially Kakashi, but they reluctantly accepted. It was noted on Team 7's first day with Kakashi that Sai and Sakura don't get along well and that Sai have insulted her by asking her to wear a paper bag over her head to conceal her ugly face when in public together. Sakura was enraged by Sai's remarks and was about to attack him had it not been for Kakashi's intervention to calm Sakura's anger. Naruto later learned from Kakashi that his genin team passed his tests, though they failed in acquiring the bells from him. Kakashi told him that he was given genins to train before, but they all failed because they didn't grasp the concept of teamwork and supporting their teammates. He then told Naruto that Sai was victimized from his infamous 1,000 years of death jutsu and was sent flying into a lake. Naruto cringed at the thought of what Kakashi did to the boy and only hoped that Kakashi would never attempt that attack on him. Kakashi then related how Sasuke at first tried doing it solo only to end up buried into the ground up to his neck, and Sakura didn't bother helping Sai after he was ambushed by Kakashi but instead backed off and left him behind after seeing how Sai was overpowered by him and remembering how he insulted her. As a result, Sakura ended up being tied to the log while he gave lunch boxes to Sai and Sasuke, telling them to eat in front of Sakura and that they'll be allowed to try to get the bells again, but that if they feed Sakura they will fail and be sent back to the academy. After he left, both boys fed Sakura anyway, telling her that she would be of no use to them if she's hungry. Kakashi told Naruto that kind of thinking was what allowed all three of them to pass his test before he explained his ideals on helping your teammates and not abandoning them, regardless of the reasons. When Ino and Hinata found out that Enko was Naruto's new instructor, both girls were furious since they never forgot what took place a couple of months ago in that dango shop. Kiba kept his distance from Hinata whenever she looked in his direction with a glare, Remembering the stunt he pulled and the fact that Naruto is now stuck with the woman he unintentionally gave his first kiss to, Kurenai saw that she had to work on steaming Hinata's fury against Kiba if they and Shino are to be working together as a genin cell under her supervision. Asuma, Shikimura and Chuji had the displeasure of hearing Ino rant on and on angrily about how Naruto shouldn't be stuck with Anko and that the team arrangements ought to be re-evaluated. Shikimura found Ino's interest and desire to be with Naruto that badly troublesome. 3 days later, Sandaime was in his former office reviewing a few of the many documents on the desk in front of him. He sighed to himself, being looking at the stacks of papers before him. Why did I agree to substitute for Tsunade and temporarily take this job again? Sandaime thought to himself, taking a puff of his pipe. Tsunade left Konoha with her NBU entourage to meet the Sandaime Hashikage 3rd Star Shadow and Hashigakure no Sato Hidden Star Village for a treaty alliance, since Hashigakure was a much smaller village than Konoha. Though small, Hashigakure was a prideful village because of the star that was said to have fallen from the heavens and land down in their village 200 years ago. The Shodaime Hashikage discovered that the strength of his chakra increased by training by the meteorite. For this reason their village has been targeted by foreign nations countless times. However, the Sandaime Hashikage later forbade the training with this star 10 years ago because many of the shinobis of the village died from exposure to the meteorite's negative side effects on the person's body. The Sandaime Hashikage decreed that the village of Hashigakure would train without the use of the star. Sarutobi's train of thoughts was derailed when the door to the office opened. "Hey Jizan!" Naruto greeted as he entered the office before closing the door behind him. 5 days earlier he had Shizen fix his hair after he sliced off a large portion of it. His trimmed-down stringy-style haircut that let some of his hair reach his shoulders made Naruto look distinguished among the genins, and it helped bring out his resemblance to his father Minato. "Naruto!" Sandaime greeted back. "What do I owe the pleasure?" "Nothing," Naruto said. "Anko-chan gave me the day off, something about meeting Ibiki for some criminal interrogation or something." Was all Sandaime said. The elderly man was about to say something when, "I'll get you this time, old man, and then I'll become Hokage," said the 7-year-old boy as he charged towards the man, intending to take the man's life with the shuriken in his hand. The boy barely got halfway across the office before he tripped on his own feet, landing down to the floor face first. A sweat-dropping Naruto looked at the boy and thought, "This kid has as much agility and grace as a man with a heart attack." The boy whined as he got up and looked around before he saw Naruto, who was now face to face with him. "Hey, you tripped me," said the boy, pointing his finger at Naruto. The blonde-haired elite genin was almost surprised that the boy didn't recognize him. "I never thought that my change in wardrobe and hairstyle made me that unrecognizable," Naruto thought before smirking. "I'll play along with this. Kid, you're not worth wasting a fraction of my chakra on. Furthermore, you tripped yourself on the wooden floor due to your own lack of common sense. That, and from the way you ran across the room, you also lack coordination and grace," said Naruto, smirking at the boy who was glaring at him with a fury. "Honorable grandson? Honorable grandson, are you in here?" said another voice, looking around for his wished-for target. "He's in here, Ebisu. Don't worry, he's all right. Just tripped and hurt himself again," sighed Sandaime. "Honorable grandson?" questioned Naruto with a pretense that he didn't know who the boy was. Sandaime saw through Naruto's facade, but he decided to see how the whole thing was going to play out. "Yeah, I'm Konohamaru, the grandson of Sandaime Hokage, so you can't do anything to me or you'll get in trouble," said the boy, whose voice seemed to have a form of arrogance to it. Naruto brought his right hand to the kid's forehead and flicked him, sending him flying off the floor before landing down, and rolling on the ground before coming to a stop, lying on the ground momentarily knocked out. Tsunade's insane strength and character are really manifesting in Naruto, thought Sandaime as he sighed at the display. "Don't worry. I didn't hurt him much," said Naruto, walking by Sandaime Hokage and a still in shock Ebisu as he exited the office. "That spoiled blonde brat. Being with that snake whore only makes him worse. I'll get him for doing that to the Sandaime's grandson," thought Ebisu before pushing his glasses up slightly before he realized the 7-year-old boy he was in charge of was no longer in the office. "It appears Konohamaru has left to seek out Naruto," Sarutobi said while taking a small puff from his pipe. Ebisu left in pursuit of the two. Konoha streets. Several moments later, Naruto was walking through the busy streets of Konoha. As he walked down one of the alleys, he noticed the terribly disguised boy trying to blend in with the wall. "Kid, if you're going to blend in with the wall, try doing it right the first time," said Naruto. "You're strong, I can tell," said Konohamaru, approaching Naruto. "Maybe you can train me." Naruto looked at He-boy with a raised eyebrow. "Don't you already have a teacher?" "That jounin with dark glasses, I believe, seems to be a capable type," said Naruto, putting his hands in his pocket. "Ebisu-sensei is alright, but he is always getting me to do all this boring ninja stuff that he keeps saying are all shortcuts for me to be Hokage," said Konohamaru, kicking a small rock on the road in a depressing tone. "So you disapprove of his methods because they're shortcuts, or is it something else?" Naruto inquired. "I don't mind taking shortcuts. It's just that he and so many others only see me as the honorable grandson of Sandaime Hokage and not as the real me. By the way, my name is Konohamaru," said Konohamaru, extending his hand for Naruto to shake, which Naruto did, smiling at the boy. "I'm Senju Uzumaki Naruto. It's nice to meet a fellow shinobi who seeks to become the Hokage," said Naruto, who found it humorous seeing the younger boy's reaction on hearing his name. "You're Senju Uzumaki Naruto? Godame-sama's son? The Naruto who beat Itachi and his partner, who plays all of those great pranks on those chunins, jounins and ANBU," said Konohamaru excitedly. "Do you know any other Senju Uzumaki Naruto that's in Konoha?" said Naruto with his own sense of haughtiness. "The boy has the same spirit as you, Naruto, and he wants to be recognized by his peers and others as a unique individual other than the Sandaime's grandson," Yondaime said to Naruto as he saw what Naruto acknowledged when he looked into the younger boy's eyes: desire for true recognition. "He reminds me of myself in some ways," Naruto thought. "Like him, I want to be known as more than the son of Godame Hokage or the last Namikaze who so happens to be the son of Yondaime Hokage as the village council sees me as." "I'm sorry that I didn't recognize you, Naruto. I thought you were somebody else," Konohamaru apologized. "It's alright," said Naruto. "Almost nobody recognizes me with this new appearance of mine. My grandfather told me many things about you. He said that you're a really good and strong shinobi. I'm not that great. Honestly, I'm still working on improving myself and my skills, Konohamaru. All the more reason for you to train me. Come on, boss, please train me," said Konohamaru, putting his hands together in a semi-prayer form, making Naruto give him a tired look that nearly followed up with a sigh. A moment later a thought came to mind, and after thinking it over, he came to a decision. "Okay, Konohamaru. I'll teach you some useful things, but only if you promise me as the grandson of the Sandaime Hokage you will not teach these jutsus or skills to anyone else you meet." "Deal," said Naruto. "I swear it, boss, you have my word. Lead the way," said Konohamaru, who now followed Naruto through the busy village streets to the bookstore. Naruto entered the bookstore and was greeted by the storekeeper. "Naruto-sama, honorable grandson, what brings you two here today?" greeted the storekeeper. "Just here to buy a particular book," came Naruto's reply. The storekeeper asked. "What book might that be?" Naruto went over and whispered something into the man's ear, and the man giggled and nodded. "I have just a book for you," the storekeeper said as he went to the back momentarily before returning with the book Naruto requested. Being the son of the Hokage, Naruto paid less than a fraction for what the book actually cost. Although Naruto insisted on paying the full price before the storekeeper told him that it's on him. After thanking the book storekeeper, both Naruto and Konohamaru left the store and started toward their next destination. "Hey boss, where are we going?" "To a forest-surrounded clearing where people hopefully won't bother us." "Naruto," Yondaime spoke up with a voice filled with annoyance, "please don't tell me that you actually intend on teaching him that jutsu." Naruto simply grinned sinisterly, only to confirm Yondaime's dread. Meanwhile, Ebisu searched frantically for Naruto and Konohamaru, only to find they were nowhere to be found within the public areas of the village itself. "Where did that spoiled blonde take the honorable grandson? If he hurts the boy in any way, he'll have me to answer to," said Ebisu from his position on a rooftop. 2 hours later, Konohamaru was panting heavily from constantly using so much of his chakra for the jutsu that, according to Naruto's explanation, would knock out the Sandaime almost instantly. Earlier, Naruto had Konohamaru study the graphic pictures from the book he bought from the store earlier. The book was the latest rare edition of Ika Ika Paradise that wasn't to be out on the market until 2.5 weeks' time. Konohamaru's face was red from seeing the very detailed nude pictures of the young women in the book. After reviewing the selected pages Naruto told him to study, Naruto demonstrated his jutsu and showed the boy how to do it before the boy decided to try to master that jutsu. Alright Konohamaru, try again and keep in mind that it should reflect you as if you were an actual slim-shaped female. Naruto instructed before mentally admitting that after a couple dozen attempts with the jutsu the kid was beginning to demonstrate he had potential. Before Konohamaru could try it again, Ebisu showed up frowning if not scowling at Naruto. What do you think you are doing with Konohamaru? Said Ebisu, who sounded serious as he looked irritated at Naruto, who just looked back at the older man as if what he said was of little if any importance. Boss is helping me train to beat my grandfather with this super cool jutsu he taught me. You can't be serious, Ebisu replied. I'm the only person capable of teaching you how to surpass your grandfather and become Hokage. Whatever, Konohamaru retorted. Your shortcuts barely work at all, but boss jutsu will beat my grandfather for sure. Behold Oroku no jutsu, said Konohamaru, turning into a nicely shaped and proportioned naked woman with smoke covering her privates, similar to the one Naruto does only with long brown hair and medium-shaped bobas. Ebisu was far from awed and was even more infuriated that Naruto had taught such a jutsu to young Konohamaru. Such a shameful jutsu will not work on me. I'm not like the others who react to such a thing, said Ebisu, whose character was slightly overstated when he said that. Konohamaru dispelled the jutsu. Naruto, Ebisu berated. You're a reprehensible ninja for corrupting the boy with such a disgraceful jutsu. Your mother would be ashamed of you. I'm sorry, Naruto apologized mockingly. I didn't know you into men. Ebisu fell down at the statement. How dare you insinuate such a thing? I'm not gay, I just have more control over myself than most other guys do with their urges, said Ebisu, rising and standing up right away from his fall before regaining his composure. Control, Naruto said in sarcasm. Try this Tajukage Bushin no Jutsu. Naruto produced an army of shadow clones. Before Ebisu could say a word, Naruto and all of the clones formed a seal and yelled, Henge. In an instant, Ebisu was surrounded by an army of naked, soaked, and wet, and big bobed females with long and soaked blonde hair with smoke covering their bobas and privates. Konohamaru looked on in amazement, while Ebisu was completely stupefied at the scene. Meanwhile at the Hokage Tower, Sandame's sweat dropped with a very annoyed expression as he watched the entire scene from his all-seeing crystal ball. He watched as the female clones charged at the jounin and started groping onto Ebisu, who after so much groping from the naked female clones finally got a massive nosebleed that sent him flying off his feet and down to the ground before losing consciousness from blood loss. That was my advanced version of my Oroku no Jutsu known as Harem no Jutsu. Naruto grinned. At the Hokage Tower, he combined his absurd hentai jutsu with Kagebushin, Sandame thought as he gazed into his all-seeing crystal ball with his pipe in his mouth, amazingly though it proved to be quite a devastating attack. Sighed as he slightly pulled down his Hokage hat over his eyes, and if I'm not careful, he just might catch me with it. Back in the forest. Wow, you rock, boss, said Konohamaru as he was amazed at how Naruto defeated his teacher with such an advanced version of the jutsu Naruto taught to him. Thanks, Konohamaru. But don't think these jutsus are shortcuts to becoming Hokage, because there are no shortcuts in real life. Anyone who tells you otherwise doesn't know the meaning of hard work hard like the both of us. If you want to become stronger and be acknowledged as more than the grandson of Sandame, then keep practicing and working harder just as I expect you to. I too seek to be Hokage because not only do I want to protect this village that I love and everyone who lives in it, but I desire to surpass both Yondaime and Godame. Naruto gave the kid a thumbs up before he turning and walking off back to the village. Boss, Konohamaru called out, capturing Naruto's attention. From now on we're going to be rivals. You'll be my way of measuring myself for when I become Hokage. The 7-year-old held out his right fist to Naruto. The blonde nodded to him before smiling at him in acknowledgement before resuming his way back to Konoha. Later, on the way back to the Hokage Tower, Naruto ran into Kakashi and Team 7 painting. From what Naruto was seeing, Sasuke, Sakura and Sai were painting someone's wooden fence. A D-rank mission, Naruto acknowledged as he went over to greet Kakashi, who was standing from a distance away from the other genins while reading his favorite book series. Hey dope! Sasuke called out to Naruto. Just where are you coming from? Nowhere for you to worry about, Naruto retorted. Nice job on the fence though. At this rate your skills will be advanced in no time, Sasuke scowled at him. The raven-haired Uchiha and the others didn't miss the sarcasm in Naruto's comment to them. That's stupid, Inner Sakura yelled. How dare he mock Sasuke-kun like that? I'm sure Sasuke-kun will show him in time. Sai looked at Naruto with interest. He sensed that there was more to the blonde than meet the eyes, though he heard many things about Naruto. Sai was particularly interested in Naruto's style of fashion. You'd think he was a young yandere, Sai thought to himself as he and the other watched Naruto walk to Kakashi to talk to him about something, but they couldn't make out what they were saying. They decided to ignore them when they heard Kakashi chuckled giddily at what Naruto handed over to him. Kakashi placed the new Ika Ika Paradise book Naruto gave him in his pocket, saving it for a good read for later. With that out of the way, Naruto continued on his way to the Hokage Tower. 2 days later in the Forest of Death. Where the hell is that woman? Naruto thought when a kunai was sent flying at him from out of nowhere. The blonde turned in time to effortlessly catch the kunai before several more kunais were sent at him. He dodged the weapons before throwing the one he caught earlier back in the direction from which the kunais were sent. The attacker dodged the kunai and jumped from her hiding place and went straight at Naruto. She started attacking him, throwing as many hard punches and kicks she could give him. Over the past couple of days, Anko wanted to test his abilities and see if what his files revealed to her was everything she was led to believe about Naruto, and not a waste of her time. Needless to say, Naruto did more than meet her expectations as he started going on the offensives and began throwing punches of his own. Anko was surprised at his speed and stamina, not to mention his unbelievable strength. Although she wouldn't admit it, his hits actually hurt. What the hell did Tsunade-sama teach this yandere gaki? Anko wondered before jumping away and assuming a fighting stance. Naruto did likewise, but he assumed a stance that hasn't been seen in many years. That stance, Anko thought, only one person assumed that stance. How did that yandere gaki learn that stance? Careful Naruto, Yandere advised, it's crazy enough that you made yourself look like me. Now you're assuming my battle stance as well. I'm you surviving legacy, I'm sure you remember, Naruto mentally retorted. Beside, I'm bound to look like you anyway, like it or not. Anko and Naruto looked at each other with unwavering determination. Anytime you're ready, yandere gaki, Anko said. Great, Naruto thought in sarcasm, another Hokage nickname of endearment to add to my growing list. Naruto dashed and charged at Anko head-on. A direct frontal attack, Anko grinned. This kid has more balls than I thought. Just when it seemed that Naruto was about to hit her, he suddenly phased out and disappeared almost as if he performed the shunshin. What the hell? Anko yelled in her head. I didn't have time to see where he went, he was so fast. She speedily looked around while keeping her guard up. If he was truly what his files said he is, then she really had her hands filled. Hearing a sound from behind her, she quickly turned and launched a kunai in the direction the sound came from, only for it to hit a tree instead. Come out of hiding, yandere gaki, Anko yelled. I don't have time for hide and seek, although there's really nowhere you can hide where I can't find you. I live in this forest after all. I had no intentions of hiding actually, came Naruto's reply as he came charge at her. Before he could get close to her, Anko bit her thumb hard before doing a series of hand seals and Kuchios no Jutsu, she said as she slammed her palm to the ground. A massive 60-foot brown snake puffed into existence. A very confident Anko stood by the giant snake before Naruto stopped in his tracks. What now, yandere gaki? Let's see you try to get close to me now. Gladly. Taju Kage Bushin no Jutsu. An army of Naruto clones puffed into existence and surrounded Anko and the snake. The woman was unquestionably shocked at the number of clones that surrounded her. Shit, Anko cursed in disbelief. I thought that old man of a Hokage was exaggerating about this brat's amount of chakra. He has a lot more than I do if he could make these many clones and not be fatigued from it. The female special jounin tried not to look intimidated as she gave her trademark sadistic smirk. So you made copy brats of yourself? Big deal, it doesn't change a thing, elite genin. I told you it would be wise for you not to underestimate me, Naruto said as he and his clones came at the female special jounin. The grain snake, however, started attacking the clones with a fierce animosity. Many of the clones were swatted into puffs of smoke as they tried to attack the large snake. A smokescreen was made as a result of the entire army of Naruto clones being swatted out of existence. Enko and the large snake were the only ones remaining after the smokescreen gradually died down. "Is that all you got?" Enko mocked. "Elite Genin, this isn't even worth my TI." She wasn't able to finish when a boulder came flying at her. She dodged the boulder in time, but the snake ended up being on the receiving end of the boulder, and was clobbered hard to the side of its face. The snake puffed out of existence, leaving Enko alone again. "Where the hell did that boulder come from?" "Me," Naruto said as he walked into the clearing. "If I didn't know any better, I'd say you were trying to kill me." Smirking, Naruto replied, "I wasn't trying, because as far as it goes, you're already dead." "What do you mean, Yanden Gaki?" Naruto pointed to her waist and showed her the kunai and shuriken he planted into her mini skirt. "The Kagebushins I sent at you were mere decoys," Naruto explained. "I knew that the snake you summoned would have swatted my clones like insects, which was exactly what I was counting on. With the smokescreen that my clones dispelling created, I was able to sneak in among my clones and smokescreen undetected and place my shuriken and kunai into your skirt and sneak away just as undetected as before. I could have killed you the entire time in more ways than one, Enko-chan." The purple-haired woman didn't know whether to applaud Naruto for winning against her or question the boy's abilities against her own. Amidst the confusion, she couldn't detect when he approached her. "You got me," Enko said as he pulled the kunai and shuriken from out of her skirt, annoyed that Naruto damaged her clothes. "That was really good." Naruto approached Enko, who appeared like she was about to hand him back his weapons. As he reached out for them, a viper popped out from within her sleeves and wrapped around Naruto's arm before it bit deeply into his arm. "Awa!" Naruto cried in pain as the poisonous snake refused to release him from its hold and bite. Enko grinned sinisterly as her snake held its grip on Naruto. "You're too trusting, Yanden Gaki," Enko said. "Never lower your guard to an enemy, especially if that enemy is a viper." Naruto looked at Enko and retorted, "And you would do well to take my advice." Enko looked at him questionably. "Like I told you before," Naruto said seriously, "it would be wise for you not to underestimate me." With that, Naruto puffed into a cloud of white smoke. "That was a Kagebushin," Enko said after being caught off guard as she dropped the kunai and shuriken. The shuriken though puffed into white smoke, and out came Naruto, who grabbed the kunai and speedily dashed and pinned Enko to the ground, holding both her arms down firmly to the ground with his kneecaps. He placed his full weight on her arms, leaving her completely immobilized on her back as he held the kunai to her throat, ready to slash her jugular at a moment's notice. "I'll say it again," Naruto stated. "I could have killed you the entire time in more ways than one, Enko-chan." "Damn, this kid is more resourceful than I gave him credit for," Enko admitted to herself. "I understand now why so many ninjas have fallen victim to his traps and why he wasn't placed on a genin team. I'm surprised that he wasn't made jounin or anbu." "Okay, Yanden Gaki, you can get off me now," Enko said before she gave a warped grin. "I know you enjoy having me on my back and being on top of me and all, but our sparring is now over." Naruto blushed heavily and frowned at Enko's twisted remark. He did as he was told as he placed his kunai back into its compartment after he noticed a certain seal on her neck, but not making mention of it yet. "And you call me a?" Naruto said. Enko snorted as she brushed the dirt off herself. "Like you don't enjoy being alone with me. I learned to put up with you, so I guess it counts for something," Naruto replied. Enko snorted again and stuck her tongue at him. The student-teacher relationship between those two is anything but orthodox. Enko and Naruto had a knack for shooting each other with sarcasm. They were always trying to be the one with the last words. Enko didn't mind Naruto placing chan instead of sensei at the end of her name. In truth, being called sensei made her feel old, and no other person has ever called her Enko-chan. And even though she didn't verbally admit it, she liked the honorific familiarity Naruto calls her by. "Whatever," Enko said. "Anyway, judging from the way you fight, it's clear that you were excellently taught, and I highly doubt it was at the academy. Your skills are too advanced. That's why the academy bored me," Naruto said. "Many of the stuff they taught me, Kaa-chan already had me trained in them." "Yes, I know," Enko shot back. I'm surprised that you didn't graduate early. The old geezer wouldn't hear of it, Naruto stated. I wanted to graduate early, but he said that I had too big an arrogance in how I viewed others and myself, and that 4 years at the academy would serve to humble me. That's harsh, Anko said before smiling her sadistic trademark grin. He could have been more merciful by sending you to me back then. I would have had you educated within the hour. Was that a private lesson you were offering me, sensei? Naruto asked with a mischievous tone. Shut up, Anko replied before deciding to change the subject. Alright, Yandame Gaki, seeing that I'm your teacher and that you're a most advanced genin, I won't waste our time in the average training rookie genins go through. Therefore I have something else in mind for you to study and practice. Really? Follow me, Anko said as both Naruto and her started walking off to her place. While on their way to where she lives, Naruto thought about that mark he saw on her neck on her left shoulder. You saw the seal on her neck, I presume, Yandame said. I did, Naruto replied. Do you know what it is? Speaking as a seal master, I'm certain that Orochimaru has something to do with it. That Sannin was known for his use of forbidden seals and S-class kinjutsus. Naruto remained silent. Perhaps it would be best for you to inquire of it from Anko if she's willing to talk about it. Naruto nodded slightly. After 15 minutes of silent walking, they reached the tower. She went inside after telling him to wait outside for her. After another 5 minutes, Anko returned with a large bag in her hand. What's with the bag, Anko-chan? Naruto asked. Anko smiled as she tossed him the bag. The blonde caught the bag only to find that a pile of books and scrolls were inside the bag. Naruto's eyes widened from the number. Anko laughed at his expression. What the hell are all these scrolls and books for? Naruto asked. Scrolls and books that you'll need to study from so you can grasp the beginning of the jutsus you'll learn with me, Anko explained. These books and scrolls will teach you the basics of poisons, serpents, and snake summoning. Really? Naruto asked with interest. Anko made several quick hand signs. As soon as she finished, she shot her hands forward and 2 large snakes shot out of her jacket sleeves, 1 snake per sleeve. You'll teach me how to shoot and summon snakes out of my arms? That and maybe a few other jutsus of my choosing, Anko replied. Shrugging, Naruto formed a seal and Kagebushin no Jutsu. 12 Naruto clones puffed into existence. Naruto handed each clone a book or scroll from the bag Anko gave him and instructed the clones to study everything and practice what's in the books and scrolls. The clones nodded as they all sat down and started studying. That'll keep them busy, Naruto said. So what now? Damn, I forgot you could do that, Anko said. Those scrolls and books were to keep you busy for the rest of the week, Naruto retorted. Oh well. I'll have those books and scrolls learned in no time. Yes, I see. Naruto then remembered something and said, Hey Anko-chan, there's something I want to ask you. And what would that be? I wanted to ask about that seal you have on your neck. I saw it, and I was wondering how you got it. Naruto saw different forms of emotions flash across her eyes, from hurt to anger and a lot of regrets, and it left in another flash. He and Yandame suspected that Orochimaru had something to do with it, but Naruto wanted to hear it from her mouth. Just then he saw her involuntarily reach up and grab her left shoulder with a faraway look on her face, like she was remembering something. It's a cursed seal, she scowled. Orochimaru's cursed seal, to be precise. How did you get it? The blonde saw her expression change from looking angry to sad and hurt. She quickly masked it to look happy again. I don't want to talk about it, Anko said. I might tell you some other time, but not right now. Let's get some dangos to eat. Naruto knew that she carried a lot on her shoulders, but he wanted to hear her story directly and find out more about her. For the next few weeks, Tsunade had returned back to Konoha 4 days after Anko gave Naruto the books and scrolls to study from. During the next couple of weeks, Naruto did several D-rank missions with Teams 7, 8, and 10 much to his displeasure. He didn't mind working with the teams, but he hated the kinds of missions D-rank entails. From pulling walking someone's dogs to carrying groceries for elderly people to cleaning somebody's storage house, etc. In all accounts, Naruto found D-rank missions to be nothing more than a waste of his talents and time. Sandaime and Tsunade explained to Naruto that if he seeks to become Hokage, he must cultivate an intense love for the village and view everything about it as precious and worth taking care of, as a parent nurtures and takes care of their child or children. When it comes to raising and caring, refining, and protecting their children, no task is too tedious, too small, or too great for the parent to assume responsibility for. This served to stem off some of Naruto's displeasure with the D-rank missions he had to do with the 3 teams. During the weeks while doing these missions, he continued using Kage Bunshin to train with Shizen at the hospital and have his clones study and practice whatever healing and medical scrolls or books he had to read. At the same time, though, he practiced the summoning snakes jutsu Anko taught him, although Anko cautioned him about when and where he uses them, seeing that snakes are infamous in Konoha because of a particular sannin. Regardless, Naruto learned and in time mastered summoning snakes from his arms like Anko taught, and he also learned and practiced some of her fighting styles, though snake-oriented. Although Anko didn't say it verbally, she took pride in the fact that she had someone to teach who wasn't afraid of her or looked down at her harshly because of her past with Orochimaru. 2 days later, there was a report from Team 7 that a garden snake crawled into Sakura's dress during another D-rank mission while they were pulling weeds out of someone's garden. Tsunade was more than annoyed at the stunt her son pulled, especially since the garden's owner disputed that his garden has no records of ever having snakes of any sort in it. The report was handled and no penalty was dealt against the garden owner since he wasn't the responsible for the garden snake's appearance. A week later, Naruto was called into his mother's office with Kakashi and Team 7 already present. They were going to be assigned another mission. "Kakashi," Tsunade started, "Naruto will be joining your Genin cell for your next D-rank mission. You and your team will be assigned to Ka-chan." Naruto cut in. "I mean no disrespect, but for the past couple weeks we've been doing nothing but D-ranks missions, and the last one involving finding and retrieving that fire daimyo's wife's cat at big time. That mission was supposed to strengthen and teach you for the value of teamwork and executing planning formations, Naruto," Tsunade explained. "I'd rather be taught the value of performing an autopsy on that damn cat after the problems it gave us," Naruto replied. "Personally, I feel I speak for everyone when I say that we'd like to have a more challenging mission this time to test out skills as ninjas." "I have the same opinion with the do I mean Naruto," Sasuke said after catching himself from insulting Naruto in front of his mother, not wanting to risk the Hokage's wrath. "We've been doing nothing but D-rank missions and I feel that our skills aren't being challenged or sharpened enough." "I agree with Sasuke-kun on this one, Tsunade-sama," Sakura spoke. "Of course you would," Naruto snorted. Right after he repeated what it was that I said just now. "Expect nothing less from a fanatical fangirl in need of a facial bag, Naruto-kun," Sai added mockingly, earning him Sakura's fist that nearly collided with his face had it not been for him evading the attack at a timed moment. Naruto noted this. That kid has potentials, Naruto thought. Tsunade simply sighed at the scene. After giving what Naruto told her some thought, she came to a decision. "Well, based on your accomplishments on all of the D-rank missions you 4 have made, I'll give you different mission to further improve your expertise. All 4 of you and Kakashi will be given a C-rank mission. You 5 will be going to Nami no Kuni to escort a faintly elderly man home and also to protect him from bandits and the like," said Tsunade as she nodded to Shizen to bring in the client. A moment later, Shizen returned back into the office with their partially drunk client. "Tazuna," Tsunade said, "these 5 will be your escort to Nami no Kuni." The man turned and looked at the group in front of him. "You got to be joking, hiccup. I asked for a skilled ninja escort, and all I get is a team filled with children who've barely hit puberty and a scarecrow-haired cyclops. Hiccup, and what's with the blonde kid trying to dress up in a way to stand out in the crowd as if he's the greatest?" said Tazuna as he went to drink from his bottle when. "You'll do well to neither insult or underestimate us, old man," said Naruto calmly but a bit coldly. "I had my share of being underestimated in the past, and for what it's worth, the one who underestimates suffers at the hands of the underestimated. Plus my mother who's sitting right in front of you, and Shizen Nei-chan who brought you in here, and Kakashi Nizan whom you so nicely called a scarecrow-haired cyclops don't take kindly to strangers who insult me openly in front of them." The older man looked at the blonde kid before turning to look at Tsunade and Shizen, who were looking back at him sternly. Kakashi's expression was unreadable to the older man, making him appear more mysterious. The gray-haired man, who surprisingly woke from his drunken stupor, gulped in fear for his own safety after realizing that he openly insulted the son of the Godame in front of her and everyone in the office. "My apologizes, Godame-sama." Tazun quickly bowed. "Please forgive my foolish conduct and remark about your son." Tsunade just nodded before grabbing everyone's attention again. "All is forgiven. Team 7 with Naruto and company are to meet at the East Gate at 8 a.m. sharp tomorrow to head out for Nami no Kuni with you, Tazuna. Turning to the genins, use this time to make all of your preparations. Till then, you're all dismissed." Everyone left the office and went about their business, leaving Shizen alone with Tsunade. "Naruto Otuto has come a long way, Tsunade-sama," Shizen said in admiration. "It's almost hard to believe that he was that defenseless baby we adopted all those years ago." Tsunade said teasingly before sighing to herself. "Yes, Shizen. My boy has come a long way, and if anything, smiled, he'll go further and beyond all expectations. I expect nothing less of my son." The following morning, Team 7 and Tazuna were waiting for Kakashi and Naruto to arrive at the East Gate. Kakashi, being the lazy man that he was, decided to come at 9:30 a.m., much to the discomfort of Tazuna and Team 7. Naruto, used to Kakashi's tacky demeanor, slept in longer and arrived at the same time as the copycat ninja. "What took you two so long?" yelled an angry Sakura. "We've been waiting here for a long time now. Sorry for our lateness." Kakashi apologized for both himself and Naruto. "Naruto and I were on our way here when an elderly couple needed help with their liars, both of you," Sakura said, cutting him off. Naruto and Kakashi simply ignored her and shrugged. "Well," Kakashi said, "now that we're all here, we'll leave now and start our trek to Nami no Kuni." The three genins of Team 7 formed a protective circle around Tazuna while Kakashi took the lead in the front. Naruto, the elite genin, remained at the rear to keep guard over everyone in front of him as they started on their journey from Konoha to Nami no Kuni. A former ANBU captain and a Sannin-level genin, Naruto thought to himself, assigned to a C-rank mission with 3 other genins. I wonder what will result from this. Thanks for listening to my video. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe and comment below your favorite part. Sayonara, see you in the next video.